me refiero a no están reconocidos, me refiero a que hay una serie de límites legales a los derechos de propiedad. Puede ser porque están dentro de áreas protegidas, puede ser porque corresponde a momentos complicados de un país en el que no hay la posibilidad de reconocer esos derechos, o simplemente porque no se ha hecho el proceso administrativo legal para la titulación. Además, las comunidades que ya tienen su título, que ya tienen su reconocimiento legal, también enfrentan problemas frente a la transición energética. Me refiero, por ejemplo, a comunidades que están localizadas en áreas que van a ser inundadas por proyectos hidroeléctricos. Estas comunidades, pese a tener sus títulos de propiedad, deben ser desplazadas, deben ser movidas a otros lugares con una consecuente pérdida de derechos territoriales. Otro caso puede ser, por ejemplo, situaciones de riesgo donde las comunidades tradicionalmente estuvieron asentadas en determinados territorios, pero que por factores climáticos hoy en día deben ser reubicadas, deben ser reasentadas. Y claro, estos fenómenos climáticos hace 200 años no existían, pero hoy en día las comunidades tienen que ser parte de una estrategia de cambios para asegurar su calidad de vida, su propia existencia debido a los fenómenos climáticos. Bueno, estas consideraciones no existen en las legislaciones de nuestros países. No existen todavía. Quizás se está avanzando un poco en lo que es transición energética, pero los efectos colaterales de esa transición energética todavía no están siendo regulados, mucho menos legislados. Quizás son parte del análisis, como este evento mismo, pero todavía necesitamos trabajar y reflexionar más alrededor de estos temas. Esto también creo que debe permitir poner en la mesa un derecho fundamental de los pueblos, nacionalidades, de comunidades en general, es el derecho a la consulta previa libre informada. Si los territorios van de la mano con una serie de derechos colectivos, y entre los cuales está el de la consulta previa libre informada, es lógico que si los gobiernos no respetan el derecho a la consulta previa libre informada, no se va a respetar el derecho al territorio, por tanto. Entonces creo que esto es parte de una pequeña introducción como para escucharles a nuestros panelistas. Hemos invitado a 3 colegas que están viendo el tema de transición energética desde diferentes perspectivas y creo que esto es importante. Primero me gustaría darle la bienvenida a Javier Dávalos en el orden que consta en el afiche que habíamos difundido. Javier trabaja en AIDA, la Asociación Interamericana para la Defensa del Ambiente. Él es ecuatoriano, está basado en Quito, Ecuador, pero AIDA es a nivel hemisférico y es coordinador del área del clima y equipo legal de AIDA y tiene una formación en relaciones internacionales, derechos humanos, cooperación internacional, ciencias de la población y el desarrollo. Tiene mucha experiencia en estos temas de transición energética y es una de las personas que en Ecuador le está haciendo mucho seguimiento a este tema a partir de algunas decisiones del Estado. Así que bienvenido, Javier. Muchas gracias. Adelante.
Gracias, Manolo. Gracias por correr para estar aquí moderando el panel. Pensé que nos iban a acompañar las otras personas para hacer como más una conversación. Tal vez entiendo que tenemos poquito tiempo, entonces a mis colegas también les extiendo un cordial saludo. Igual si las quieres presentar, Manolo, a los colegas.
Claro. Aquí lo que sabía. En la parte de allá tenemos a Iris. Iris Olivera es del Perú, parte de la organización no gubernamental DAR. Trabaja en estos temas y en Perú desde DAR están dando un seguimiento muy importante a los planes de transición energética del Perú y creo que hay algunos puntos de vista muy interesantes que nos puede compartir a nosotros en este análisis un poco más amplio. Y tenemos acá a Leocadio que nos acompaña desde Centroamérica, de Guatemala. El aporte que ustedes ven aquí en la mesa es por todas las organizaciones que pudimos mover para conformar este panel. De hecho, el OCADIO es un aporte de la International Land Coalition, es una red global por el acceso a la tierra, y creo que es importante darle también esta mirada a la transición energética desde los derechos al territorio. Como lo presenté a Javier, viene del área más legal, digamos, de justicia climática, de lo que es AIDA, y en el caso de DAR, en el tema de seguimientos a una política pública sobre transición energética. Entonces creo que esto nos va a dar como un enfoque más o menos complementario. Como decía Javier, colegas, en razón del tiempo, creo que por mi culpa, vamos a hacer unos 7, 8 minutos de una intervención y después damos espacio a los quienes nos acompañan para preguntas, ¿ya? Empezamos con Javier y después con Iris.
Mil gracias, Manolo. No sé si hay alguien en el público that doesn't speak Spanish o todo el mundo habla español. ¿Sí? Ok, perfecto. Entonces vamos a hacer todo el panel en español, y gracias, Manolo, nuevamente por habernos invitado a participar a la Asociación Interamericana para la Defensa del Ambiente, AIDA, en donde yo coordino el programa de clima. AIDA es una organización que trabaja en toda América Latina para la defensa del derecho al ambiente sano a través de 3 áreas programáticas: el programa de cambio climático, el de derechos humanos y ambiente y el programa de ecosistemas. De esta manera, en nuestro trabajo, and I'm going to ask our collaborator in the back to put the website. Dentro de nuestro trabajo, AIDA ha realizado una compilación en la página litigioclimático.com de los principales casos que hemos logrado sistematizar, donde precisamente estamos usando el derecho para impulsar la transición energética justa en la región. En la presentación de hoy yo quisiera transmitirles 3 mensajes. El primero es precisamente el del uso de la ley en nuestros países para apoyar a los procesos de las comunidades, de los movimientos de base, de los ciudadanos y ciudadanas que piden mayor ambición climática en América Latina, la salida urgente de los fósiles y, por supuesto, el respeto a los derechos humanos y los derechos de la naturaleza, donde han sido también reconocidos como una herramienta muy importante para presionar para el cumplimiento de obligaciones legales. En esta página, Litigio Climático para una región más justa, ustedes pueden encontrar información sistematizada y análisis que tratan de eliminar el lenguaje muy jurídico, que ustedes saben que a veces es muy complicado de comprender, a un lenguaje más sencillo, de modo que todo el mundo pueda comprender el fondo de estos casos en toda la región. If we can go down with the page, so you see now the countries where we have, ahí ustedes ven los países donde hemos identificado ya casos de litigio climático. Es prácticamente toda América Latina. Empezamos con 15 casos hace 4 años, en este momento son más de 60 casos, cuya particularidad es el uso de las obligaciones que constan en el Acuerdo de París para demandar a los países a través de instrumentos de derechos humanos o de derecho ambiental el cumplimiento de sus obligaciones, países y empresas también. Please, if we can, no, the other part, yes. Podemos entonces explorar en esta página casos que tienen que ver con algunas áreas temáticas como bosques y deforestación, carbón, contaminación del aire, ecosistemas frágiles, fracking y vulneraciones en general a derechos humanos. Son algunos de los ejemplos de las áreas temáticas que la plataforma de litigio climático, que fue concebida por varias organizaciones de América Latina y que está siendo actualizada permanentemente por una red de relatores y relatoras en toda la región, nos permite observar algunos de los avances. Y luego de mostrarles esta herramienta, and please, it's the last time I'm going to ask for moving to go back up. Yeah, and then we can leave it there for the rest of the presentation. Este sitio web ha sido construido, como les comentaba, con casos de litigio climático, es decir, llevar ante los tribunales las obligaciones que los estados tienen a través de instrumentos vinculantes, como son la Convención Americana sobre Derechos Humanos o la legislación nacional en cada país. Y luego de haberles mostrado esta herramienta, que espero que se pueda dar de amplia difusión y la puedan conocer, quisiera hacer, para ir ya la segunda mitad de mi presentación, una conexión entre los derechos humanos, los derechos colectivos, los derechos territoriales y los derechos de la naturaleza con lo que está pasando aquí en la COP28. El régimen del cambio climático está regulado por algunos tratados como la Convención Marco de Naciones Unidas sobre el Cambio Climático y el Acuerdo de París, principalmente, además del Protocolo de Kioto. Y hay mucha, digamos, teoría que dice que estos no son tratados de derechos humanos, a pesar que en el preámbulo del Acuerdo de París se reconoce que el cambio climático es el principal problema y fuente de vulneración de los derechos de las personas. Entonces, muchos abogados, abogadas, estamos realizando esfuerzos en América Latina para utilizar otros instrumentos de derechos humanos que nos permitan reafirmar lo que dice el preámbulo del Acuerdo de París y llevar adelante entonces casos para proteger los derechos de las personas y los ecosistemas, que son claves no solamente para la mitigación del cambio climático, sino la adaptación también, y además que tienen un valor intrínseco, ¿no? Hablando de los derechos de la naturaleza en Ecuador. Entonces, utilizamos las herramientas de derechos humanos para llevar adelante una mayor ambición climática. ¿Y esto qué quiere decir? Que tenemos que llevar adelante la transición energética justa. Salir de, en nuestro caso, la exploración de combustibles fósiles como petróleo, carbón, gas, que en muchos países lo están considerando una energía de transición, y es un grave error porque hay amplios estudios científicos que hablan de las fugas de metano, que es uno de los gases que más causa efecto invernadero. En esta COP se está buscando que más países se sumen. Colombia ya lo hizo al Methane Pledge, al compromiso sobre el metano. Y entonces el régimen climático tiene que ser necesariamente complementado por el régimen de los derechos humanos. No pueden separarse, no pueden no ir de la mano. Voy a ir cerrando esta primera intervención comentando sobre algunos puntos de seguimiento que estamos haciendo aquí en la COP28, compartir con ustedes que desde AIDA estamos siguiendo paso a paso las negociaciones del Grupo de Trabajo de Transición Justa, donde hasta el momento hay un texto muy controvertido. Los países del G77 y China están hablando de que tiene que ser un instrumento de equidad, de justicia climática, y que reconozca el principio de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas en la transición justa con componentes de cooperación internacional. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que tiene que ser un instrumento que sirva para llevar adelante la transición, y la posición de los países desarrollados, por el contrario, es que el grupo de trabajo sea solamente un instrumento de diálogo, donde se compartan buenas prácticas, se realicen un par de talleres al año y nada más. Están concibiendo a la transición justa como un asunto nacionalmente determinado, solamente al interior de sus países y sin reconocer la deuda histórica entre norte y sur, pero también entre, digamos, el 1% de la población mundial, que es la que más emite, y el resto. Los esfuerzos que estamos haciendo con las redes de América Latina están encaminados a que el programa de transición justa de trabajo también tenga dentro de sus principios el lenguaje del Acuerdo de París sobre derechos humanos, para que eso nos permita que la transición justa tenga este enfoque. América Latina tiene una presión especial en términos de transición energética por el tema de minerales críticos, el tema del litio, del cobre, del oro. Nos afecta en toda la región, en Perú, en Chile, en Bolivia, en Ecuador, en toda la Amazonía. Y además de la presión de los combustibles fósiles, estamos sufriendo la presión por la extracción de materia prima que tiene que ver con la transición energética. Entonces, dejo estos puntos como mensajes iniciales. Manolo, nuevamente muchas gracias por estar aquí y con muchas ganas de escuchar a mis colegas del panel.
Muchas gracias, Manolo, Javier. Saludos a todos los presentes, y además entiendo que están haciendo la transmisión en el pabellón del IUCN, al cual agradecemos, para poder expandir desde las voces de Latinoamérica en este espacio de la COP en Dubái. Para abordar sobre la temática vinculada a transición energética, pero también estos procesos para exigir, ¿no? Y los cuales justo tú, Manolo, mencionabas que es una dificultad grande. En Latinoamérica no hay instrumentos normativos que canalicen estas opciones, ¿no? Por ejemplo, en Perú es un país donde tenemos recursos naturales, participa activamente en el espacio de la COP con contribuciones en las NDCs. Ellos han comprometido una meta muy alta en reducir el 40% de sus emisiones. Y además tiene un bosque amazónico, es el segundo bosque amazónico en el mundo después de Brasil. Entonces, este espacio de intercambio a través del mecanismo de reducción de emisiones por deforestación y degradación, REDD+, también es una forma de aporte del país en el espacio de cambio climático y en la ruta de transición energética, porque hoy estamos hablando de este proceso. Hay todavía un gran vacío con relación a la implementación, con relación al enfoque de transición, porque todavía en mi país se está planteando continuar con la exploración y explotación de combustibles fósiles, incluso con una narrativa hasta perversa, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Porque mencionan ya las empresas, y no solamente ellas, sino la institución que promueve este recurso. Nosotros estamos cumpliendo con las metas del Acuerdo de Cambio Climático y estamos yendo hacia una transición con gas, con extracción de gas, en donde, sobre áreas naturales protegidas, sobre territorios indígenas, ¿no? Nosotros tenemos hoy en la tarde a las 4 un site event aquí en IUCN, donde vamos a explicar qué es lo que está pasando con esta política energética peruana, que está promoviendo y ahora está pintándose como un proceso de transición, extracción limpia, y que está cumpliendo con los acuerdos, ¿no? Lo cual no es cierto. Y además nos llama la atención que desde el Congreso, es el parte legislativo, mencionan, bueno, si es que hay dificultades con las normas vinculadas a protección de estas áreas protegidas, podemos cambiarlo. Ya lo han declarado, han dicho que pueden cambiar la norma para reducir estos estándares. Entonces, no tenemos un instrumento legal, por el contrario, que canalice esta exigencia vinculado a derechos humanos. Si pueblos indígenas, pueblos locales son afectados por el cambio climático, son afectados por programas incluso en la línea, ya no digo transición porque eso, como digo, es un proceso que todavía se necesita implementar, tienen que ir a los tribunales como si fueran, allá le llamamos demandas civiles, como si fueran casos privados, ¿no? Para una indemnización, pero no hay un mecanismo estructural específico, ¿no? Para poder hacer la aplicación y la exigencia de los derechos humanos. Y ese es un gran vacío. Son 28 sesiones de la COP y hasta ahora no tenemos una estructura normativa. ¿Qué cosa ha avanzado? Tenemos una ley marco de cambio climático donde establece una articulación institucional. Sí habla de REDD, habla sí de algunas sanciones administrativas por REDD+, pero no hay nada vinculado a la protección de derechos. Por eso que es muy difícil cuando nos piden qué casos se llevan vinculados a cambio climático. Son los casos, por ejemplo, individuales, casos de demandas, pero no vinculadas a esta temática. Es muy complicado. Y como mencionabas, Javier, es ir a tribunales internacionales para poder sentar una precedencia de estos aspectos, ¿no? Otro aspecto, sin embargo, que sí se ha ido impulsando, y eso es una estrategia más legal también e institucional, es el desarrollo de la consulta previa, que es muy importante porque ahora tiene varios aspectos. Consulta previa establecida en el convenio 169 de la OIT, ¿no? Pensada para los pueblos indígenas, está siendo ahora el instrumento legal, administrativo previamente, para poder ir sentando las posiciones y además priorizando los medios de vida de la población. No es perfecto porque los países han regulado la consulta previa, ponen muchos límites, pero existe. Y en esa ruta de la consulta previa debo comentar que los pueblos indígenas han presentado casos, ¿no? En los procesos de consulta pidiendo que se aplique la consulta previa para proyectos de infraestructura, por ejemplo, hídrica, como hidrovías, que implica dragados de ríos, y además reduciendo la movilidad para la población local y sobre todo subsistencia, ¿no? Además, vinculada a servicios públicos que tiene que ver con la trazabilidad y además conexión con la extracción de recursos naturales, ¿no? En este caso en la Amazonía. Y ahí quiero hacer una diferencia porque en el Perú los pueblos indígenas amazónicos observan con preocupación el desarrollo de la infraestructura vial, porque es muy necesaria la conectividad, ¿cierto? Pero en la Amazonía, si es que no hay una planificación, una revisión de los impactos indirectos, acumulativos, sinérgicos, podemos hacer que una carretera abra brechas y impulse otras actividades. Ejemplo, en el Perú, en la Amazonía peruana, lamentablemente se están incrementando los casos de narcotráfico luego de la pandemia, tala ilegal, sobre territorios indígenas, áreas protegidas, y estos también están llevando consigo afectación a defensores ambientales, asesinatos. Durante la COP ha habido un asesinato de un líder indígena en Perú, y el cual ha denunciado casos de tala ilegal. Y estos cómo se van incrementando con estas carreteras, desde aterrizajes clandestinos, carreteras viales que luego se transforman y piden que sean pavimentadas. Y no hay una herramienta en el Perú o un proceso en el cual identifiquen que si en estas áreas hay un riesgo, no solamente de actividades ilegales, y si ponemos una carretera y la mejoramos, vamos a hacer y contribuir a esta actividad ilícita. Y la carretera por sí no es que sea mala o buena, pero es un driver de deforestación si es que no hay una planificación, una evaluación de los impactos, porque está generando ahora afectación a los pueblos, además de invasión territorial, ¿no? Entonces, cuando los pueblos indígenas pedían que se consulte este tipo de infraestructura vial, decían, como es un servicio público, no tengo la obligación de consultarte, ni carreteras, ni líneas de transmisión, que están también relacionadas para la extracción. Y ha habido una demanda judicial donde se ha logrado en los tribunales que se reconozca que todos los servicios públicos también tienen que ser consultados a los pueblos indígenas porque hay una afectación hacia ellos. Y se logró la aprobación de esta sentencia en el Perú de la aplicación de la consulta previa en estos servicios públicos que incluye carreteras. Y eso es un punto importante en esta línea. Vinculada a las políticas públicas de transición energética, hay inversión desde el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo para desarrollar una hoja de ruta para el Perú. No se está haciendo la conexión de cómo se va a implementar la línea de transición justa, que implica este proceso de transición justa, y la propuesta, y los pueblos indígenas han establecido incluso sus estándares mínimos para el desarrollo de esta línea de transición energética justa y que no sea una nueva forma de extractivismo, ¿no? Eso es importante tomar en cuenta porque ya en otros espacios han mencionado la misma actividad energética requiere su transición energética, no pensada en la población, pensada en su mismo negocio. Entonces, ¿cómo reducen sus costos de operación con transición energética? Y esto puede ser perverso. Bajo estos enfoques se necesita tener unos lineamientos de transición energética justa y por eso decimos para qué y para quién. Y el otro mensaje con relación a la línea de los pueblos indígenas es la transición del sistema, no solamente de las actividades o proyectos, ¿no? Y con esto llegamos al espacio, bueno, la consulta previa bajo incluso los proyectos que tengan que ver con la línea de transición también en esta ruta. Con eso termino. Muchas gracias y ahora paso a mi compañero.
Bueno, muy buenos días. Quiero agradecer enormemente por este espacio para poder compartir con ustedes lo que para nosotros significa la transición energética en los pueblos originarios. Soy Leocadio Juracán, Maya Cachiquel, vengo de Guatemala y quiero compartirles que hoy 5 de diciembre para el calendario maya significa Unimosh, que quiere decir el cambio, el agua, el poder espiritual. Y hoy es un día muy, muy oportuno, un día propicio para pedir la lluvia, para que se mantengan vivos los ríos, que no se sequen los pozos y las lagunas. Entonces es un buen día, Manolo. Muchísimas gracias por elegir este día y compartir con ustedes. Nos parece súper interesante. Bueno, lo que han ya dicho mis compañeros, colegas, panelistas, yo quiero compartir con ustedes este tema de transición energética bajo una mirada de los pueblos originarios. Esta es la situación. Me parece súper interesante cuando conversamos con Manolo sobre este tema, es la oportunidad de que los pueblos originarios sean escuchados desde su propia situación que estamos padeciendo en los territorios. Es increíble, increíble, ha aumentado el corredor seco. ¿Y dónde ha estado entonces los fondos aprobados para el manejo, para la atención a esta situación de crisis que han generado las grandes empresas a nivel mundial, que es la crisis climática? Falta de aprobar una ley de aguas en Guatemala. Desde el 85, en la reforma constitucional, se mandató al legislativo para que aprobara una ley de agua. No lo ha hecho, porque en ríos revueltos, ganancia de pescadores. Porque mientras no existe una regulación, siguen las grandes empresas agropecuarias, siguen desviando los ríos, nos están robando los ríos, están contaminando los ríos. Estábamos hablando extraoficialmente antes de este foro que me encantaría ver, platicar, tomar una conversación alrededor de que en Guatemala existen varios ríos que se desembocan en el Océano Pacífico, ya no llegan a desembocar en el océano, porque se los han robado las grandes empresas bananeras, cañeras, minerías, hidroeléctricas, precisamente para generar todos esos proyectos, y entonces se están secando las manglares, se está destruyendo el hábitat de especies importantes. Los megaproyectos de minería y grandes hidroeléctricas están atentando no solo contra la biodiversidad, sino que también contra la humanidad y el ser humano. Hay un mayor desequilibrio en las estaciones climáticas, ustedes lo saben, pues hay más largo la sequía, corta la lluvia, pero con más densidad, un desequilibrio total. Un despojo de territorio a pueblos originarios para la explotación, no solo de su territorio, sino se sigue aplicando en nuestra región el sometimiento. Se sigue dando eso. Desplazamientos y encarcelamientos y hasta asesinatos. El CCDA somos parte de la Coalición Internacional de la Tierra y estábamos impulsando recientemente una campaña del derecho a la tierra ya y alta a los desalojos. El CCDA tiene ahorita más de 1,072 órdenes de captura en contra de dirigentes comunitarios que están defendiendo su territorio, que están defendiendo el cerro, que están defendiendo el río, que están defendiendo el lago. Y como respuesta a eso, la represión, la criminalización. Del 2018 para acá han asesinado a 12 compañeros dirigentes. Solo en el 2022 fueron desplazados 5 comunidades de pueblos originarios de su territorio, justificando justamente lo que Manolo decía en la introducción, que están en áreas protegidas. Pero están aprobando una ley perenco para seguir respaldando la extracción de petróleos en territorio de pueblos originarios. Se está discutiendo la ley de la biodiversidad para que se siga importando las semillas genéticamente modificadas y utilizar eso, y se está desconociendo la sabiduría de nuestros pueblos. Es lo que está pasando, y quien se opone a eso para garantizar la vida, pues están siendo perseguidos y criminalizados. En consecuencia de eso, Guatemala actualmente vive una alta desnutrición crónica en el país, principalmente niños menores de 5 años. Se está migrando la población del campo a la ciudad y fuera del país. Hay crisis climática, hay una crisis climática en Guatemala, y no solo Guatemala, estoy seguro que en otros países también. Y graves violaciones a derechos humanos que atentan a la vida de la población. Todo eso, el CCDA cumple 42 años el 2 de marzo próximo. 42 años de vida organizativa. Hemos desarrollado una organización en 20 departamentos del país, de 22 que existen, con la juventud, con mujeres rurales, con campesinos, con pueblos originarios. Hemos hecho gestiones sobre innovación. Hemos creado la Universidad Popular de los Pueblos precisamente para sistematizar la sabiduría de nuestros pueblos, para hacer estudios antropológicos y demostrar ante sus propias instituciones y leyes que las comunidades originarias tienen la razón y que son propietarias legítimas de su territorio. Se los hemos ganado. Se los hemos ganado con argumentos científicos, técnicos, jurídicos, sobre la base de investigación, y la máxima corte en el país nos ha dado la razón a los pueblos originarios. Hemos recuperado legalmente varios territorios. La declaratoria de áreas protegidas aprobada en el 89 fue la que fue a invadir los territorios de los pueblos originarios. entre comillas, áreas protegidas donde se han descubierto, el mismo Ministerio de la Defensa reconoce que existen 54 pistas de aterrizaje clandestino donde opera el narcotráfico. Entonces, el crimen organizado, la delincuencia, los pueblos originarios, los campesinos, no tenemos avionetas, no estamos involucrados con las mafias, son ellos los que están involucrados y eso lo hemos demostrado. Ha habido innovación. La Universidad Popular de los Pueblos lo que busca es precisamente dar mayor argumento para reconocer los territorios de los pueblos. La defensa de territorio y recuperación y reivindicación de los medios de vida, agua, cerro. Para los pueblos originarios es muy importante. No podemos destruir los ríos, no podemos destruir los cerros. Es ahí donde están nuestros lugares sagrados. Es ahí donde aplicamos nuestra espiritualidad. Nosotros convivimos con la naturaleza y gracias a los pueblos originarios es que se mantiene grandes cantidades de tierra que son vírgenes, bosques, ríos. Gracias a los pueblos originarios, pero eso no lo reconoce el Estado. Manejo de cuencas, bosques, lagos, ríos, educación ambiental, conocimiento ancestral para el Utzcaslemal. Eso en cachiquel, el Utzcaslemal significa la vida buena, pues plena de los pueblos. Somos pueblos originarios que resistimos desde el territorio. Para ir concluyendo, me parece que estos espacios como la COP, si no se escucha a los pueblos originarios, si no se adopta su sabiduría, prácticamente seguimos agravando la crisis climática que hay. Los pueblos originarios amamos la vida, amamos la humanidad y estamos dispuestos a seguir garantizando la vida. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a Leocadio, a Iris y a Javier por estas exposiciones tan resumidas en función del tiempo, pero creo que muy contundentes. Quisiera resaltar solo 3 cositas para aprovechar estos últimos minutos si tienen alguna reflexión, comentario o pregunta de ustedes que nos acompañan. Creo que una cosa importante se ha remarcado es la necesidad de hablar de una transición justa, ¿no? Y esa palabra justa es justamente ese respeto a los derechos colectivos y a los derechos en general que están alrededor de la transición energética. Lo otro es el uso de la ley para la defensa de los afectados climáticos. Creo que es otro eje importante que debemos considerarlo. Lo otro es también que la lucha contra el cambio climático que mencionaba Javier debe ir de la mano con el respeto o el estándar de los derechos humanos. Creo que eso es fundamental para que en nombre de la transición energética no se cometan injusticias, que creo que es lo que queremos poner en la mesa. Y otro elemento importante es la necesidad de avanzar en instrumentos legales específicos para proteger derechos frente a la transición energética. No, creo que esto es un tema que todavía no lo estamos analizando de manera apropiada, pero es el camino con el cual les estamos proponiendo en este evento. Y gracias a Leocadio por insistir en este tema de colocar siempre la mirada, la perspectiva de los pueblos originarios en términos de los impactos del cambio climático, pero también en estas propuestas como de transición energética. Así que muchas gracias a los 3 por estas intervenciones y si ustedes tuvieran algún comentario o cualquier tipo de reflexión o pregunta, estamos a la orden. Pode ser em qualquer português que você prefere, ou em inglês. ¿Alguien? Si no hay comentarios, Javier quiere agregar algo.
Gracias, Manolo. Si no se anima todavía alguien del público, yo quisiera aprovechar en 30 segundos reconocer las complejidades que ustedes traen a nuestros sistemas de institucionalidad jurídica. Es decir, el derecho es una herramienta que está ahí, que la podemos usar, pero América Latina tiene esta particularidad tan fuerte de las personas defensoras de los derechos humanos y de la naturaleza siendo atacadas constantemente, que tenemos que traer estos espacios globales y reconocer la dificultad de implementar las sentencias que ganamos, porque en la plataforma hemos sistematizado muchísimas sentencias que han sido beneficiosas para quienes han llevado adelante los casos, pero el grave problema es la implementación. El caso de los mecheros en Ecuador, por ejemplo, todavía no se implementa la decisión de apagar los mecheros que están en los centros poblados en la Amazonía, que están emitiendo constantemente metano y otros gases. En Colombia ganamos un caso para que se incluya el carbón dentro de la estrategia nacional de contribuciones nacionalmente determinadas en cuanto al cambio climático. Y esto siempre con nuestros socios locales, en Ecuador con UDAP, en Colombia con Sensat, con el CAJAR, y en México también llevando casos adelante con el SEMDA, por ejemplo, también para que el Congreso mexicano legisle sobre la necesidad de dejar de llevar adelante proyectos de termoeléctricas. Se tiene que cerrar la generación energética con carbón. Entonces, les quiero agradecer a ustedes porque creo que han enriquecido mucho lo que hemos podido compartir, y nuevamente a la IUCN y a Ecolex, muchísimas gracias.
Gracias. Bien, si no hay entonces comentarios, damos por cerrado el tiempo de nuestro evento y creo que tenemos que dar paso ya a otro evento que hay a las 10:30. Así que muchas gracias por estar aquí.
start soon. I'm just going to... Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the IUCN Unite for Nature Pavilion. Today on Energy Day at COP28. We hope that we're going to provide you with an exciting hour of panel discussions, of presentations, and hopefully you will leave this event energized around the Ginger initiative, which we'll be launching today. As I mentioned, it's Energy Day, and one of the, I think, key messages that we can all agree on coming out of COP28 is that we are very much not on target to meet the climate goals that have been designated around the Paris Agreement. And if we are going to have any chance of meeting these goals, we're going to have an rapid, accelerated rollout of renewable energy. But we also know that to meet the climate goals, we also require healthy ecosystems. We need healthy ecosystems that can act as carbon sinks and that can provide adaptation opportunities. One without the other doesn't work. In addition, the climate change issue is a global issue. No one region or stakeholder group has all the answers, and no one region or group wins without everybody else winning. We all win or we all lose. And that's why we are here today. As IUCN, we have spent over 75 years working together, developing conservation and restoration guidance, tools, and metrics that are used globally. But in order to fight the climate change and biodiversity crisis, we need more. We need to start looking at providing technical guidance around how to roll out renewable energy in a way that also meets the restoration and conservation goals that we need. And that's why at IUCN we are advocating that we start having and developing some new partnerships, and partnerships where we all bring our expertise, we bring our experiences together, and we work together to move the climate agenda and to make progress towards these goals that we need to work towards. And for that reason, I'm really proud as the Senior Program Coordinator for Climate Change within IUCN to announce the collaboration with RGI. It's been a little bit of a roller coaster, but it's been an enjoyable roller coaster for the past 2 years. RGI is not a new organization. I'm going to leave it to Antonella to describe. What I will say is that they have over 15 years of experience in really looking at and supporting the rollout of energy grids, energy systems in a sustainable manner that looks at the environment and that also looks at the needs of local communities. So we're really proud to be working with RGI on this initiative. And I'm going to leave it to Antonella now to describe a little bit more about RGI, a little bit more about Ginger, our new initiative, and then we'll follow on with a formal welcome by our Director General of IUCN, Dr. Gretel Aguilar. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rachel. Okay. Put it on. Now it works. Thank you very much and welcome everybody. Thanks for having us. I'm Antonella Battaglini. I'm the CEO of Renewables Grid Initiative. It is a collaboration of transmission system operators, climate and environmental NGOs. It's a crazy alliance. And it was even crazier 15 years ago when we started. But now, actually, if we want to solve all the challenges that we have, we need to have these crazy alliances. 3 years ago, we set up Ocean, so we actually expanded our membership to include the wind industry, because offshore wind and wind plays such a critical role in the decarbonization pathways. In these 15 years of experience, what has happened is that we have collected a lot of practices on how to build well, because building well is the only way to build all we need. And this is not enough. It's not enough to collect practices and to share in a small community. What we really need is to come up with assessment criteria that can give confidence to the different stakeholders, to governments, to NGOs, that we are moving not only towards decarbonization, but towards nature net positive. We know that we need to deal with the biodiversity losses, and we need to restore and protect nature. To do this, we cannot do it in a competitive way. It's not possible that I develop my tool, you develop your tool, and you yours, and we compete with each other. We need to collaborate much more. And that's where I decided that a collaboration with IUCN was the best bet that I could have. Working together, IUCN has decades of experience in coming up with frameworks and programs. And therefore, I'm really honored to be here today to launch Ginger. Ginger is not mine or Rachel's, it's not IUCN or RGI. Rachel's the ambition to be our platform where we really develop together something that it is robust, something that can be deployed at scale, and something that can speed up energy security, climate security, and biodiversity security. And with this, I would like to pass the word to Dr. Greta Aguilar, the Director General of IUCN. Gretel.
Good morning, and thank you. Thank you for your words, and thank you, Rachel. So, welcome to the IUCN Pavilion, of the International Union for Conservation of Nature. As you can see here, we named this pavilion Home of the Union, because IUCN is a union, and we also call it Unite for Nature, I think, Unite for Nature. So welcome all to our pavilion. IUCN is the world's largest and most diverse environmental network, and is the global voice of nature. We are active in more than 160 countries and implement projects, advise governments, and collaborate with the private sector. Within the knowledge of 16,000 experts and the backing of almost 1,500 members organizations, including governments, civil society, indigenous peoples organizations, we help set the international conservation agenda and influence global environmental policy. This work extends to renewable energy, we just heard this, which IUCN has focused on for the past 5 years. Our main work is in this field supports the rapid rollout of renewable energy to meet climate goals, especially helping the achievement of the Paris Agreement's 1.5-degree target. Crucially, we help ensure that the energy transition does not come at the expense of biodiversity and nature-dependent communities. Our work ranges from publishing guidelines on mitigating the biodiversity impact of solar and wind energy developments to collaborating with renewable projects to supporting the implementation of these projects for net biodiversity gain. This is critical because as the world increasingly uses renewable sources of energy, we must avoid repeating the mistakes of the fossil fuel era. We need to work together, not only to avoid and mitigate the negative impacts on nature and livelihoods, but also to ensure that the renewable energy sector contributes to nature-positive goals. For this reason, I am happy to be part of the launch of the Global Initiative for Nature Grids and Renewables, otherwise known as we have heard before, Ginger, which I think is a wonderful, actually, name. For too long, grid development has not enjoyed the attention it deserves from the conservation community, but grids are essential, not only to address the dual climate and biodiversity crisis, but also to alleviate the energy access crisis that still affects tens of millions of people globally. For this reason, I am happy to see IUCN collaborating with the Renewable Grids Initiative, an organization that has worked for over 15 years on aligning nature with the development of electrical grids. Friends, partners, ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to hearing about the success of Ginger and inviting you all to join us in this important endeavor. You know, here at the COP, many people are saying that, and we, of course, in the House of the Union, we say that climate change and nature are one, and that we will not achieve the targets that we have proposed without nature as our best ally. And this is what this initiative is about. We are crossing the street, and we are talking with the energy sector, and we are bringing the solutions that nature needs to strive and to help in this fight against climate change. So thank you. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much. And now we are going to experience something completely new. I never tried this before. We have so many speakers. I want to make a testimonial. So it will be like a marathon. And at a certain point, the executive vice president is going to arrive much earlier than we had planned. Just got a call. He's coming. So we will see. He has to be rushed to the airport afterwards, but we go and we follow our plan somehow. Flexibility is the most important characteristic these days. And so I would like to call Group 1, which is Marisa from BOEM, Dean from WWF, please come on stage, Salem Fakir, I don't see him, please, from the African Climate, Anna Rafsor, Anna, and Osama El Gabali. Perfect. Now, you want to know how it works? Well, we start actually with Marisa. You get the microphone, and then you pass it, okay? Good. And then I want it back.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Thank you so much, Antonella and Rachel, for the invitation to RGI and IUCN. It's really an honor to join you all today for the launch of RGGI. My name is Marisa Knodel. I am the Senior Advisor to the Director of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, which is an agency within the Department of the Interior at the United States. And we are responsible for the sustainable development of ocean energy on the outer continental shelf, which includes offshore renewable energy like offshore wind. Still good? Okay. And just a personal side note, I worked briefly at the Environmental Law Center at IUCN in Bonn, so this feels a little bit like a homecoming, so thank you. All right, so as the Ginger Framework acknowledges, we need to take swift action to advance renewable energy, to combat the climate crisis, and do so in a way that promotes best practices for biodiversity and conservation, and that's particularly true in the context for offshore wind. In the United States, we are working to meet those integrated goals by establishing the very first national goal for offshore wind, which is 30 gigawatts by 2030, and then 15 gigawatts of floating offshore wind by 2035. And we are well on our way to achieving that with 4 offshore wind lease sales just during this administration, opening up offshore wind potential on all of our coasts. And we've approved our very first 6 commercial scale offshore wind projects. And we're doing that all while to improve our permitting and engagement practices. In addition, the Department of the Interior is aiming to conserve 30% of America's lands and waters by 2030 as part of the America the Beautiful initiative. And I am honored to be here to join you all today for Ginger.
That's a good close.
Thank you. I'm going to be brutal and cruel.
Tell me, how long have I got, Antonella? 1 minute. Okay, starting from now. Okay. All right, so very pleased to be here. Key word in all of this, together. And I think that is a critical aspect that we're trying to join, to bring all of these different parties together who recognize the need for this link between energy and nature. As far as we're concerned, WWF, my name's Dean Cooper, I'm our global energy lead. I've been doing energy for 30 plus years, long time. So I know the situation, I know the issues, and to find the nature context, for me, coming to WWF was a real eye-opener. I've been talking about energy to other energy people, not to the broader world, and it's important to understand that. So our mission is to look at 100% renewable energy, but to do it faster, greener, and fairer. Faster, we'll talk about afterwards. It's got to be a lot quicker than 2050. Fairer, just energy transformation is critical. Greener is the important aspect. And I have to say thank you so much to Antonella for saying ocean. We've just put together a coalition linking energy and nature for action, because we want action. Think about your acronyms, that's clean, clean action. We're going to work together with ocean so that we have a joint activity achieving joint common goals.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is, I established the first country office in South Africa, and very nice to see Lucy, who still looks very young, and Vale, who is running it now. Oh, there we go. I'm learning new tricks. I run the African Climate Foundation, and it's really exciting to see that you're launching something that is needed on the continent. We are very active in a number of countries, and one of the main things we are looking is to combine the expansion of renewables with grid capacity. And I want you to please focus on that. It's important to have proper grid capacity if you want high levels of utility scale installation of renewables. This is the big challenge in South Africa at the moment. And watch South Africa's biodiversity, management of biodiversity, and the program, Renewables program. It's a big issue politically. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Anna. 2 numbers, because I have very limited time and I want to respect that. Renewables, we need to triple. We know this since just a few days ago. Second is grids. 80 million kilometers of new or grid replacements need to be rolled out by 2040 if we want to meet our net zero targets. That's an IEA number that's quite recent. So that's a lot of scale. That means that we need to bring that into the nature and the biodiversity dialogue. The Global Renewables Alliance was brought that I represent here was brought into life 1 year ago, unifying 6 industry associations across renewables: solar, wind, geothermal, hydro, green hydrogen, and storage, long-term duration storage. So we're bringing that together to show that the industry is taking that sustainability at heart and wants to work on that going forward.
Good morning, my name is Osama from Egypt, Ministry of Environment and the Migratory Soaring Birds Project. As you mentioned, the collaboration and partnership is crucial. Egypt has succeeded to take actions to conserve nature and the migratory birds in the second most important flyway for migratory soaring birds, in collaboration between Government of Egypt, represented by Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Electricity, BirdLife International, developers, and IFIs. We are conducting shutdown and demand for bird conservation. We are securing financial commitment from private sector by €1,000 per megawatt per year for bird conservation and protection of nature to make energy projects in Egypt are green projects and sustainable projects. Thank you.
Lovely. I think they need an applause. They were really good. Thank you very much. So we are going to group 2. And we are missing Minister Eamon Ryan. Well, we will start without him. What shall I say? In the zoo, it's difficult to get people. I must congratulate these 2 ladies here. Ladies are always stronger. Not. So let's get group 2. Hilde, please, from Statnet. Kaki, Anders, yes. The Philip, you are with us. Kate, and Dr. Fu, please. So you know the rules. And
We're terrified.
and you are missing the minister. Well, if you are lucky, actually, as he arrived. Oh, Maros, such a nice pleasure to see you again.
I don't see myself on the table, so you know.
You're always welcome. It has been ages since we met last. Please come. So Group 2 has lost a minister and has won an executive vice president of the European Union. So I guess you wait for a moment, because I know he has to rush to the airport, and you can sit down, you can relax. You will get the podium. Maros, I think we should actually introduce you to the Director General of UCN. You need a...
Thank you very much.
And the floor is yours. And before you go, we take a picture, all the speakers together. The floor is yours. You want this?
How long?
3 minutes.
Wow. Okay. That's
That was the deal.
that's why I have the good friends. You know, I mean, you have a special treatment, but. I really would like, first and foremost, to thank you for the invitation. And with Tina, we already had a couple of meetings. And you see she's permanently in a good mood. And that's a good sign she's ready for the presidency. Yeah. Because we need good Belgian presidency, because it would be a very, very demanding year. But you know, a couple of words on what you are going to discuss today: global initiative on for nature, grids, and renewables. I think that these 2 weeks here, of course, the big topic is not only how to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but also how to restore biodiversity. That we have to tackle these 2 crises at the same time. And how to do it in combination, that we would get more and more energy from renewables, so that we would gain more and more power through energy efficiency, and at the same time we will not forget about nature, we will not forget about biodiversity, because we need to do much better in all these respects. And I think you already heard the plans we have in Europe, and of course we've been very proud that the last year actually, for the first time, we produce more energy from solar and wind than from gas. And this is a tendency which is not going only to stay, it will gonna accelerate. And we will have by 2030 more than 1,000 gigawatts coming from wind and solar. And just to tell you how it compares with current capacity, currently we are at 400 gigawatts. So clearly this is the plan which will bring the European capacity from renewable energy to much higher proportions, and I think that our electricity mix by 2030 will be approaching 80% of renewables, which I think it's quite remarkable when we look where we started, and it proves that this technology works and that we can achieve much better results. What are the major problems and bottlenecks? And this is the topic of your discussion: how all these new wind mills, how all these new photovoltaic panels, which are now more and more on roof in Belgium, in Slovakia, everywhere in Europe, how to get them connected to the grid, how to reduce the number of rejections, which is still very high in Europe, because you put your solar powers on your house, and simply the transmission system operator tells you, you know, I cannot carry your current because simply our grid is not equipped for such an intermittent source, and we just simply need to avoid the situation to invest in renewables, and then we have to do so-called curtailing, meaning not using this renewable energy because we don't know how to get it to the consumers. So we need to upgrade our grids. We need to smarten them, we need to make them bidirectional, we need to digitize them, and of course we need to do it in total respect of the nature. So we look at it as how to deal with a win-win solution whereby renewable installation would provide benefits for the nature, and how can we do it to even use them for restoring the nature. So we already have the solutions where offshore wind installation would offer the space for the fish stock to recover. And the submerged parts of the installation would act as artificial reefs, providing new habitats for marine life. Wind turbines already have the technologies that can shut down when they detect approaching birds. So we would avoid unnecessary bird killing. And solar farms can become heavens for bees and other pollinators if combined with wildflower meadow vegetation. And I saw some of these projects, and it's really, really work. And of course, we need to simply bear always the nature and biodiversity in mind, where we are going to discuss how to improve grids, how to improve the infrastructure, and therefore the discussion you will have today will be also very important for us, because I know Tine, she's very smart lady, but she's a very good minister, and she would be very tough president of the council. And she will tell all of us, look, I heard this in Dubai, you have to be very careful, we have to build the grids that might be in full respect of the nature and biodiversity. Thank you very much for having me, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Maros. I would like to get all the speakers to come on stage for photos, and then we continue with our panels, okay?
Thank you. Thank you for having us, absolutely.
So,
Hello, Executive Vice President. How are you? Indeed, absolutely.
Now you found the competitor I have. Thank you very much. So with you, even the trains will go on time. I'm sorry. No. But otherwise, yeah. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Could you
He needs to go next because he has to leave to do something for Icky in the German government, the one tall guy in the middle.
yes. So, we resume our panel program, and I would like to start with the tallest in the panel. Who is the tallest? Ah, Philip. Okay. How nice.
Thank you so much. 1 minute. Okay, my name is Philipp Behrens. I'm from Germany, from the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, and in charge of the International Climate Initiative, the ICI. 3 reasons why your ambition is our ambition with regards to this initiative. First of all, we really need to increase renewables. In Germany, we have a target of 80% by 2030, and we strongly support the pledge to triple the capacity of renewables by 2030. In the International Climate Initiative, it's our program to support countries or developing countries, emerging economies, with regard to climate and biodiversity. And this is implemented by 2 or 3 ministries, one of which is the ministry I'm with, the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, also in charge of energy. But we're doing that jointly with our friends from the Ministry of Environment. So the integration of environment, biodiversity and climate is one of our main missions. And we're trying to implement that with different projects. 2 projects we just started or just selected were agri-photovoltaic, and one which we are starting today is on grid expansion. And I'm very grateful for being here. We support your initiative, and I hand over the microphone, right?
Second tallest?
I'm the second tallest? Okay. She told me. Okay, I'm Hilde Tonne. I'm the CEO of Statnett, the transmission system operator of Norway. We know that electrification and renewables are the keys to the climate crisis. We also know that there will be no transition without transmission. And then that is why we have put sustainability, as I started this job 2.5 years ago, we have put sustainability on top of our strategy, and nature positive is integrated into everything we do. We truly appreciate the initiative that you are doing here, and we very much appreciate being part of Ginger. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, I'm Kaki Andrews. I'm with Ocean Conservancy, and we are the co-lead for the offshore renewable energy sector of the UNFCCC Marrakesh Partnership, which is called for 380 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030 while ensuring net positive for biodiversity. We think the Ginger Initiative is both timely and critical because we have to do this together. We have to make sure we're scaling up renewables at the pace and scale that we need to meet our climate goals while also addressing the biodiversity goals. Ocean Conservancy looks forward to engaging with all the partners to make this effort a success. Thank you.
Perfect. Hi everyone, I'm Kate Wallace-Lockhart from SC Renewables. So obviously we know that energy is a product that people need, not something that they want, and we have a special privileged position to deliver it in a sustainable way. So if we think that actually from a renewables perspective, we're harnessing nature's resources, then we have a special obligation to protect nature at the same time and also focus on our own decarbonisation and how we prevent the filling of land use landfills, from resource use. Now, when it comes to Ginger, delighted to be here and to be part of the initiative. We need Ginger to do 3 things. Firstly, we need to all be calling for non-price criteria to be factored into how we deliver renewable assets. We need to stop penalising those that are committed to doing more from actually being able to deliver it. Secondly, we need to make sure that we have standardised methodologies. SSE Renewables is committed to biodiversity net gain onshore by 2025 onwards, and we've put our toolkit for quantifying biodiversity net gain into the public domain, completely open source with the toolkits and methodologies, everything. You can go use it, go on our website. And thirdly, we need to share data because nature is interconnected. Those 3 things.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Fu, coming from China, and I run 2 of the 3 major oil and gas petroleum companies in China in the past 40 years. Now I'm running carbon neutrality academy for the carbon neutrality. And I would like to state 4 concepts. First one, that one action is better than 1,000 promises. Action, action, action. Second, that the competing with climate change is an opportunity of growth, is opportunity of economics for long run. Don't look at the challenges or difficulties today, but tomorrow, if we are consistent fighting with them, we will be there with a green society. And third one, no country alone can fight for the climate change. We have to work together. Fourth one, that all those pushing forward is technology, investment technology. However, all those things need financial support, need business involvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we go to group 3, which is also our last group. We are doing very well. And we have mentioned that grids are important. I would like to say, yes, there is no transition without transmission, but in reality, the power is in the grid, all voltage. So my next group is, sorry, I need to read it because the upcoming presidency of the European Union. Tina, please come on stage. Giles, the best man of the wind industry, please. Irene Gomez, please. On stage, Rhiannon from Bird Life and Rasmus. And Eamon, what a lucky panel. Yeah. A bit late, but you made it. Thank you. So Imo doesn't know the rule. The microphone goes very fast, and if it doesn't move, I grab it. And let's start with Tine.
Thank you, Antonella. I'm going to begin with saying no to you. No, we are not a crazy alliance. We are ginger, and what is ginger? Ginger is spicy. You bring spice to the debate, to the conversation, to policy. So we are a spicy alliance. And when do you take ginger? If you want to boost your immunity system. And that is, of course, what's all about. Because we cannot have climate or energy security without doing it right. And doing it right means including nature from the beginning, from the design, not afterwards. We did it in Belgium with the energy island that we are building. We include nature measures in the beginning. And dear Antonella, I have a present for you. Maroš Šefčovič told me to be a tough president. I will be. I will give you my speech. And then in the upcoming 6 months, if whenever you think that I forgot what I've said here, then you can remind me with my speech.
Yes. Great. Thank you. I think I do Mr. Wind.
Thank you, Antonello. I'm Giles Dixon. I run Wind Europe. We represent all of the wind farm developers, owners and operators in Europe and the supply chain for both onshore and offshore wind. We tell our members they must minimize and mitigate the potentially negative nature impacts of wind farms, and that they must exploit ruthlessly the positive nature impacts of wind energy. Aquaculture, artificial reefs on the seabed, fish hotels. The Netherlands are farming oysters for the first time in 100 years, thanks to wind energy, for example. We set up the Ocean Coalition with RGI, and we are honored also to be a founding member of Ginger. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Irene from the Spanish TSO. The urgency of the climate crisis is that we need the grids to develop the renewables, but this is not a blank check. We have to design the grids with net positive impact. And I have to say that to measure this is a nightmare sometimes. So your initiative is a blessing, Antonella, is a blessing, Ethel, because we need standards. We need standards to measure. We need to compare, and we need to collaborate. So thank you for this remarkable initiative.
Thank you. Rhiannon?
Thanks, everyone. For those who don't know me, I'm Rhiannon Niven from BirdLife International, international global network of 120 partner organizations. And we're pleased to be a ginger ninja. Can I create that as a term? Ginger ninja, yeah. So we're here to, come together, bring BirdLife's expertise, our work around the world in bringing together tools. We have Avastep, a spatial mapping tool. We coordinate the Convention on Migratory Species Energy Task Force, bringing together multi-stakeholder platforms, and keen to keep working together, calling on the Belgium's minister's statement around ginger as has healing properties as well. Let's see if we can heal nature, people, and climate.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rasmus Goff. I represent the offshore wind developer Ørsted. I'm really pleased that finally we have plays on the name Ginger on the stage as well, because we don't have a code Ginger for nature and climate. We have a code Red, and therefore I think it's incredibly important that we triple renewables as soon as we can, at latest by 2030, of course. I think part of that, we need to see nature protection as a massive opportunity. I think avoiding and mitigating, very important, but achieving positive impacts, I think, is incredibly important too. I think it's important both for nature, but it's also important for the energy transition. It's a structural barrier potentially that can create opposition to the energy transition, and we need to make sure that we address that upfront. In Ørsted, we have a 2030 target that all of our projects will achieve net positive biodiversity impacts. We think that needs to be an industry standard practice. So thanks very much for this. We look very much forward to seeing both how you develop this initiative, but also how you bring other actors together, because I think coordination is incredibly important.
We do it together.
And I don't know what I'm doing here. What the whole thing is about? It's a beauty contest, or just two thoughts. The switch to renewables is centred to stopping the world burning. It's the peace project of our time. It's various aspects of this we need to get right. Firstly, for justice, the 650 million people in Africa, they have to get access to electricity first. In the likes of Europe, everywhere we start with the same principles. But in Europe, we have a real issue about speed now and about making sure nature is restored as we develop. And I think central to the characteristics of renewables which can make it work is it's distributed. It belongs to everyone. It's ubiquitous. But we need to involve communities. I was listening to you in The Hague 2 weeks ago. Yes. And I think what you said, Antonella, I've been repeating ever since. If we want to go fast, we have to include. We have to listen. We have to share, be transparent, and we have to put nature restoration into the mix. And not just the mix, it has to be center stage as we listen and develop and devise. I hope that's okay.
That's okay. You stay, you go, you go, you go, you stay, you go. And Rachel stays. So we have never done this before. It's like a speaking marathon. I don't know. Very great. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to all of you. Ginger is a new crazy idea. It comes out by two crazy women, you know? And up to now, we have been quite lonely in this journey. It was like a dream. It was a recognition that we need to go beyond competition into collaboration. Now we need all of your support to make it into a reality. These assessment criteria, these methodologies, there is a lot out there, but we need everyone to agree on what is valid and what is not. And so this is an open call to Tina, the upcoming presidency of the European Union, and one of the most active, those small member states in Europe, be our champions. Please, champion Ginger. You can take it whenever you have a cold, it's good, but we need champions. And so I hope that you will be the champions of Ginger, and together with IUCN, of course, Rachel, you can also come on stage. But we really like to make this something relevant for the entire world, and so that everyone can progress as quickly as possible. And because ladies have to go first, yes, then we take a man for inclusion.
Okay. So at the beginning of this, I said it had been a roller coaster. I think a lot of you didn't believe me. I think now you do. It has been a roller coaster, and I just want to repeat what I said at the beginning. No one region, no one group will win the climate challenge alone. If we're not together, we all lose. And that, for me, is the main thrust of Ginger. Let's do it together. Let's do it globally. Let's learn from each other. There's a lot of learning out there. There's a lot of challenges, but there's a lot of learning, and we can move really fast if we do it together. Thank you.
And it's all about the grid. And my neighbour's security is, if their security is enhanced, then mine is enhanced. That's why Africa and Europe have to be so much together in this. We're neighbours. But also in Europe, we're close by, we're close together. We need to trust each other and share with each other power, because that sharing and that collaboration is needed. And then you get down to the community. And this applies, that principle of working together, collaborating applies at every level, continental, national, and down to community.
You want the microphone?
I'm ready to be a champion, but you know, when you win championships, if you are a team, and also if you are many, many people who push you forwards and who push you over the line. So I count on you, and maybe I would say, you just give them a round of applause, those two crazy ladies. They call themselves crazy ladies. And I think that can be a little louder yet. Thank you for all you do. You can count on me.
Thank you.
Your last word.
Oh, thank you. Well, in IUCN is a union. So I'm very happy to see in this home of the union governments, non-governmental organizations, and people from different continents talking about renewables. I think that this is a good start. I want to thank Rachel because she has been a champion in IUCN, and you, Antonella, of course. This is not crazy at all. Ginger, I think that we will see many ginger everywhere in the world. I come from Latin America, so we also have to talk about renewable in different parts of the world because it's the only hope that we can have to improve. So thank you very much to all. And just to say, we have 70 events, 12 receptions in this pavilion, so you are all invited. Thank you. Thank you very much.
America very much so as well. In some ways, I think
This one, no. I have a proper mic. No, I don't. Hi, everybody. Welcome on behalf of BirdLife International to this side event at the IUCN Pavilion. Thank you, IUCN, for hosting us here. My name is David Halt. I'm the Senior Energy Policy Officer with BirdLife Europe and Central Asia. And we have a really interesting panel discussion here today to pursue this idea, this great challenge for our community of how we can best combine our efforts to roll out renewable energy as quickly as possible and at the same time halt and reverse biodiversity decline. We're going to start off, before I introduce the panel, with a very short video to get our ideas moving, and then I'll introduce the panel and we'll go into the debate. Thank you.
The global energy demand is expected to rise 30% by 2040. Meeting this target while fighting climate change means an increase in renewable energy. However, transitioning to renewable sources of energy, such as wind and solar, could negatively impact migratory species and their habitat. As an example, more than 300,000 birds could be killed annually in Canada and the US by ill-planned wind turbines. Migratory species are an integral part of nature and provide important functions such as pest control, pollination, and seed dispersal, and generate millions of dollars and jobs from a variety of sectors. Over 11 million hectares of natural land and more than 1,500 threatened species could be impacted by renewable energy infrastructure development. CMS, the Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species of Wild Animals, is an environmental treaty of the United Nations that established the Energy Task Force in 2015 to reconcile renewable energy and wildlife conservation. The CMS Energy Task Force is a platform where governments, multilateral environmental agreements, investors, researchers, and NGOs come together to share information, establish best practices, and promote innovative and responsible solutions. It is possible to achieve the goals of the Paris Climate Change Agreement while protecting migratory species and their vital ecosystem services. Together, clean energy and thriving migratory species mean a healthier future for people and nature. Learn more about the CMS Energy Task Force and how to join it by visiting our website.
Up here with the this mic. Is that okay? Can you hear me? With the hand mic then. I would prefer this and to pass this. Press. Okay, are we live now? Thank you. Before we go into the panel discussion, and before I introduce the panel, just a few remarks to reflect upon. As a global conservation community, we've already been working incredibly hard on very many fronts, on the UNFCCC's sister convention, the CBD, to tackle biodiversity threats from intensive agriculture, from forestry, from urban development, alien species, pollution, water extraction, a whole host of threats that many of us are very familiar with. And the speedy, massive renewables rollout that we really need in the next few years, unless it's done responsibly, risks becoming another threat, adding to that list of threats, especially to particularly vulnerable species, and we want to avoid that at all costs. And despite the Rio 92 principles, it's really interesting to go back to the framework convention and the agreement with the agenda and the treaties. We've not made the progress we needed to in the last 30 years, and we're recognizing from the climate perspective that lack of progress here in the GST process. So we have now a much bigger job to do than we did then. we need to move at a much faster speed on it. And the climate challenge is greater, the biodiversity challenge is greater too. So we're having to roll out renewables faster than we would have needed to had we started sooner. And that means it's even more difficult to do a huge job fast than to do a huge job at a more leisurely speed. And we're also having to do that in a world with substantially less biodiversity than we had 30 years ago. And that loss is accelerating. And the biodiversity we all form part of is even more vulnerable to climate impacts and to the human response to climate impacts. But we know renewables are essential to rid the planet of the colossal biodiversity impact posed by fossil fuel exploitation, direct impacts, and also, of course, what concerns us here, the emissions from fossil fuels. The Red Data Book of Birds and the State of Birds of the World report from BirdLife demonstrate that climate change is overall a far greater threat than our renewable energy sources. So the challenge is to move as quickly as possible from one energy system to another without adding unnecessarily to the burden on biodiversity, and also wherever we can, taking the opportunities that arise from this renewables expansion to slow the rate of extinction and even reverse that rate and restore nature. So we have a great opportunity in front of us, and we have a great panel here to help us explore this. Very exciting opportunities before us. We have 5 panel members. Let me introduce them to you. Starting immediately to my right, we have Warren Evans, who's a Special Senior Advisor on Climate Change with the Asian Development Bank. Then we have Amy Frankel, who's the Executive Secretary of the Convention on Migratory Species. We have Edie Juno, who's a forestry specialist with the National Wildlife Federation in the USA. Then we have Rachel Asante-Owusu, who's the Senior Program Coordinator with the IUCN. And finally, furthest to my right and to your left, we have Christina Simioli, who's the Program Manager for Offshore Energy and Nature with the Renewables Grid Initiative. And I'd like to start off really with an initial round. I'll give you all a chance to respond. What we'd like to do in this panel is a kind of global stocktake of progress on the renewables and nature agenda since the Paris Agreement. So let's look back, see what's happened over the last 5 to 7 years. Perspectives, experiences from your own organizations, from your own work, where the key achievements been in this area, your own and those of others, of the world collectively, in delivering against the Paris Agreement, bearing in mind that we want to deliver the Paris Agreement in ways which respect and benefit nature. So I'll do this conventionally to begin with. I'll give the first word to Warren, if you'd like to lead off on that, and I'll pass the microphone along. You just need to flick the switch up on the microphone to speak, and then you have the floor.
Thanks very much. Are we on? Yeah. Thanks very much, and it's an honor and pleasure to be here today, meeting some friends. I called somebody an old friend yesterday, and I was chastised for that because she wasn't really old. Friends from old days that I haven't seen for a while. So just to give you a little background on ADB, because not everybody knows the Asian Development Bank for some reason. We cover half the world. We cover sort of from Armenia on the European side across to Mongolia, and then everything south to the Cook Islands in terms of the developing countries in the region. 2 years ago, we upped our ante on climate commitments from $80 billion cumulative from 2019 to 2030 to $100 billion cumulative for that period of our own resources. And typically that means when you look at what gets invested on the ground with our funding, then you're usually looking at a 3 or 4 time leveraging. So that's about $400 billion worth of climate action over the next several years. It's about 65% mitigation, about 35% adaptation. And the additional $20 billion was actually mainly focused on the adaptation side, in particular, how do we shift what we're doing in sectors such as the urban sector, agriculture, water resource management, to really increase climate resilience through those investments. And a large bit of that will be investing in nature. So nature-based solutions are a big part of our plan going forward. But we're here to talk about the energy transition. And so ADB has very large portfolio of renewable energy, but equally we were working in some of the highest emitting countries to come to grips with how to decommission coal-fired power plants early. So at this COP, we just signed a framework agreement for the first transaction in Indonesia, where we'll actually take a very large coal-fired power plant and be able to refinance it, and by doing that, be able to close it down 7 years early. And if we can get a decent carbon market going with a decent price, we can take off another 2 or 3 years off the life of that coal-fired power plant. So a big part of what we're focused on is a large-scale initiative called the Energy Transition Mechanism. You're maybe familiar with the JETPs, it's linked with that, in countries like Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, Kazakhstan, potentially Pakistan, and others. On the renewable energy side, both solar and wind have been scaled up, both in our sovereign operations, our public sector lending, but also our private sector operations are very large. In fact, our private sector Director General just signed an $8 billion MOU that is focused on renewable energy and energy efficiency over the next few years. So these are large volumes of money. There's a lot at stake, and we know that. It's a big part of our focus. But then the question is, how do we make sure that when we invest in, for example, the first large-scale solar and wind in Cambodia, when we invest in other areas, how do we make sure that we do protect the natural resource base that the communities rely on, the countries rely on, and the globe relies on? And so I'm going to wait until the next go-around to say how we do that. Or how we're trying to do that. But it is integral to everything we do, not just from a safeguard point of view, but how do we do good? It's not just not do bad, but how do we do good? And we've gone through it. We've reorganized in just July 1st in order to really focus on that. So everything we do now is looked at through a climate lens and a private sector lens, because we all know that we've got to mobilize a lot more private capital to make this all work. So ADB's gone through a major transformation in this direction, and this will be the focus for the future. We have to look at everything we do through a climate lens. Everything we finance has to have a climate focus, or it's going to fail. So that's where ADB stands right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Warren. Really interesting to hear that a multilateral development bank restructuring to face this agenda. Amy, from your perspective in an international convention on migratory species, how have we done? How have we done, and how have you guys done, do you think, in the last few years on this agenda?
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and to see friends that we've known for a long time.
I am.
I'll include myself in the... no, so the first thing is, what is CMS, just to make sure everyone is aware? So the Convention on Migratory Species is one of the global biodiversity treaties of the UN, and our focus is on the billions of animals on the planet that cross boundaries of nations every year. It is really, it epitomizes why we need a treaty, a UN treaty, because if these species live in different countries, and some of them live in 30 or more countries that could be thousands of miles apart, you need to have cooperation among governments. Each government cannot address the conservation needs and the threats alone. So it's a wonderful treaty. It's our lens into this world that we're talking about. Now, the second point, in terms of how we're doing, we're actually going to launch a major report that we did with the UK government On the 10th of December, it's at 10 a.m., 10 to 10:30 in the press room 1, and it's showing that the predicted impacts of climate change on migratory species, there's now a lot of evidence that it's happening now. We see, changes going on. We see changes to habitat, and remember, they need habitat, specialized habitat, for where they breed, where they feed, and the places that they travel through and stop over. It's also affecting their timing. So the timing of when species start to migrate, if it's disrupted, they might end up in a place where they need to normally fuel up. And if there's not enough prey there, not enough food, then they can't make it all their way to their normal grounds. So it's a serious issue. It's also serious because it undermines the solutions for biodiversity and climate change, because migratory species, of course, you saw in our film, they're an integral part for ecosystems and part of the solution for climate mitigation and adaptation. So this brings me to where we are today in this discussion, and I really believe, and I'm confident when I say that this is the right place to be. This is the right discussion that we're having. And it needs to happen more and more, which is the nexus of climate change and biodiversity, because the drivers of environmental change are the same. If we look at what's causing global climate change, what's causing biodiversity loss, what's causing pollution, it's the same drivers. So we can't address it in a piecemeal solution. And just like migratory species remind us of the way that nature is meant to work, which is across political boundaries, we can't have silos. And this is the way the humans are. We develop silos for how we take decisions, and we have different ministries, we have different laws, we have different COPs, we have different people who talk about these different issues, and nature doesn't work that way. So this discussion is critical. If we're going to address both climate change and biodiversity loss, we have to do it in a holistic way. This brings me to this initiative we have, which the ADB, I'm happy to say, is a very strong member of, as well as BirdLife and many others. It's a multi-stakeholder, and the World Bank, by the way, and the IFC, and the EBRD, so we have a lot of good folks at the table. It's called the Energy Task Force. Because while we need to scale up renewables, rapidly and massively, we cannot do that and sacrifice the habitat and biodiversity that we also need. And this is a real problem. It's not just a theoretical one. And I have been in conversations with governments, and these are some of the governments of the world that are most on the forward edge of protecting the environment. And they'll say, sorry, Amy, we have to sacrifice migratory species because we have to put renewables in. It's our most urgent priority. And that's just not the right way. So we need to not take that path. We need to get quickly, though, the data and the information and the policy we need to make sure that doesn't happen. So ETF is a very pragmatic initiative. I love these kinds of solutions because it brings people together that realize we just need to get the right kind of information to the right decision makers at the right time, and that's what ETF does. And we can talk a little bit more about exactly how we work. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave.
Improving the knowledge base and getting governments to join up between ministries in policy and delivery, crucial arguments, I think, for within the climate space, the climate and biodiversity joint agendas, recognized by IPCC and IPBES, that the need to join those together. Edie, from your perspective as a forestry specialist looking into this debate, this renewable energy and nature debate, what have you guys learned in the National Wildlife Federation in recent years?
Thank you. So the National Wildlife Federation is a conservation organization that works both in the US and internationally in collaboration with our 52 state and territorial affiliates. And we have been working for a long time on developing safeguards to ensure that energy development is wildlife friendly, is community supportive, and meets multiple objectives simultaneously. So I think first, I'd just say that I think I'm really excited about this growing awareness, whether we're talking about in the IPCC reports, in this COP, certainly we're seeing it, of the multiple roles. We kind of went from a kind of maybe blindness or not paying much attention to nature's role to a little bit of maybe carbon tunnel vision on the mitigation opportunities. And increasingly we're thinking about, how nature both through natural climate solutions and through renewable energy development that is responsible and sustainable and incorporates nature, can move us, forward toward, again, multiple goals, adaptation and mitigation simultaneously. I think there's also this growing appreciation of the risks of some strategies. So, for example, again, with large-scale bioenergy, which has played a role in a lot of modeling by the IPCC and elsewhere in the past, there's also an appreciation that there are real constraints and limits on water availability, land use, and land conflict, and even potentially, indirect land use change pressures that could exacerbate climate change by, resulting in loss of other natural habitat or intact habitat. So, again, this growing need to identify these areas of concern and these areas where we really need to be thoughtful and careful as we're moving forward. And just, again, in general, in the U.S., we've been working to identify all types of safeguards and guidance for multiple types of renewable energy. Thank you.
For those thoughts, and it's good also to hear recognition that we've been making some mistakes in this process. We should be learning from those, looking forward, and also from the developed world, the industrialized world, in passing the challenge and looking at the challenge jointly with the developing world. The need to not repeat the errors that industrialized humanity has made. So I think there's some, looking forward to the next round, we can maybe draw some of those ideas out. Rachel, within the IUCN, how are you guys seeing what's happened in the last 5 to 6 years since Paris? How are we doing on this agenda?
Thank you very much, David. I'm not going to describe IUCN because it's actually literally written on the board there in a much more eloquent way than I could. I think when you ask me, okay, how are we doing? How do we see it? Like all things in life, it depends where you're looking at it from. It's all about perspective, right? So if you are looking at it at the transition towards renewable energy from a European, North American perspective, there's a lot that's been done. We're not there yet, but it's moving. We've moved from my first COP actually in Glasgow, where there was a recognition that we need to tackle the biodiversity and the climate crisis together, to COP28, where there's a recognition that we can't actually tackle the climate crisis without tackling the biodiversity crisis, because we need those healthy ecosystems as carbon sinks and to help our adaptation work. But what I would say is really missing if we want to scale this up globally is a way to monitor and assess and to find frameworks where we can all agree what good practice looks like. And that's one of the key reasons why in the event just before this, we IUCN with RGI, the Renewable Grid Initiative, launched Ginger, the global initiative for nature, grids and renewables, because we need to be able to develop these monitoring and assessment frameworks so that countries that are coming into the transition journey can see what's happening, what works, why it doesn't work, and also the European and North American region, which really needs to succeed in this journey. We're looking at the front runners to succeed, to give us that encouragement that they can show us with the metrics what they're doing, how they're succeeding, and what success looks like. Thank you.
2 minutes on the dot. Impressive timekeeping, Rachel. Amazing. So I'll pass across to you, Christina. Focused very much within Europe, and feel free to go outside the offshore space as well if you wish. But there's an initiative, Renewables Grid Initiative, which has been doing some very interesting things. What do you think you've achieved for this wider agenda within that space in the last few years?
Thank you very much, David. So first of all, well, we have to acknowledge that there has been progress. So in terms of ambitions, so we see renewables developers ambitions of becoming a nature positive, which still needs to be defined. I mean, what does this mean? And this relates to what Rachel just said. But we see ambitions that are very important. We see topics like ecology being introduced in many meetings, events, discussions where we talk about renewables, and this is already a very important progress. We see collaborations, and we see many collaborations, and I work for the Renewables Grid Initiative, which actually has collaboration in its own DNA, because it's a collaboration between transmission system operators and NGOs. So collaborations are very much needed. Here at COP, I think we have heard about many initiatives being launched where industry players, renewables industry players, and NGOs, environmental and climate NGOs, have decided to join forces. And this is a huge progress because this means that actually we recognize that we cannot do this in isolation. So, and another element, so renewables also means grids. So you can say it as you pleases you, but we say there is no transition without transmission, or we sometimes say no grids, no party. But basically, when we look at the renewables infrastructure development, we also have to consider actually the electricity grid infrastructure development. And these are both are going to have impacts. And there is commitment, and here I finish my first intervention, there is commitment from these industries, but also, as Rachel just said, there is a need to have common matrix to basically avoid any greenwashing. We need to understand what the actual impacts on biodiversity is, and this will be positive, negative, so we want to reduce the negative impacts, but also all the claims about being nature positive. We will need then metrics, we will need data. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Can we pass it back to the middle of the panel? We'll start the second round with you, Edie, and then we'll go back that way, and then all the way back this way. So now, looking ahead to the result of this global stocktake at this COP, and there'll be another one within 5 years. It'll come very, very quickly. And we also have a global stocktake process, thankfully, in the new global biodiversity framework. So looking ahead to those, imagine that we're now already there in the next global stocktake. What should we have done by then? And what will be the difficulties on the way in this arena where they were talking about bioenergy, we're talking about offshore, onshore grids, how to deliver all of this, making sure we slow down, reverse, and hopefully recover the diversity of nature. From your perspective, Edie, then we'll go to Rachel and so on.
Sure. Thanks, David. I think we're really hoping for a strong outcome from the global stocktake this year. Hopefully that is, the kind of initial element that we achieved here that really connects these two agendas of addressing biodiversity, the biodiversity crisis, and the climate crisis. I think I'd kind of just really build on Rachel's point about knowledge transfer. That seems to be, there's so many moving pieces here. These are very often, when we're talking about transmission or renewable energy generation and siting, these are very context and site-specific undertakings, and there's multiple jurisdictions that are going to be involved. There are, these big questions that Amy alluded to about, migratory patterns across entire continents and so many different parts. So I think really just finding ways to really scale up our ways of sharing knowledge, exchanging knowledge, and helping to build capacity city to city, state to state, country to country, region to region.
Thank you, Edie. In Spanish, we have a saying, I work in Spain, hablando se entiende la gente. When people talk to each other, they understand each other better, but you have to actually start to talk to each other. So I think that's a really important point for us to bear in mind for these talks. Are people really understanding each other? Yeah. Is there enough empathy in the negotiation spaces here? Rachel, over to you. Looking back from the future, what do we need to have done?
I think one of the things we'll need to do is to build trust. I think trust is going to be crucial. And that's because there's going to be a lot of competition. There's going to be competition around supply chains, and there's going to be competition around raw materials. In the European context, the ambition is that 10% of raw materials for the renewable energy sector will come from Europe. That means 90% is not coming from Europe. Factor in the other countries and the other regions that want to start moving into and need to move into the transition away from fossil fuel to renewable energy. We need to be able to find some collaborative ways to solve the supply chain issue and to solve the raw material issue, and that's going to take trust. But I want to say one thing, because whenever we talk about raw materials, it becomes very much a negative about renewable energy. And I think what we have to remember as well is there's an awful lot of mining and extraction going on around the fossil fuel industry. There's an awful lot of coal that's being mined every single day. So it's not to say somehow that the move towards renewables is going to vastly increase extraction. We're going to be extracting different things, and we're going to be extracting them from different places. And we need to find a way to work at this collaboratively in a way that everybody feels that they are winning on some aspects. We don't all win on everything, but we find a way where people feel they're winning on different aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. We pass along to Christina. So that here we have person and an initiative working in the European space. How can we overcome the barriers that we create within Europe, or that other influences create within Europe, to try and move this forward as best we can, this joint renewables and energy agenda in the coming years by the next global stocktake?
So 2 aspects. So first one, siting. So you might have heard that in Europe, renewables acceleration areas have been introduced. And the idea is that in those areas, you can, because of low environmental sensitivity, you can actually avoid doing an environmental impact assessment. And then this means also that you're not doing any stakeholder engagement process. Now, this is not the way forward, because renewables, I mean, we need speed, but speed cannot be done sacrificing environmental regulation, and this is key. So we need to make sure that the renewables that we're developing them in the best possible way, and acceleration does not mean environmental deregulation. And I hope that this will be one message. Then there are ways in which we can actually integrate ecology from the very early stages of projects. For instance, in Europe, renewables auctioning, so the capacity that member states they put in tender, there is an introduction of known price criteria, meaning that ahead of us, we cannot just put price as the only criteria. Known price criteria can be, for instance, the solutions that the developers propose in terms of nature protection, or it can be also aspects like, for instance, the need to share data, and data is fundamental for the scientific community. So those are very practical examples on how governments can actually make sure that we develop the renewables that are needed, but at the same time, this is done in the best possible way.
Thank you, Christina. As the microphone comes back towards Amy, I think there's a very interesting point to draw out from what Christina was saying there. Are we reaching the stage where the competitive edge is doing more for nature? And this is turning ideas almost on their head, where the competitive edge was destroying nature. So are we, in some ways, moving into a new kind of paradigm in that sense? As another debate. But anyway, I'll leave it there. Amy, from your perspective, CMS, I know, has a lot of plans moving forward. How we going to dodge the barriers that might be in our way to try to get what we're after? Renewables, nature positive.
Right. Couple of quick thoughts on that. The first, and Basil will not be surprised to hear me say this, is connections. Okay, so the first thing we need to do, and I talked about how species cross borders, they connect people, they connect places. But when we do renewable energy, there's two different kinds of connection I want to bring to mind. One is that wind farms can disrupt connection. So wind farms can disrupt the flight paths of birds and bats, and in the offshore can also create problems for species there. So we need to think carefully about where we site wind farms, and this is again getting back to the ETF, the Energy Task Force. Some of what we do is a very technical level, which is to map. There's tools that can be used to map what are the best areas for wind potential, what are the migratory routes, and how can we therefore site in places that will avoid that conflict. And if that kind of planning can be brought in early on, it relates to the spatial planning target 1 of the Global Biodiversity Framework, then we've already saved money. We're ensuring that there's good operation and avoiding creating problems that were unintended. The second point of connectivity is that if we act, let's say, in Europe, and in Europe where we're based in Bonn, and everyone does beautiful job on this, and they put all the right renewable farms, in the right places, but it's not happening in other places along the flyway. Well, those birds are not going to make it to Europe if the African Eurasian flyway is not treated as a connected highway, which is what it is. And so this is another example of how countries need to work together to make sure that this is not just happening in little bubbles. I think those are my main points for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. And finally, I'm going to look at you, Warren, and call you the money man. From the banking sector, particularly the multilateral banking sector, potential risks ahead, and how can we avoid them in moving forward on these joint agendas? Well,
thanks. The good news, I'm going to build on what Amy just said, and first I want to say that I agree with all the points that were made in terms of need for more information, connectiveness, and partnerships. To me, the key thing is the partnerships. And so we aren't starting from zero. ADB partnered with BirdLife to develop a tool called AviStep, which is exactly what you were just talking about, which is understanding what the wind opportunities are and what the risks are in terms of birds and bats, and using that as a siting tool for siting wind farms. And we've completed it in 5 countries. Sorry. If you're asking about where we need to be in the future, we need to have that in all of our countries. We need a tool like that that's easy to use, that small scale, large scale investors in wind can very quickly understand where they should and should not be looking at wind farms, and governments need it to be able to regulate. And so that tool is developed. We will be rolling it out in other countries in the coming years, and that's so I've already made my commitment. The second one is on migratory birds, again in partnership with BirdLife and with the East Asia Australasia Flyway partnership. We launched about Glasgow, I think. We launched what we call the Regional Flyway Initiative, because there's too many long words in the real name. And this is involving the identification of, initially we were thinking the 50 most critical habitats, wetlands, mangrove areas for the migratory birds that go from New Zealand up into the Arctic, and a very wide swath. Well, the critical habitat for them right now that's most heavily degraded is the South China Sea, the wetlands in South China Sea, in China, in Cambodia, in Vietnam, Thailand, Myanmar, Philippines. So this project is a long-term investment program, $3 billion to rehabilitate the top 50 wetlands. And the important thing there is it's not just for the biodiversity, it's not just for the migratory birds, but it's for the local communities. It's for jobs. It's for water resource management, everything you get by wetland restoration. And what we've found is that we wanted to limit it to 50, but that wasn't reasonable. So I think now we're talking 120 sites. So this is large-scale, multi-country, large money. We need lots of partners to come in to actually finance these activities, but it is happening. And so these are the kind of initiatives that I think can, if everybody gets behind them and pushes in the right direction, and we make sure that local governments understand the benefits to them, then I think we can get these kind of investments made at scale. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We've concluded the first part of our session with 2 rounds from our panel. Over to you and our audience. Would anyone like to raise a point, ask a specific or general question to the panel? We have plenty of time, so maybe I'll look at the technical desk at the back. Do we have another microphone for the? So we'll need to share the microphone between the panel and the public. Okay, I can run, or Rhiannon, even better. BirdLife team.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Rania. I'm from Oman. I work for the only environmental NGO. And this is such an interesting session because Oman is, like the other countries, is very much moving towards renewable energy, maybe still early stages in comparison to Europe. And actually, some of our work does involve birds. So this is very, I can relate to most of what you're saying. But I'm interested to know if there are any similar case studies for other species, just on a like shallow basis. I'm just curious to know if there are any measures done for example, marine mammals, turtles, because these are also the species that we do conservation work with. Thank you.
Who from the panel would like to pick that up? Rachel, Amy?
So I'm not an expert, but I work for IUCN, so I stand on 16,000 experts with different specialities. We provide guidance, but what we've also started to do now is to reach out to our state members and to start asking them, okay, what type of specific skills and expertise do you need, and starting to constitute expert teams around that. So we'll go to our Species Survival Commission, or we'll go to our Environmental Law Commission and start providing that sort of guidance. And we're beginning to write those up in case studies as well. And we've also started to also work with companies, because we provide guidance, but we've got to know what works on the ground, and we've got to know when we are pushing but not asking for too much. And so that I think if you go onto the IUCN website, if you contact me, I'm happy to put you in touch with the experts that I'm sort of standing on the shoulders of. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, for that offer. Amy, and I know Warren wants to come in. Sounds like we may have a potential new IUCN member in Oman that we could recruit. Are they already there? Oh, fabulous, fabulous. Amy.
Yes, just so the Energy Task Force, basically the focus is on renewable energy, although it can even be more expansive than that. We wanted to set priorities. The very first priorities we set were on wind farms and power lines, actually, and more on land-based. But we're now moving to look at offshore, especially with wind, and definitely impacts on species, mammals in particular, but many others. Light pollution, by the way, noise pollution, disruption of habitat in terms of installation, the exploration issues in terms of siting and the equipment that comes in are all issues that we're looking at. So. I think this is, as ETF starts to grow its work and expand, and I hope to scale up in keeping with the timing that we need to scale. That's absolutely a key issue. I mean, there's a lot more investment offshore. I just want to also note there was a panel actually earlier this morning over in the business one of the business pavilions, and I also want to just bring a really good news to you, which is that there's a lot. That panel had private sector, a major global energy company, the World Business Forum for Sustainable Development was there. The wind farm, wind energy people were there. So private sector's talking about this too. And you know, I think the main thing we have to make sure is that we don't say, oh, that's too hard. You know, we've just started thinking about climate. We can't think of biodiversity, but we have to, you know. So sorry, it might be a little hard, but we actually have very concrete solutions, and a lot of people are thinking about this. And I really predict this is going to be a fast-moving train.
Warren, go ahead.
First off, I want to congratulate the conservation community. It was only in Glasgow. I was so happy I was invited to talk at a Ramsar event. That had never happened before. I've been going to these climate COPs forever, and finally just 2 years ago. So I think in 2 years there's been a lot of progress. In response to your question, I would suggest maybe take a look at, there's a good example of a long-standing conservation partnership called the Coral Triangle, which covers much of Philippines, Indonesia, PNG. I mean, it's a huge, vast marine area. And now we're talking about offshore wind in that area. So you've got the combination of coral bleaching from climate change and now offshore wind. So what we're looking at from our side is more at the national level. What are the policy frameworks and regulatory frameworks required for putting in offshore wind? So they start thinking about it before the construction starts. But in our region, we're going to see offshore wind start popping up all over the place really soon. And so this is an urgent issue, and it does have real impacts on particularly marine protected areas. So it's a good question.
Thanks, Warren. I know at the far end, Christina would like to come in. And whilst the microphone is getting there, a thought to maybe prompt other questions. We have regulatory frameworks, and we have governments who ignore the regulatory frameworks and don't insist on what they should insist on when talking to big renewable businesses. We have problems like that in Europe. So I think we need to see leadership from the business community, where we have multinationals who are behaving very well in some places, and where it's easier for them to behave badly in others. Sadly, they are still doing it. So we need to work on those standards within the business community. Sorry for that interruption, but Christina, to answer the question.
Absolutely agree. So just wanted to say that actually together with BirdLife and other IUCN and other 30 partners, we have a project called Offshore Coalition for Energy and Nature. And the objective is actually to find solutions to accelerate the deployment of renewables, offshore wind, and at the same time find solutions that are in compliance with the achieving protection, but now also restoration objectives, because it's the next challenge. Your question is very good, because actually there are many different platforms where you can find mitigation measures. As a coalition, what we're trying to do, bringing wind developers, NGOs, environmental and climate, because I mean, I have to say that sometimes, I mean, we do not totally agree on the prioritization, and the transmission system operator is to collect those practices and to collect all these mitigation measures and to understand how we can agree upon them, because that's the main challenge of, for instance, offshore developments, but also when developments are on land, is to look also at the cumulative impacts. So we are not just looking at renewables, we are looking at the grid infrastructure, we are looking at nature, but underwater and above water. But then we are also looking at all the other activities that are happening in the same area. And so this is, I mean, a challenge that we are not responding to alone, and we are doing it, I mean, then joining forces, but understanding what the mitigations measures are out there. For mammals, for instance, I mean, you can have bubble curtains. So when you do the piling, actually you do you use the bubble curtains in order to reduce the noise. And of course, you do the piling also in seasons that you're sure that are not going to impact them. So there are measures, but we need as much as possible to share them and to agree upon them. So.
Thank you. I'm going to, before coming back to Rachel, I'm going to see if there's another question from our audience. So we'll take two. They're very quick ones. And Rachel, you can pick it all up. Okay. So we'll take this question, then the other one over this side. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much for this panel. It's been so fascinating. My name is Jessica. I also work at the National Wildlife Federation in the U.S. And I'd love to pick up on something you said about kind of engaging local governments, something that I work on and we think about a lot at the National Wildlife Federation. We work on this issue at a very state and local level. So I would love to hear your thoughts on kind of, I know it's important we scale what works, but also how do you downscale? How are you sharing this information at the state and local level? In the US, we find a lot of kind of very local pushback against renewables because of the concerns around, reducing access to wildlife, hurting local nature reserves. So I would love to hear kind of your thoughts about how you get this information into the hands of the local community so you can build that support for renewables and protecting nature on the ground.
Okay, very clear question there. And right over here, we have a question, and we'll take replies to both. Anyone from the panel who wants to reply to both questions, and then we'll draw it to a close.
So Fiona Ryan from National, Fiona Ryan, I forget the name of my organisation at the moment. Yeah, I come from Queensland, Australia, and, all these issues are coming up in Australia. In Queensland, it's particularly, there's the best wind resource. I mean, they're going to promote us as a global renewable energy superpower because we have a good wind resource, we have a good solar resource. And so the local environmentalists are very worried what this looks like on the landscape. And it seems that the best wind resources are on the ridges, on the high ground, which is where the remnant vegetation is. And if you're going to put in a giant wind turbine, you need a very wide road to get it in. So that affects the wind turbines. So I was wondering about where there's that financial pressure to put the wind farms in these that may be high conservation value areas.
Thank you, Fiona. So we have two questions there to wrap the panel up. The local perspective, how we bring this in, and in these especially valuable, sensitive areas where there's also very high wind resource, how do we tackle those issues? Who'd like to pick that up first? Rachel.
I'm going to answer the first question because actually that was what I was going to say, is that there is a responsibility for companies on making sure that their practices and commitments are adhered to no matter where they are operating, but there's also responsibility on governments. And we shouldn't forget that, because it also, we've got to advocate to governments, and sometimes for companies it's a very uncomfortable position to ask them to advocate. And when you talk about cumulative impacts, you need strategic plans, and the only group that have those often are governments. So we shouldn't forget about the role of governments. And I think it is about providing them with tools, also providing them with examples to show that it is possible, it is economically feasible, and it does help their communities. So it's about tailoring the message correctly. And in terms of operations, from the IUCN perspective, we always look at the mitigation hierarchy, and the first step in the mitigation hierarchy is avoidance. There are some places where you simply should not be putting renewable energy in this, and that works for renewable energy, the same argument for oil and gas, the same argument for all big infrastructure. We've got to start doing more spatial planning and looking at where the go areas are, but that will also show us where the no-go areas are as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Anyone else like to pick up these two questions? Quick responses, please. Edie?
I'll just quickly add, yeah, I think it's so key, right? This community engagement piece, when we have early, often, and meaningful opportunities for engagement and inclusion in these decision-making and siting processes, we're going to be able to identify areas of concern, and that includes wildlife conflict and biodiversity conflict, and we're therefore going to be able to help build that buy-in and address those. And I think we also should just emphasize again, in all contexts, the need to ensure that we have the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples and are doing this with a rights-based approach. Again, there may be some areas where there's just simply, it can't happen, it shouldn't happen, whether that's bioenergy or other types of development. So I think just really emphasizing those 2 points about this early and often engagement and truly participatory processes, and then, making sure that we're respecting rights and sovereignty.
One more quick reply, and then we'll close.
Okay, so I used to work in the U.S. Senate, and there was a wind farm being proposed known as Cape Wind. I don't know if you've heard of that, but it raised huge issues. And not just, the local community were like millionaires who had beautiful homes in Nantucket. So, when we talk local community, people don't like these things in their backyards. What we found with the ETF is that if there is good consultation with local communities and explaining, and in terms of where things are put and where they're not, it's an incredibly important step to ensure that there's a successful investment and not protests and so forth that can shut down an investment. So that's one key thing. But the last thing I'll say is maybe a little thought-provoking, but we shouldn't be putting Band-Aids onto issues. Like here we're saying, oh, we have to fix the climate problem, so we have to do this. And that if that is going to then harm nature, it's undermining, natural systems. We need to go back to the drivers. What are the drivers of global environmental change? And as I said in my first remarks, those are in common for climate issues, for biodiversity loss, and let's not lose sight of that, because that's what we all need to be addressing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close the panel here by giving them all one challenge, and we're all going to do some MRV. Some monitoring, review, and verification. So by next COP, what will your organizations guarantee to do so that we can measure you when we come back next year in this space? And the most concrete, on-the-ground offers, please, so that we can measure you and say, this did happen, well done, you've fulfilled your commitment.
I can make 2 commitments. One is that AviSTEP will have another 2 countries covered by the next COP. And the second is we launched a Nature Solutions Finance Hub yesterday with a range of partners. And I think that a year from now, we can say that we've mobilized at least $500 million for investments in nature.
Wow, we got the bar high there. So quick replies. Pass the mic on quick after your response.
Yeah, this is an easy one. We have our 14th Conference of the Parties of the CMS. It's happening in February. And at that COP, we will be launching the first ever global partnership on ecological connectivity. So come join us.
Thank you.
The Federation will continue to work to kind of help catalyze the development of projects that demonstrate these principles, these responsible development principles that we talked about today, and to continue to shine light on these trade-offs and areas where a lot more research knowledge is needed, whether again that's bioenergy or whether it's these opportunities for win-wins, and we're talking about pollinator habitat under solar or combining natural infrastructure and transmission corridors, all these sorts of opportunities.
Thank you, Edie. Over to you, Rachel.
The global initiative on nature, grids and renewables will be launched. We will have, at least in a draft form, criteria so that state members will be able to look and assess what good practice means from the private sector, what they should be asking for, and how they can monitor it. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. To Christina.
Thank you very much. I mean, Rachel's commitment is my commitment too, because it's RGI and IUCN together. But then I also have the Offshore Coalition for Energy and Nature, and on offshore wind in particular, we will be looking at the metrics, understanding the impacts, but also we will be doing this work of collecting mitigation measures so that we will have an overview of everything that is out there, why it works, how effective it is, and what needs to happen for governments to implement them. And this also requires BirdLife, IUCN, so it's our commitment overall. Thanks.
Thank you to all of you. I'm looking at you in the audience. So there you are. You heard it. Measure, review, and verify them on those pledges. Thank you so much for your participation. And I'm going to conclude just by saying that we've heard a lot of things which I think are crucial elements of what we're trying to do: the coordination, the connections, the lessons, the trust, the knowledge. And these are all elements of what we are as a tribal species. And let's try and make the best of who we are as a tribal species and not the worst of who we are as a tribal species. Homo sapiens, not Homo non-sapiens. Thank you very much.
세션은 동시 통역으로 이루어집니다. 세션이 끝나면 리시버는 자리에 놔두시면 감사드리겠습니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The session will begin soon. After the session will be proceed with the simultaneous translation. So we will provide the simultaneous translation. After the session, please leave the receiver on your chair, please.
안녕하십니까? 박수. 예. 한국의 최남단 보물섬 제주에서 왔습니다. 제주 특별자치도 탄소 중립 팀장 현광민입니다. 감사합니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Hyun Kwang-min, the today's MC, and he is the Deputy Director from the Environmental Policy Department from Jeju Provincial Government in South Korea. The Jeju is located the southernmost island in Republic of Korea.
지금부터 글로벌 탄소 중립 도시 제주 실현을 주제로 제주 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 먼저 본 행사를 위해 참석해 주신 발표자 및 패널 분들을 소개해 드리겠습니다. 한광용 사단법인 나를 만나는 숲 연구 담당님이십니다. 그냥 그대로. 김한기 한국에너지기술원 분산에너지실장입니다. 조한나 KEI 연구위원이십니다. 어제에 이어서 또 고생하십니다. 그리고 강명균 제주특별자치도 환경정책과장입니다. 김창세 제주특별자치도 혁신산업국장님 소개해드리겠습니다. 좀 와주셔야 돼요. 아직도 안 됩니까? 동시통역? 지금 동시 통역이 잘 안 되고 있는 것 같네요. 예. 그럼 먼저 그냥 하시죠. 예. 죄송합니다. 예.
Okay, we will provide the simultaneous interpretation during the session. However, there is some technical problem, so please understand us. We will proceed in Korean first, and then in the middle of the session, the simultaneous interpretation will be provided.
그럼 먼저 첫 번째 주제 발표가 있겠습니다. 김한기 에너지 실장님의 주제 발표가 있겠습니다. 큰 박수로 모셔오면 감사드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Hello everyone, my name is Han-gi Kim from the Korea Institute of the Energy Research, and also I'm included in the Jeju Global Research Center, which is located in the eastern side of the Jeju Island. We are focusing on the renewable energy and how to make carbon neutrality in the Jeju Island. So without the simultaneous transition in this session, I'm not good in English, but I will make my presentation with English to understand of the other visitors. So I will start my presentation. Not working? Right, so
check.
Okay, let me talk about the carbon-free island, the background of the carbon-free island in the Jeju Island. At the first time, the Jeju Island has a very good nature. So we have to preserve our nature and we have to develop the renewable energy for the sustainability in Jeju Island. So the background of the CFI is based on the nature environment of the Jeju Island. We have a triple crown about the Jeju natures. And also there is a big problem about 10 years ago, there is a blackout problem in Jeju Island. So we need to make an independent energy system in Jeju Island. So nowadays there is a HVDC, the grid line to supply the energy from the mainland to the Jeju Island. But without the HVDC grid system, we want to make a sustainable energy system on the Jeju Island. So the project about the CFI is begun based on the independent energy system for the sustainable Jeju Island. So about 10 years ago, at the 2012, we announced the carbon-free island Jeju by 2030 in Jeju Island. And for the 10 years, we make a new strategy about the energy system, renewable energy system, and how to make a sustainability in the Jeju Island. And also based on some of the problems during the CFI, the project, we make a modification plan at the 2019. So nowadays, the project is progress based on the revised the plan to make a bigger and better the goals. So the first is that the major or core value about the carbon-free island. The carbon-free island is based on the growth and the clean, because the Jeju Island has a nice weather and the nature and nice environment. So we need to preserve our nature, and also we have to develop a new renewable energy industry in the Jeju Island. So the growth and clean and secure is a major point of the carbon-free island project. And the policy targets on the CFI based on the renewable energy, and also we are introducing the electrical vehicles, and also we have to increase the energy efficiency, and also we try to develop our own industry in the Jeju Island. So the 4 policy targets are made. And based on the 4 policy targets, the final goal is how to reduce the carbon emission on the Jeju Island. The target and the aims of the Jeju Island is much earlier target and the plan than the government. Our government, the South Korea, announced the carbon neutrality at the 2020, but Jeju Island announced the CFI at the 2012. So about the earlier 8 years of the plan, then the government make a lot of the good news based from the Jeju Island. So Jeju Island has a core value about the peace, and the second core value about the prosperity. So we are going to make a better island which has a sustainability and renewable energies. The major point of the carbon-free island is based on the renewable energy. So we are focusing on how to enlarge the energy capacity based on the renewable energy. So first is that the wind, because the Jeju Island has a lot of the wind potential. And the second is the solar power, PV, solar energy, and also the biofuels or the maritime energy is a candidate to make a carbon neutrality in the Jeju Island. So based on a lot of the variable renewable energies, we lead the transition of the carbon neutrality in Jeju, in South Korea. So we call the Jeju as a premium of the renewable energy in South Korea. So the first important thing of the carbon-free island is that how to make a clean mobility, because the carbon emission from the transport sector is huge in Jeju Island also. So we account a lot of the electrical vehicles in Jeju Island. So today we have 35,000 of the electrical vehicles in Jeju Island, and it would be increased more than 10,000 or 100,000 in a few years. And important also the secure the energy supply in the Jeju Island is very important things important. So we increase the energy, the ratio, the portion in the Jeju Island from the 4.9 to the 19.2. It's a very significant the value in South Korea, because without any backup facilities and some kind of the energy storage or some of the hydrogen or any flexibility, the utilities, the 19.2 is a maximum in the grid system. So it means that the Jeju Island has a lot of the effort to enlarge the capacity of the renewable energy, but also how to monitoring or how to managing the renewable energy in the grid system. So the 19.2 is a very important value in Jeju Island. But the average, the portion of the renewable energy in Jeju Island is the 19.2, but in daily, the renewable energy is about the 60% when the weather is nice. But without any backup facilities or any other solution, it is the maximum. So we need to make a new plan to enlarge the renewable energy capacity and how to managing the curtailment problem. Curtailment is the residual renewable energy, because it is originated from the misbalance between the supply and demand. So how to store the renewable energy to the big capacity of the battery, something like that. That is a major issue after these days. So our future growth engine in Jeju Island is based on the research institute to make a new industry and the future energy technology in Jeju Island. And also we established the Jeju Energy Corporation to monitoring or managing the renewable energy. And also we are trying to make a new experts in Jeju Island. So, and also they make a new jobs and new carriers in the Jeju Island based on the renewable energy and also the carbon neutrality. Based on the lot of our achievements, we've got the P4G prize at the COP26 at the UK, but based on the very good achievement from the renewable energy, the goals and the plans based on the CFI, there is a lot of the problems to have to solve in these days. First is the curtailment, which means that the misbalance between the demand and supply. In Jeju case, the supply is larger than the demand size, so we need to make a lot of the demand in the Jeju Island, and I will show the new demand increment the plan in Jeju Island based on the hydrogen. And also we have some of the EV rollout problems, and also the insufficient the PR in the citizens, and also the population of the Jeju Island was increased because of the tourists and also vehicles, something like that. So the local greenhouse gas emission was increased before then, 10 years ago. Okay, the future of the CFI is based on first is that how to reduce the curtailment problem in the Jeju Island. So the major solution is based on how to increase or how to enlarge the large-scale ESS energy storage system in the Jeju Island. To increase the capacity of the ESS system, the economic and all the policy should be combined with the technology. So Jeju Island make a new industry and new technology based on the sector coupling. The sector coupling means that the energy sector and we based on the power, electricity, and also non-power system should be combined in the energy grid system, energy system. So that's a sector coupling, and we call it simply as a power to X, because the power based on the electricity could be converted to the non-power, something like the hydrogen or heat, something like that. And how to make a balance between the renewable energy and low carbon-based low demand side is the major key in the future carbon-free island. And how to make a new transport industry based on the electrical vehicle is very important in carbon-free island, because the demand side, the major demand is based on the electrical vehicle. So the internal combustion the system should be changed to the electrical vehicle. So let me talk about the sector coupling to increase the capacity of the renewable energy in Jeju Island. The definition of the sector coupling is that how to make a new industry with the power sector and traditional non-power sectors. So in Jeju Island, we are trying to make a new hydrogen industry. That's the future plan of the sector coupling the industry with the green hydrogen. So based on the green hydrogen, you can make a new industry with green hydrogen. And green hydrogen needs a new electrolyzer and also new energy system or in the Jeju Island. So we already installed 3 megawatt of the green hydrogen facilities in Jeju Island, which is the biggest the demonstration plant of the South Korea. So based on the 3 megawatt of the green hydrogen facilities in Jeju Island, we can increase the flexibility of the renewable energy in the grid system. So based on the new demand, the flexible demand with the electrolyzer, we can increase the lot of the renewable energy source into the independent grid system. So green hydrogen, the facility is a key of the Jeju Island, the CFI plans, and we will install the 12.5 megawatt of the green hydrogen demonstration plant in the Jeju Island. The key of the two demonstration plant is based on the localization. We developed ourselves about the green hydrogen technology and how to monitor, how to managing the renewable energy to reduce the curtailment in the independent grid system is the key of our localized energy system. So that finally the future of the Jeju is not only in the energy or the transportation or the carbon emission. We are focusing on how to make a harmony between the nature, human, and also the energy in the sustainable Jeju Island. So future of the Jeju Island is based on not only in energy, how to make a collaboration together between the power, non-power, environment, economics, policy, something that. So Jeju always has we call it the mecca of the Green New Deal or new sustainable world in future. Thank you for your attention.
감사합니다. Next, 강명균, Head of the Environmental Policy Division. Please give him a big hand. Yeah.
감각에 다 영어로 해야 돼. 인사드리겠습니다. 제주특별자치도 환경정책과장 강명균입니다. 지금부터 2040 플라스틱 제로 제주에 대하여 설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kang Myung-gyun, the Director of Environmental Policy Division in Jeju Provincial Government in South Korea. I will explain about the presentation on the 2040 Plastic Zero Jeju.
먼저 추진 배경입니다. 플라스틱으로 인한 해양 생태계 파괴 등 환경 오염이 가속되고 있습니다. 더욱이 비대면 소비 문화 확산으로 플라스틱이 꾸준히 늘어나고 있습니다. 국가가 추진 중인 2050년 탄소 중립을 위한 탈플라스틱 장기 대책도 필요한 시기입니다. 따라서 우리 도에서는 2022년 8월 4일 2040년까지 플라스틱 없는 제주를 만들겠다는 선언을 하였습니다.
First of all, background of the promotion of the policy. As you know, the pollution is increasing in the ocean because due to the plastic, and also the plastic consumption is increasing. So at the national level, we need to set up the long-term policy, 2050 carbon neutrality with plastic-free policy. So as a local governmental level, Jeju government is also made a declaration on the plastic zero island by 2040.
다음 추진 전략입니다. 탄소 중립과 연계하여 도내 플라스틱 폐기물 발생량을 원천적으로 저감하고 재활용을 확대해 나가겠습니다. 탈플라스틱 및 자원순환 정책 이행을 위한 제도적 기반을 강화하겠습니다. 범도민 추진위원회를 구성하여 결의대회를 통한 도민사회 전반의 실천 분위기를 조성하겠습니다.
So this is the strategy of the promotion, the three strategies. First, we will reduce the plastic resource. Secondly, we will just lay the foundation of the institution to conduct the plastic zero policy. And third, we will organize the residential level promotion committee to make the raise the awareness on the plastic zero.
다음 부문별 추진 계획입니다. 플라스틱 발생 원천 저감, 재활용 확대, 자원순환 인프라 확충, 자원순환 분야 탄소 중립 산업 육성, 범사회적 플라스틱 참여 촉진 등 5개 분야 30개 세부 과제를 선정하였습니다. 1조 813억 원을 투자하겠습니다.
So under those three strategies, we just set up the 30 tasks in the 5 areas, and we will invest 1.8 billion US dollars.
예, 세부 사업별로 말씀드리면 첫 번째 플라스틱 발생 원천 저감을 위한 사업입니다. 일회용 플라스틱 용기를 다회 용기로 전환하겠습니다. 제로 웨이스트 가게를 지정하고 리필 스테인을 구축하겠습니다. 공공기관에서 플라스틱 등 일회용품 사용을 제한하고 관광 분야도 플라스틱 사용 줄이기를 의무화하겠습니다.
Firstly, reducing the plastic resource. So we are going to use the recycling plastic cups, and also we will operate the zero waste stores with refill stations. And in the public area, we limited using the plastic cups, and also we will expand we will just put on the obligation in the tourism area, the no plastic policy.
두 번째 플라스틱 재활용을 확대하는 사업입니다. 재활용 가능 자원 회수 통합 보상제를 실시하고 재활용 제품 생산, 유통, 소비를 지원하겠습니다. 일회용 컵 보증금제를 정착시키고 투명 페트병 고품질 재활용을 추진하겠습니다. 재활용 도움센터를 개선하고 시설도 확충해 나가겠습니다.
Secondly, we will expand the recycling of the plastic. So we will provide a compensation for the recycling of the plastic, and we will also guarantee system disposable cup deposit system, and also we will improve the recycling help center facilities.
세 번째입니다. 자원순환 인프라를 확정해 나가겠습니다. 재활용품 선별 시설, 소각 시설, 음식물 자원화 시설 등 폐기물 시설을 처리 시설을 고도화하고 영농 폐기물과 해양 폐기물 집화장을 현대화해 나가겠습니다.
Third, we will expand the infrastructure of the recycling. We will upgrade the facilities related to the recycling and also recycling and also food waste facilities. And even we will modernize the facilities of the agricultural waste and also ocean waste.
네 번째입니다. 자원순환 분야 탄소 중립 산업 육성 사업입니다. 제주 자원순환 클러스터를 조성하고 투명 페트병 재활용 산업을 육성하겠습니다. 폐플라스틱 석유 추출 및 수소 생산 산업 기반을 마련하고 미래 폐자원 재활용 산업을 육성하겠습니다. 소각제 유리병 활용 등 그 건축자재 생산 사업도 육성해 나가겠습니다.
Fourth, we will foster the industry, carbon neutral industry in the recycling area. So Jeju will establish the recycling cluster, and also we will foster the industry of recycling the used plastic bottles, and we will also foster the industry of the recycling of the waste for the future.
다섯 번째로 범사회적 탈플라스틱 참여 사업입니다. 플라스틱 감축 교육을 확대하고 업사이클링 산업을 육성하겠습니다. 또 그래 순환경제 지원센터를 설립하겠습니다.
So fifth, this is a societal level effort to for the campaign. So we will organize the residential level promotion committee to raise the awareness on the plastic policy. Then we will establish the recycling economy support center. And also we will establish the making the village of the recycling.
다음 실행 방안입니다. 제도 개선을 하는데 자원순환 기본 조례를 개정하고 자원순환 선도 도시 지정 제도 신설을 환경부에 건의하였습니다.
This is the regulation part. So we enacted the resource circulation ordinance to conduct the plastic zero policy, and also we proposed the newly establishing the institute for the recycling economy leading city to the Minister of Environment.
다음은 이행 체계입니다. 계획의 그 사업이 제대로 이행되는지 모니터링하고 그 자원순환 촉진위원회에서 평가와 심의 그리고 그 결과를 완료해서 다음 연도 계획에 반영하는 체계를 갖추도록 하겠습니다.
So this is the implementation roadmap. So we monitor if we conducted a policy, and also there will be review and delivered by reviewed by the committee members, and then after the outcome of the reviews also delivered by the local government, then we upgraded our policy of the plastic zero.
마지막으로 기대 효과입니다. 재활용 산업 민간 투자 확대로 일자리 창출 등 경제 파급 효과가 1조 4,300억 원에 달할 것으로 보고 있고 연간 72만 5천 톤의 온실가스 감축 등 탈플라스틱을 통한 2050년 탄소 중립이 이행될 것입니다. 또한 도민들이 플라스틱 규제 대응 역량이 강화될 것으로 보고 있습니다.
Lastly, this is the expected outcome. So we expect some local economy activation with $1.4 billion, and also we expected 725,000 tons of the reduction, green gas emission reductions by conducting the 2050 carbon neutrality policy, and also we expected to strengthen taking the measures for the plastic free policy by the citizens and the local residents.
네, 이상 발표를 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
So here is my presentation, and thank you very much.
그럼 주제 발표를 다 마치고 토론에 들어가도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 한광용 연구위원님을 좌장으로 해서 토론을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 패널 분들은 좌석에 조금.
Okay, we will do the discussion session. So, moderator, Dr. Han Kwang-yong, and also the panelist, Dr. Joanna, and the another panelist, Kim Chang-se, Director General of Innovation Industry Bureau from Jeju Provincial Government.
마이크 나갑니까? 예. 오늘 좌장을 맡은 한광용입니다. 인사드리겠습니다. 지금까지 여러분은 우리 제주도 정책의 필요성과 효용성에 대해서 들으셨는데요. 이번 토론해 주실 두 분한테는 다른 거를 우리가 기대해 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 뭔가 하면 왜 제주도가 이곳 두바이까지 와서 우리 탄소 중립을 얘기를 하고 있는가? 70만이 안 되는 우리 조그만 제주도가 전 세계인을 위해 향해서 왜 우리가 탄소 중립이 필요한가가 아니고 우리가 어떻게 탄소 중립을 이루어가고 있는가 하는 얘기를 아마 하실 것 같습니다. 그 이유를 잠깐 배경을 설명드리면 제주도를 잘 모르시는 분들을 위해서 제주도는 동시통역이 되고 있는 거죠? 안 되고 있습니까?
통역.
예, 그냥 그럼
외국인들이 있어가지고.
Can you just proceed in Korean language? Is okay? No.
네, 그러면 이제 잠깐 그러면 짧게 아까 통역이 된다고 그래서 지금부터는 그러면 왜 제주도가 이곳까지 와서 탄소 중립을 얘기해야 되는가 하는 당위성에 대해서 설명드리겠습니다.
The purpose of this session is why Jeju Island from the South Korea they are just conducting the carbon neutrality policy. So we will discuss that issues during the session.
네, 제주도를 모르는 이제 분들을 위해서 잠깐 한 2분만 한번 설명드려 볼까 합니다. 그러실까요? 예. 여러분 아시다시피 이제 COP1이 베를린에서부터 시작이 됐습니다. 1995년. 그때는 어떤 건 COP의 방향이 어떤 거였나 하면 산업의 속도를 줄이자가 아니고 산업의 발전을 스톱시키자였죠. 그러다가 COP3 교토 프로토콜이 만들어지면서 결국 산업의 속도를 줄이자는 얘기가 왔고 이제 28까지 오면서 방향은 산업이라고 하는 하드웨어를 얘기하지 않고 경제라고 하는 우리와 굉장히 밀착되어 있는 삶을 얘기하기 시작했습니다. 그런가 하면 이제는 경제의 볼륨을 얘기하는 게 아니고 경제의 퀄리티를 얘기를 하고 있고 경제의 저스티스를 얘기하게 되어 있습니다. 이런 방향의 흐름은 왜 우리 제주도가 이 방향과 같은 맥락을 하고 있는가를 설명해 줍니다. 우리 제주도는 우리 IUCN 전문가분들이 얘기하셨던 생태주의라고 하는 이콜로지라고 하는 부분, 이 이콜로지가 지금에 와서는 이콜로지, 심지어는 소시오 이콜로지라고 하는 부분까지 이제 발전되는데 그 바탕에 제주도의 삶이, 제주도의 역사가 바로 묻어 있다는 겁니다. 무슨 뜻인가 하면 생태라고 하는 것은 우리 과학에서 얘기를 하는 어쩌면 아디아바틱 시스템, 즉 캐논 사이클이 가지고 있는 에너지가 한번 유입이 되면 더 이상 에너지의 유입이 필요 없는, 즉 제주도의 삶이 어떤 삶이냐 하면 에너지의 유입과 에너지의 유출이 없는, 에너지 유출이 없는 시스템이었습니다. 그렇기 때문에 제주도는 수천 년, 어쩌면 수만 년 동안 그 조그만 섬에 사람들이 지금까지 살고 있었던 거죠. 즉 에너지 유출이 있었다 그러면 아마 제주도는 이미 오래전에 저 폴리네시아의 이스터 섬처럼 이미 아마 사람이 살 수 없는 척박한 땅이 됐을 겁니다. 즉 오늘 얘기하는 제주도 정책이 정말로 효율성을 가지려면 즉 그 에너지 정책을 수용할 수 있는 즉 주민들의 철학이 필요한데 그런 통시를 통해 가지고, 통시라고 하는 건 조금 설명드리면 우리가 먹은 음식이 60%가 최소화가 안 되고 이제 유출이 되면 그거를 걸음으로 쓰면 비가 오면 바다로 흘러내려가 버립니다. 지금 요즘 같은 포스포라고 하는 인의 제일 큰 문제이긴 한데 우리 선조들은 그걸 어떻게 했나 하면 돼지를 사용해 가지고 다시 한번 흡수를 하고 나머지 15에서 20% 정도는 우리 소위 말하는 보리를 잘라 가지고 그 보리와 함께 섞어 가지고 거름으로 씀으로써 에너지의 유출을 100% 막았던 것입니다. 그런 삶을 살았던 제주이기에 이런 오늘 발표하는 오늘 여러분이 보셨던 제주도의 환경 정책이 수용성이 강했던 것이고요. 아마 지금 얘기해 주실 우리 조 박사님이나 아니면 우리 국장님께서 그런 이 제주도가 왜 이까지 와서 IUCN COP에서 탄소 중립을 설명해야 되는가 외쳐야 되는가 하는 얘기가 될 거고, 이 얘기는 저는 IUCN에 오랫동안 이제 같이 일했지만 오늘 제안을 드리는 이유는 뭔가 하면 이제 IUCN이 Seeing is Believing, 제주도에 와서 실제적으로 이런 정책들이 가능한 바탕을, 역사적 바탕을, 그리고 우리 주민들이 가지고 있는 철학을 보셔야 이 제주도의 조그만 제주도, 이런 생태주의를 살았던 제주도가, 제주도의 모델이 이제 전 세계라고 하는 한 섬이라고 하는 조그만 섬에 확산시킬 수 있는 그런 배경이라고 생각이 듭니다. 즉 경제라고 하는 것, 우리가 이제 환경이 이제 더 이상 환경이 아니고 기후변화에 대한 적극적인 대응이 결국 경제 개발의 드라이빙 포스가 되고 있습니다. 즉 옛날은 어떤 경제 개발을 위해서 기후변화라는 게 발목을 잡는다고 생각한다 그러면, 이제는 기후변화에 대한 극복 방안이 경제를 이끄는 드라이빙 포스가 되고 있는 이 마당에 우리 제주도의 삶은, 즉 제주도의 역사는 결국 전 세계의 삶의 모델이 될 수뿐이 없다 하는 부분을 저는 이제 여러분들께 말씀을 드리고, 우리가 왜 여기에서 이런 얘기들을 탄소 중립의 얘기를 하는가 하는 당위성에 대해서 잠깐 설명을 드렸습니다. 이제 제 얘기보다도 우리 조 박사님, 그리고 존경하는 우리 김창세 국장님의 말씀을 듣도록 하겠습니다.
He just explained about the history of the COP, and now we can see that the changing of the trend from the industry to the economy to our daily life. So now we are focusing on the quality of life. So I believe the life of Jeju peoples meet the demands of the IUCN ecology policy, because Jeju Island contains the energy during their daily life for a long time, so they have a acceptance of the energy policy. So that's why we are just conducting this session today at the IUCN Pavilion. How to overcome the climate crisis will be the driving force to lead the economy. So I believe the life of Jeju people will be the good model for the world.
Hi. Hello. My name is Hannah Cho from Korea Environment Institute. Can I speak in English, right? Thank you for inviting me this meaningful event. And I am from the KEI, and Korea Environment Institute is a national research institution under the Prime Minister, and especially the KSACC, Korea Adaptation Center for Climate Change, is supporting and implementing climate crisis adaptation policy and project with the Ministry of Environment. I just introduced the Korea policy about the response plan, and Korea is making great effort to achieve carbon neutrality, green growth in response to climate crisis. And Korea declared carbon neutration in 2020. In 2021, the Korea making the Frame Act to implement the carbon nutrition. And also in 2021, we making a national greenhouse reduction target was raised. It aimed to reduce 40% of total emission compared to 2018 by 2030 and achieve net zero emission by 2050. Actually, Jeju Island, it is a representative city that is leading the new way of carbon neutrality. It's a kind of the best practice of the Korea country. As previous announced, development, Jeju is striving to revitalize the new and renewable energy and also leading sustainable green growth through the zero plastic policy. Also, Jeju, have you been to Jeju Island? Some of you? Oh, really? You already visit Korea, right? Also, Jeju is a very beautiful representative city in Korea. It's an area where you can see the dense forest and the wonder of nature. It has a variety of ecosystems, so you can see unique animals and plants. You cannot see on the Korean land. Jeju Island is a very special island in Korea. And also Gojawal. In Jeju Island, Gojawal have kind of unique place. It is created by a lava floor that erupted during volcanic activity. So there are a portion of forest mixed with the tree and bushes. You will experience so exotic beauty. So Jeju is working hard to become carbon nutrition and response to climate crisis. As I am Korean, I'm so proud of the Jeju Island. So I just suggest you visit Jeju, and you can have opportunity to experience beautiful nature in carbon neutral city. Thank you.
예, 우리 조 박사님 말씀 100% 동의가 안 되는데 꼭 1%만 동의 안 됩니다. 저는 교수로 있으면서 우리 아이들 결혼하면 절대 제주도로 오지 말라고 했던 이유가 제주도가 단순히 생태적으로 한국 땅과 독립하고 싶은 게 아니고 이제 정치적으로도 독립하고 싶은 생각이 사실은 있어서 절대 오지 말라고 했었는데 조 박사님은 많이 오라고 그러시네요. 예, 저 관광하시는 우리 서경 팀장한테 이제 주먹한테 혼날 얘기지만 네 말씀 감사합니다. 네, 잘 들었습니다. 자, 우리
Thank you, Dr. Jo. And
네.
통역 안 해도 되는 거?
네네.
and next,
예, 하시죠. 뭐. 죄송합니다. 네.
sorry, next is the Director General from Jeju Provincial Government in South Korea, Kim Chang-se.
앞서 그 두 분이 발표를 했는데요. 기본적으로는 잘 들었는데요. 기본적으로는 탄소 중립을 이제 지키자는 그런 거에 중점이 둬 있는 것 같고요. 저희들이 지금 전 세계적으로 지금 영국, 프랑스, 그다음 EU 그런데 지금 전 세계적으로 탄소 중립을 선언을 하고 있는데 대한민국 같은 데서 대한민국에서 2010년도에 2010년도에 탄소 중립을 지켜나가겠다는 그 선언을 발표를 했죠. 거기에서 11년도에는 국가 온실가스 감축 목표를 40%까지 감축을 하겠다는 담대한 발표를 했죠. 그래서 저희 대한민국에서 그렇게 발표를 했지만은 저희 제주에서는 그에 못지않게 지금 탄소 중립 넷제로 사회로 나가기 위한 에너지 대전환 로드맵을 만들어서 그거를 지금 실행 단계에 있는데요. 아까 김한기 박사님께서 그 제주에서 실행하고 정책에 대해서 에너지 정책에 대해서 설명도 있었지만은 제주도 같은 경우에는 작년도에 글로벌 그린스속 허브 구축이라는 담대한 계획을 발표를 했죠. 그 산업부하고. 그래서 3메가와트에 대한 수소 생산 실증 사업을 시작을 하게 됩니다. 그래서 올해 1월에는 에너지 대전환 로드맵을 발표를 하고 거기에서 이제 8월부터는 그린수소를 생산을 하게 됩니다. 그 그린수소는 뭐냐면 탄소를 포집해서 하는 게 아니고 태양광, 그다음에 풍력, 그래서 생산되는 전기를 갖고 수소를 생산을 하는 단계인데요. 그게 대한민국에서 최초로 그린 수소를 생산을 하게 됩니다. 그래서 시범운행 단계를 좀 걸쳐가지고 10월부터는 수소버스가 지금 운행이 되고 있고요. 주민들이 그 수소버스를 타고 지금 자기 목적지까지 가고 있는 상황이 되겠습니다. 그린 수소가 왜 중요하냐면 기본적으로 한 버스 한 대당 한 230km 정도를 운행을 하게 되면 한 76명 정도의 탄소 정화를 할 수 있는 그런 수소가 되게 됩니다. 그래서 그린 수소가 그만큼 중요하다고 보는 거기 때문에 전기에 이어서 그다음에 수소까지 간다는 거는 넷제로의 사회로 나가는 데는 제주가 더 한 발짝 더 앞서가고 있다는 걸 좀 말씀드리고 싶고요. 거기에 또 다른 저희들이 그 점들이 어떤 것들이 있냐면 태양광하고 풍력 발전기를 지금 한 설비 용량으로 한 49% 정도가 되는데요. 실질적으로 운영되는 거는 한 19.2% 정도밖에 활용이 안 되고 있습니다. 커테일먼트가 걸리는 거죠. 그런 부분들을 저희들이 풀어나가야 될 과제로 있는데 거기에 이제 P2G, 그린 수소로 생산하는 데에서 그런 분야를 활용을 하고 있고 그렇게 되면 커테일먼트에 대한 것도 많이 해소가 될 거로 보고 있습니다. 그거에 또 일환으로 지금 표선이라는 지역에서 스마트 그리드 사업을 통해서 각 가정에 한 마을 단위에서 거기에서는 재생에너지를 활용을 해서 전기를 전부 사용을 하고 그런 실증도 하고 있고요. 그런 부분에서는 제주가 대한민국 아닌 세계에서 제일 앞서가는 것 같다는 생각이 듭니다. 거기에 대해서 이제 저희들이 12.5메가에 대해서 그 국가 공모 사업으로 해서 선정이 됐는데요. 거기에서 국가하고 같이 이제 12.5메가를 이제 생산을 하게 될 생산 시설을 갖추게 되고요. 또 30년까지는 또 30메가와트라는 이 국가 실증 사업을 저희들이 제주에서 하게 됩니다. 그러면 30년도 정도가 되면 50메가와트급의 수소 생산 시설이 제주에서 갖춰지게 되고요. 이거를 활용을 해서 버스, 청소차, 모빌리티 분야, 트램 수소 같은 데에 모빌리티 분야에 저희들이 좀 활용을 할 거고요. 그 다음에 이후에는 저희들이 중앙정부에서 대단히 그 주택 공급 사업을 제주에서 지금 실행을 하기로 되어 있는데요. 거기에는 그린 수소 에너지 시티로 이런 부분들을 활용을 해서 저희들이 제주가 전 세계 대한민국을 넘어서 전 세계에서 못지않은 그린 에너지 시티 넷제리 도시로 만들어갈 구상을 하고 있고요. 여러분들의 앞으로도 많이 지원 협조 부탁드리겠습니다. 여기 오신 그리고 외국인 분들 중에 저희들이 하나 좀 안내드릴 게 있는데요. 내년 5월 29일부터 31일까지 그 제주에서 그 제주 포럼을 개최를 합니다. 거기에는 이런 넷제로의 문제, 다양한 제주에 대한 문제들, 전 세계적인 대한 문제들에 대한 주제를 갖고 토론을 하기 때문에 이곳에 참석해 주신 분들은 내년 5월 29일에 제주에서 만나뵙기를 희망합니다.
I will translate his speech in summarize. He just provide the explanation of the background of the carbon neutrality in the world, including the UK, France, and the USA, and most of the country just joining the carbon neutrality policy. And also Korean government also just doing the carbon neutrality policy. And early January this year, as a local government level, Jeju government just announced of the great conversion of the energy roadmap to being the net zero society. So in case of Jeju, to conduct the net zero society, we are focusing on the green hydrogen global model. And we are now conducting the test bed of the green hydrogen energy 3 megawatt capacity. And also August this year, for the very first time, green hydrogen production plant was established in Jeju for the very first time in South Korea. And also last October, the green hydrogen bus has been operating and also this is very exclusive to Jeju. So I believe Jeju is leading the net zero society in South Korea. In terms of renewable energy, we are using only 19% 19.2% of the renewable energy from the solar and the wind power. And also, I believe that it will be our challenge and the task we have to overcome. So the solution could be the like P2G and also smart grid. And I believe Jeju is leading the net zero society, not only Korea, but in the world. And also, there is a cooperation between the local government and the central government level. By 2030, we will promote the national projects, the testbed projects of the green hydrogen production capacity of the 50 megawatts. So we will cover the infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, including the green hydrogen bus, tram, and other, even our daily life. And also there's another big project with the housing supply. So we will establish the new housing projects, and we will make these housing projects as an energy city for the model of the future. And lastly, I will for the foreigners who all the participants in this session, I cordially invite to the Jeju Forum for Peace and Prosperity scheduled to be on May 29th to May 31st next year. When you join this Jeju Forum, you can join the discussion of the net zero and also other issues of the carbon neutrality. Thank you very much.
네, 여러분 감사합니다. 시간이 다 돼서 이제 정리될 시간인데요. 먼저 우리 과장님, 그다음에 우리 김 박사님, 조 박사님, 그다음에 국장님 감사합니다. 여러 참가하신 분 중에 이제 외국 분들을 위해서 잠깐 말씀드리면 이 나미비아 파빌리온에 가면 이렇게 써 있습니다. The global transition to net zero and its socio-economic goals. 그렇죠. 우리 넷제로를 많이 말씀하셨는데 결국 넷제로라고 하는 개념은 뭔가 하면 우리의 삶과 연관이 되어 있습니다. 정책과 연관이 되어 있고 이제 정책과 삶이 연관이 될 수 있는 방법은 현실적으로 IUCN COP가 제주도에 오셔서 어떻게 제주도민들이 살아오셨는지 그리고 앞으로 어떻게 살아갈 것인지를 보신다 그러면 아마도 우리의 미래 어떻게 살아가야 되는지, 어떻게 소시오 이코노미를 가져가야 되는지, 어떻게 넷제로를 성립 우리 뭐죠? 예, 조달을 뭐라 그러니까 달성할 수 있는지를 알 수 있을 것 같습니다. 네, 오늘 관심 가져주셔서 정말로 감사드립니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you. It's time to wrap up, and I would like to say that you have to. I recommend to visit the Namibia Pavilion. There's some good word he just mentioned. So we have to check our daily life, and we have to check the relation with our policy for our daily life. So that is the reason why we are just joining this IUCN Jeju session. So once you just see the life and also policy of Jeju Island in Korea, you can design how we achieve the net zero society. Thank you very much. So it's time to wrap up. It's time to wrap up the Jeju session, and thank you for your participating. Thank you.
Is this working? Yes, yeah, now it's working. Good afternoon, buenas tardes. For the ones of you who do not have the headsets for simultaneous translation, I advise you to take some, because the session will be conducted in English and Spanish, and I will be speaking in English and Spanish. So, bienvenidos todos, especialmente a los líderes indígenas, amigos, colegas. Es un placer para mí darles la bienvenida a la UICN, la Unión Internacional para la Conservación de la Naturaleza. Welcome to the home of the Union. Para los que no conocen bien la UICN, nosotros somos una red de miembros con más de 1.500 miembros de organizaciones de sociedad civil, gobiernos y pueblos indígenas. Tenemos miembros en más de 160 países y expertos, 16,000 expertos alrededor del mundo. Somos una unión y desde hace 75 años que existimos, hemos sido la voz de la naturaleza. Los pueblos indígenas tienen en sus manos, y lo han tenido por mucho tiempo, el 80% de la naturaleza que nos rodea, en diferentes partes del mundo. Y ellos son conocedores del manejo de los recursos naturales, pero repito las palabras que ellos mismos me han dicho a mí. Ellos son uno con la naturaleza, así como debemos de serlo todos nosotros. En la UICN nosotros ponemos a disposición de todos y particularmente de los pueblos indígenas las herramientas con las que contamos, la capacidad de convocatoria, nuestra incidencia política. Pero más que todo ponemos el conocimiento científico a la par del conocimiento tradicional. Yo creo que esa es una cosa que en UICN vamos a hacer ahora bajo el liderazgo de la presidenta Razan Almurábac y la dirección a mi cargo. Vamos a fortalecer el cómo trabajar de la mano, uniendo el conocimiento científico con la sabiduría y el conocimiento tradicional. Nosotros en la UICN trabajamos ya por años en el tema de conservación y respeto a los derechos humanos y respeto a los derechos de los pueblos indígenas. Pero la sesión de hoy, déjenme ir a la sesión de hoy, se trata sobre Podong. Y yo no voy a decir mucho sobre Podong porque tenemos aquí a las personas que van a hablarnos hoy de esto. Entonces, without further ado, I would like to, me gustaría invitar a Lucas, el Tata Lucas, que viene de la comunidad Maya Quechí, del pueblo Maya Quechí, y él es un líder espiritual que nos va a guiar al inicio de esta sesión. Muchas gracias, Tata Lucas. ¿Vas a hacer?
Bien, buenas tardes para todos y para todas. Muchas gracias por el espacio. Hoy, según nuestro calendario maya, nos marca el día Imosh. Y para nosotros, el Imosh simboliza el agua. Y hoy, pues, creo que las actividades, las reuniones que se están haciendo, no es ajeno a lo que realmente es la vida. Sabemos que el agua es esencial para la vida. Tal vez para muchos el agua simplemente es un elemento que no tiene vida, sin embargo es la esencia de la vida, porque es el que da la vida para todos, es el que da vida al universo, es el que da vida al ser humano. Entonces por lo tanto necesitamos salvarlo. Y hoy estamos acá para presentar una iniciativa que va para buscar soluciones en este caso, a la protección de la naturaleza, de todos los elementos que existen. Y hoy nos llama el IMOSH para que nos unamos, para que nuestros esfuerzos vayan enfocados a salvar todos esos elementos integrales, que no solamente el agua, que también los otros elementos naturales, en este caso el aire, los bosques, los animales y también la vida del ser humano, ¿verdad? Así que nos vamos a encomendarnos en la mano del creador y formador del universo. Yo voy a dirigir una oración en mi idioma materno, que es el idioma maya Erche.
Si se pueden poner de pie, pues les pido por favor. Yo voy a agradecer en mi idioma, ustedes también lo pueden hacer en su idioma o en el idioma que más les facilite. Mantiosha kwa ko chul lakutan chul sakena in chul lakutan imosh nakabanjosha ke klat no ko chutu chul khona in chul lakutan in chish e bali kana lep chish ko angel qib chish lina lep li akhadiru resh kol bal kana qasutam kwa naqasama chul la ko chul la ku li qahonal naqasama chul la ko chul la ku li kana lep li qakaush akhadiru kola ola kola kahol lo ko shel khed lak chibar sachna akhli tanamit li hu chi tanamit rel ruchichot Manjosha ke ko arin jinale bak chika uhlak resh kol barish li qana resh kol barish li ha resh kol barish li chot resh kol barish li shul resh kol barish kiche ko kwa chaka mali qanale chahuna hib ali qanale qatawaq man li shbeil qatawaq man li khayali barkito shik sa komunil usman qabanu usman qaje marikwanin ahki us chaguyali qamak marikwa hinka chabin naqabanu chakuili qamak manak khunilik ko ma ko kwa nakasama churu la ko churu la ko sara la palo akutan ala sa la palo ke bala antiosa ke chola chosha chor choakil khunilik chote a khunilik chate la ko la kholain dijo que ale lo que decha atinak chakelish na lebe chakelish ka ukle cheshna waq manchish chola bankil chichabil barkwan a khairu teshjes li khona la nakwan antiosa ke khusut kasut ursut antiosh solo voy a bendecir el símbolo del Podong, que es la iniciativa que se va a lanzar hoy. Muchas gracias.
Con nuestro agradecimiento al guía espiritual Lucas Che y canal del pueblo maya Quechí, it is my great honor to introduce to you Her Excellency Razan Khalifa Al-Mubarak, IUCN President and high-level champion COP28, and let me say also a great supporter and co-creator of the Podong initiative. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gretel. Dear Indigenous leaders, dear friends, dear colleagues, I am delighted to be with you here today to reaffirm my commitment to Indigenous people and to reiterate the urgent need to scale up access to direct finance for nature conservation and Indigenous-led climate solutions. Dear friends, dear colleagues, my commitment to Indigenous people rights, their way of life, and their ability to safeguard nature and conservation is a huge responsibility. I didn't recognize that responsibility, to be honest, until a few days ago. And I realized that we are up against many, many barriers. But at the same time, there is a verse in the Holy Quran that I would like to share with you that I am reminded more and more how integral it is. And the verse is, and I paraphrase, that victory belongs to those that are patient, but those who persevere. And together with everybody that is sitting here in the room, particularly the Indigenous peoples leaders that you will be hearing from shortly, we need to continue to work together. We need to continue to persevere. And only through that, I know that we will achieve the goals that we have set to achieve. Because we know when the rights of Indigenous peoples are recognized, when they are secured and protected, we know that, for example, rates of deforestation are lower. We know that carbon stocks will be higher. We know that people in the frontline communities are protected and honored. We know that the deep knowledge that you hold, not just in your mind, but in your heart, teaches us that our well-being is tied to the Earth's health, a lesson that is crucial for living in harmony with the environment. Over the last few days, I've been sitting in on sessions to do with the energy transformation, with the transformation that is coming on cement, on steel, on transportation, and on food. And whilst all of this is good and it's moving in the right direction, if we don't heal and change our relationship with nature, I am deeply afraid that these transformations will not lead us to where we need to go. And that is why it is critical that Indigenous knowledge is also elevated. Because whilst it is a science, it is also a spiritual awakening and a transformation for a whole of society. I have the privilege, really, to be the president of IUCN. And I became president of IUCN because of you, many people in this room who have put faith in me. And I want to honor that. COP28 is in my country. And I think this is an opportunity to use this platform to further the issues that we have all been working so hard. For me, I'm a late joiner to this journey. But all of you did not care about that. You cared that you had with you, I hope, an organization and an individual that is authentically and genuinely committed to do this, not only at COP28, but beyond. But now let us get down to business. We need the international community to take heed of Indigenous peoples, to recognize your rights, and to ensure that finance flows to where it needs to flow. And to address this issue, the IUCN's Indigenous Peoples Organization members and the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity are co-designing, co-developing, and co-implementing the Podong Indigenous Peoples Initiative, which I proudly launch today as IUCN President. Today, as a humble ambassador to the Podong Indigenous Peoples Initiative, I invite you to listen to the Indigenous leaders who are here, who will explain how the Podong Initiative actually recognizes and supports Indigenous peoples' contribution to the conservation of biodiversity and climate solutions through their Indigenous knowledge, through their leadership, through governance and access to adequate resources. Ultimately, you do this for all of us. You do this for humanity. You do this to help us achieve the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the IUCN Global Indigenous Agenda, and the Paris Agreement. And with that, I will conclude my remarks and thank you again for this incredible opportunity. I will not waste it. Thank you.
Thank you, Razan, for those very inspiring words. Let me now move and give the floor to Maya Noe, Indigenous woman from the Marma leader from Bangladesh, who has been working on gender issues for over 20 years. Her organization is an IUCN, Indigenous People Organization member, and we are very proud to have you with us, Maya. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gretel. I would like to explain about the Podong. Podong, the words derived from the Marma indigenous community of the Chittagong Hill Tracts of Bangladesh. So Marma indigenous community is the second majority of the Chittagong Hill Tracts of Bangladesh. And Podong is basket weaved by bamboo and weaved by the group of women and men for their daily use. So for us, it's not a basket, not a bamboo basket. It's our life, it's our emotion, it's our heart. Why I'm telling this is our heart, is our emotion, is our life. The indigenous people, those who are living, those who are surviving the top of the hills and mountains, for us it's our life-saving equipments. Because through this Podong, we are carrying our seeds to our upland hill cultivation farm. And every single day, the women who are making their house, those women are carrying water far away to their home through this Podong. And from the cultivable lands, upland cultivable hills, we carried our crops, we carried our foods for daily meal to our home through this Podong. And the thing is, our hearts, our kids, our babies, we carry to our upland hills, putting inside our babies, inside the Podongs through our upland hills. That's why it's our emotion, our hearts, and our lives. And Podong represents the collective work, food security, collection of knowledge, and of course, women's role in the conservation of biodiversity. These Podong baskets, bamboo baskets, is not only symbolize the daily equipments of only for our Marma community of Bangladesh. I hope it's a symbolize of the main daily equipments for the indigenous people, those who are actually living other parts of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Naya, for that important words about what Podong means. Now let me give the floor to Lucy Malenke. Lucy is a friend and is a Maasai leader, about 20 years of experience. She began her activism as a television journalist on environmental and development issues. Today, she is the executive director of the Indigenous Information Network and co-founder of the Indigenous Women and Biodiversity Network and the African Indigenous Women's Organization. Her organization is the most recent Indigenous People Organization member of IUCN. She is also a co-chair of IIFB. Lucy will explain us how this initiative came about, the co-signing, and what Indigenous peoples together with IUCN have been doing to put this initiative together. Thank you, Lucy. The floor is yours. Yes?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. And I want to take my special greetings to Razan. We even close that we don't call her Highness, and this is the friendship that has really developed between us as Indigenous peoples, the International Indigenous Forum, and our partners from the IUCN, starting from the President. When we look at this basket here, it means a lot to us, because we have been talking quite a long time and discussing to see how Indigenous people, when we talk about funding, where does the funding come from, where does it go? And we keep hearing, as many of you know, that there is funding pledged for Indigenous people, but we never see it. It takes a long time until we struggle ourselves to be able to get it. And so during the time when we were discussing and doing a lot of work in the time of the post-2020, preparing for the global biodiversity framework, in our minds we were already thinking, if the Global Biodiversity Forum is approved by the parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, we need some funding for implementation. We need to look at the different ways we can be able to work with the different partners, and then we get our own funding so that we can be able to move on and do the work. There is no other place we could think of. We just thought about, where do we have our closest partners? Who can understand us? Who are doing nature? Who are looking at the 3 Rio conventions, climate change, desertification, and biodiversity, which is the main one that Indigenous people have been working on. And we have been working on the biodiversity because it's related to us. It's our traditional knowledge that is involved in the whole process. It's our resources, it's our everything that is there. It's our health, it's our food, it's everything. And so when we started discussing, we took a journey. We started by discussing on our own until we came together and went to Barcelona and decided to speak together as members of the Indigenous people, members of the IUCN. And then we continued from there. We went to Geneva, and even before we went to Geneva, we had already made up our minds. How do we want to look at this funding and where do we want to put it? Definitely, as coming from traditional communities, we looked at where we know that can make an impact. A basket, a place where women carry many things. I think the microphone is off. Where we carry, I'll speak, I think I'll try to be a bit louder. So where we have a basket, we can put many things. And when we had our brother who had come to that meeting from Bangladesh, when he explained and showed us, we said, this is exactly what we want. And that's how Podong was born. And we liked it because it carries and it's got a relationship with other communities. It's the same basket back at home among our pastoralists. That's the one that the mothers carry water when they go to the river. It's the same one that carries children. It's the one that every other woman, even the local communities who also live in traditional lifestyles, they carry it everywhere. And I'm sure for all of you, you find there is a basket. Even for those who are here who go to the market, they carry the basket. This is what we did, and this is where we began our journey. And when IUCN agreed to work with us and to really host us and be able to work with us, and Greta, we want to thank you with Razan a lot for supporting us and for making us take this journey. We have taken it and we are here today. And what we want to send is to send a message and say, this particular basket, we are going to look at it and look at how the funding can be brought and be put in here. We'll have strategies, we'll have architecture, we'll have all the best way that we can look and see how we can put in mechanism to ensure that that funding reaches down to the ground. Because if we are implementing the global biodiversity framework, we must make sure no one is left behind. It's our whole society, it's our children, it's our youth, it's our grandfathers, it's our elders. We must listen to the voices and we must start working together. So today we are here and we are hoping that we can continue with this journey with the help of our partners here. We have not finished yet, we are just launching it today, and then we begin a long journey to make sure that we have more than 200 million in that particular basket. And with this big basket here will be left with our president here, and the others will be able, so that she can keep it somewhere here in Dubai, to make sure it's there. She keeps it there. Anybody coming to her office will ask her, what is this for? Where is it from? It's part of advocacy, and she'll be able to answer that. So I'm hoping that everything goes very well. And I want to now go ahead and invite Greta and say thank you so much again for all of you for being here.
Thank you, Lucy. And this will be a great basket to have. No? Now let me move to Ramiro Batzin. Ramiro is from the Maya Cachiquel community in Guatemala. Él es un gran líder. Él es el director ejecutivo de SOTSIL, una asociación de pueblos indígenas en Guatemala. Él es also el vicepresidente de la IUCN y estamos muy, muy orgullosos de tenerlo como vicepresidente. Y quiero aquí darle el gran mérito a nuestra presidenta, que lo invitó a ser vicepresidente, y es la primera vez en 75 años de la IUCN que podemos decir que tenemos un vicepresidente que viene de los pueblos indígenas. Ramiro es una persona a quien conozco de mucho tiempo y quien ha servido por muchos años para mí como un guía en este camino de la conservación. Ramiro, por favor.
Gracias, buenos días a cada uno de ustedes, o buenas tardes. Me voy a permitir, vamos a decir, sí, de hablarles sobre el Podong que hemos estado construyendo, digamos, en estos momentos. Y acá casi no se nos ve la pantalla, pero acá está. El Podong es una iniciativa que venimos planteando, como lo decía nuestra copresidenta Lucy, que hemos venido desarrollando, digamos, en estos momentos. Y tiene dos grandes líneas, digamos, que quiere trabajar. Una es, gracias doctora, una es el tema de, no, sí, se escucha así. Una es el tema de trabajar todo el tema de la implementación del marco de Kunming-Montreal. Como sabemos, el marco de Kunming-Montreal en estos momentos y el Acuerdo Global de Biodiversidad ha planteado dentro de sus 23 metas, 8 metas que tienen que ver directamente con el tema de pueblos indígenas. Y esto es muy importante, digamos, es la primera vez que un marco global avanza en reconocer estos derechos de pueblos indígenas. Y entonces también está el reto en estos momentos de poder implementarla. Tenemos un buen documento, pero tenemos el reto de implementarlo. Y aquí es donde el Foro Internacional Indígena de Biodiversidad, que tiene un estatus, digamos, de grupo mayor dentro del CBD, que se ha unido con las organizaciones de pueblos indígenas de la IUCN y con la IUCN, que también agradecer a Razán y a Gretel, que han dado ese paso de poder apoyar el proceso de implementación. Otro de los temas que tenemos también es el Acuerdo de París. Hoy por hoy, digamos, se está hablando de todos estos fondos del clima. Se está hablando de los retos de la implementación del Acuerdo del París. Y el Acuerdo del París está planteando el tema de la plataforma de las comunidades locales y de los pueblos indígenas. Y ahí hay un reto. Justo estuvimos trabajando y discutiendo el plan de acción pero dentro de ese plan de acción también encontramos uno de los retos, el tema de los recursos. Y es aquí donde Podong plantea desarrollar su quehacer, hacer un cumplimiento del Acuerdo de Kunming-Montreal y del Acuerdo de París. Sí. Hemos y estamos trabajando, digamos, varias cosas y nos hemos encontrado, digamos, con grandes retos con el tema de la financiación. Hoy por hoy se está hablando del tema del acceso directo a los fondos, pero también estamos encontrando debilidades, estamos encontrando dificultades a la hora de hacer llegar esos recursos, ¿sí? Esos recursos no están llegando el 100% a las comunidades. Y en las comunidades vamos a encontrar dentro de los territorios indígenas que se está conservando el 80% de la biodiversidad del planeta. Y esto es importante, digamos, apoyarlo y fortalecerlo. ¿Qué está trabajando en estos momentos Podong? Los líderes y dirigentes, digamos, a nivel global, ya lo decía mi hermana Lucy, se han reunido y han discutido y han definido trabajar 4 grandes líneas, 4 grandes ejes. El primero es fortalecer las capacidades de los pueblos indígenas. Ya hay todo un proceso y sistemas de conservación de la biodiversidad a nivel de los territorios. Pero es importante hacer un proceso de fortalecimiento porque también hay que unir todo ese conocimiento indígena con toda esa tecnología moderna. ¿Sí? Debemos de usar todo lo que tenemos en favor de la conservación y es aquí donde se habla de fortalecer las capacidades de los pueblos indígenas. Se está hablando de una nueva dimensión de la inversión al impacto territorial, digamos. Hay que hacer un proceso de inversión territorial en estos momentos. Los recursos tienen que bajar directamente a las comunidades. Necesitamos que el día de mañana se siga conservando esa biodiversidad, porque está habiendo una pérdida de especies aceleradamente día tras día y necesitamos apoyar eso. A nivel local, los pueblos indígenas están haciendo procesos de uso, manejo y conservación. Están fortaleciendo sus identidades, sus formas de organización, sus conocimientos, sus estructuras y es importante fortalecer eso. Y el fondo ahí es donde tiene su corazón, en que esos recursos realmente lleguen a las comunidades y no se queden, digamos, en los niveles altos. Se está hablando del tema del cabildeo y la información y el tema de las políticas públicas. Hemos venido discutiendo y las políticas públicas medioambientales hoy por hoy no están atendiendo la necesidad de los pueblos indígenas y de la conservación de la biodiversidad. Vamos a encontrar políticas públicas antagónicas, ¿sí?, entre derecho, pueblos indígenas y conservación. Y es importante, digamos, que esto se pueda fortalecer. El otro tema que va a trabajar fuertemente es el tema de estructurar esos mecanismos financieros directos para pueblos indígenas. No va a ser un mecanismo homogéneo a nivel global. Va a ser un mecanismo que en cada una de las 7 regiones socioculturales que hay a nivel del mundo pueda atender esas necesidades, que cada una de esas comunidades pueda tener ese mecanismo según sus estructuras propias. Hoy la cooperación no está siendo adecuada culturalmente ni estructurada para pueblos indígenas. Estamos encontrando barreras muy grandes para poder implementar. Muchos estamos planteando, ¿sí?, de que de cada $10 que hay, $7 se quedan en burocracia. Y eso no puede continuar de esa manera. Tiene que ir directamente a las comunidades y para eso hay que hacer esa adecuación y es aquí donde Podong plantea que debe de desarrollarse. ¿Qué estamos trabajando? Digamos, aquí es importante ver cómo se ha venido desarrollando todo este trabajo, digamos, con las comunidades. Ya hay ejemplos, digamos, hay actividades concretas de conservación de especies. Ahí es importante ver esa conservación de especies nativas, por un lado. Es importante fortalecer esos conocimientos tradicionales de los pueblos indígenas, toda esa ciencia que hay alrededor de la conservación de la biodiversidad. Es importante ver todo ese sistema cultural, esa identidad y cultura de los pueblos indígenas y hay que fortalecerlo. Alguien nos preguntaba qué tiene que ver la cultura con la biodiversidad. Y son 2 elementos fuertemente unidos Y por eso vamos a encontrar en el marco de biodiversidad a los países megadiversos, donde tienen una gama de recursos naturales y culturales. Y los pueblos indígenas son un ejemplo positivo de esa megabiodiversidad. Vamos a desarrollar procesos de fortalecimiento de mujeres, jóvenes y niños. Tenemos que fortalecer el papel y el rol que la mujer ha jugado en la conservación de la biodiversidad y en reducir los impactos del cambio climático. Las mujeres son las poseedoras del conocimiento, son las encargadas de transferir esos conocimientos a las nuevas generaciones. Son las lideresas que hoy por hoy están desarrollando acciones y es importante que los hombres podamos tomar una acción propositiva, ver esas nuevas masculinidades, porque no tenemos que estar nuevamente esperando que sea la mujer la que pelee sus derechos. Tenemos que ser proactivos y Podong se está basando en uno de esos temas, en que debemos de cambiar, que todos seamos iguales, dice el Popuj, y lo tenemos que llevar a la práctica. El tema de los jóvenes y la niñez. Muchos decimos que son el futuro del mañana y los pueblos indígenas decimos que los jóvenes y los niños son el hoy, porque son ellos los que están conservando, son ellos los que están trabajando por la biodiversidad en sus territorios. Entonces Podong quiere hacer ese conjunto de acciones, quiere desarrollar, quiere ser un mecanismo nuevo, quiere ser un mecanismo alternativo que le dé soluciones para conservar la biodiversidad y para promover ese Utzcaslemal, ese modelo de vida que los pueblos indígenas desarrollan. Estas son un poco unas fotografías que hemos colocado y que es el proceso que se ha dado. ¿Por qué colocarlas? Porque Podong se está estructurando desde una base de consulta, desde el tema del consentimiento libre, previo, informado de las organizaciones indígenas que son parte hoy por hoy del Foro Internacional Indígena de Biodiversidad y de las organizaciones de pueblos indígenas afiliadas a IUCN. Matías Chivé y gracias.
Muchas gracias, Ramiro. Y ahora me gustaría darle la palabra a Onel Mazardule. Onel viene del pueblo Guna de Panamá. Él vive en un lugar muy lindo del planeta, donde el mar y la tierra se juntan y los colores del mar se vuelven fantásticos. Y la gente que vive en donde Onel vive, con el pueblo Guna, son gente del mar y de la tierra. Onel es el director de la Fundación de Conocimiento para el Conocimiento Indígena, es también un miembro de la IUCN y ha sido un gran líder por muchos años llevando la bandera de los pueblos indígenas. Y hoy nos va a contar un poquito su experiencia más práctica, un caso de estudio sobre cómo podemos avanzar más rápidamente. Onel, por favor.
Ok, buenas tardes y primero en mi lengua. Buenas tardes, hermanos y hermanas, por esta sesión. Agradezco la hospitalidad de Su Alteza Razán, de Gretel Aguilar, la directora de la IUCN, y de todos los que están presentes, por permitir intercambiar experiencias e ideas. Bueno, yo en realidad quiero enfocar cómo la iniciativa Podong va a fortalecer el tema de la conservación de la biodiversidad. Cómo va a contribuir los pueblos indígenas en alcanzar las metas que hay en el marco global sobre biodiversidad Kunming-Montreal. Hay muchas metas. Hay muchas metas específicas, como mencionaron. Un ejemplo, cuando hablamos del Meta 5, donde habla del conservación y de desarrollo sostenible. Yo creo que para todos no es la primera vez que voy a decir que los pueblos indígenas contribuyen a la biodiversidad. Yo siempre digo, cuando en eventos de finanzas, cuando hablan que necesitamos miles de billones de dólares para conservar, para salvar la biodiversidad, yo siempre digo que si por lo menos los estados, las instituciones reconocieran y fortalecieran los trabajos que hacemos los pueblos indígenas, se ahorraría la mitad de lo que se necesita, ¿ya? O más de la mitad. Porque hay ejemplos bien claros que nosotros, los pueblos indígenas, el artículo 10 lo hacemos, el uso consuetudinario sostenible de la biodiversidad. Por eso, por algo, en nuestros territorios hay biodiversidad todavía. Entonces hay pueblos indígenas que en un momento dado están haciendo con sus propios recursos, sin ver si le pagan o no le pagan, pero están haciendo la conservación. Podemos mencionar muchos ejemplos. Hay pueblos indígenas que están trabajando en la biodiversidad agrícola. Ahí donde juega rol importante las mujeres en la selección de semillas antes de sembrar. Hay pueblos indígenas que están trabajando en el tema de cómo recuperar sus conocimientos indígenas relacionados a la biodiversidad. Porque tenemos que estar claros que los pueblos indígenas ven el mundo integral, no fraccionado. Por eso mis abuelos me dicen que nosotros somos un componente más de la naturaleza. No somos amos de la naturaleza. La naturaleza es el amo de nosotros. Porque nosotros pensamos que cuando hay una catástrofe, que la naturaleza nos está haciendo mal. No, es que nosotros buscamos. Es una señal que la naturaleza nos está dando que algo está fallando, que algo está actuando mal el hombre. Entonces yo creo que con esa visión el pueblo indígena siempre está ligado lo que es la cultura, la espiritualidad con la biodiversidad. Cuando hace una ceremonia indígena, la biodiversidad está presente. Cuando hay ceremonias tradicionales, la biodiversidad está presente. Cuando hacemos fiesta, la biodiversidad está presente, porque necesitamos eso ya para vivir. Somos parte de esa riqueza que nos dio la naturaleza. Y quería compartir un trabajo específico del pueblo Kuna, cómo nosotros, independientemente de lo que digan, están haciendo. El pueblo Kuna, las autoridades están creando áreas para desove de tortugas. Áreas que el gobierno de Panamá no lo está apoyando, es iniciativa propia. Estamos haciendo el control, cómo utilizar la langosta. Hay un tiempo de veda interna, una ley consuetudinaria, que nadie puede vender langosta, ¿ya? Para permitir la reproducción de la langosta. Porque sabemos que dependemos de ese recurso marino, porque si lo sobreexplotamos, somos nosotros que vamos a ser perjudicados, no la langosta, somos nosotros porque queremos comer. ¿Ya? A lo mejor mis nietos no van a saber si lo destruimos, qué es la langosta, lo estará viendo en la figurita, ¿ya? Pero nunca lo va a ver, pero lo están haciendo. El tamaño de la langosta está bien estipulado y está prohibido pescar langosta con huevos, porque esto es algo que tiene que pensar, que estos huevos van a producir otras langostas para el futuro. Entonces, ahora, le digo esto para relacionar qué va a hacer el Podong, la iniciativa Podong. La iniciativa Podong va a impulsar, va a fortalecer estas iniciativas propias que hay en los territorios indígenas. Y esto le va a dar más impulso para el trabajo que hacemos. Entonces, esto no es un mero de crear un fondo para gastar, no. Esto es con una intención propia de fortalecer estas prácticas, esas innovaciones que hacen los pueblos indígenas en su territorio en relación a la biodiversidad. Hay territorios, para concluir, le puedo decir, en la lista roja de la IUCN hay, por lo menos en el caso de la fauna, un tapir. Está en la isla roja, pero en mi territorio todavía abunda. ¿El por qué abunda? Porque hay prácticas que son sostenibles. Entonces yo creo que esa es la iniciativa que da ese impulso, repito, y para permitir fortalecer estos trabajos que hacen nuestras comunidades. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Sonel. Y ahora me complace dar la palabra a Dolores de Jesús Cabnal, doña Lola, que viene del pueblo maya quechí de Guatemala. Doña Lola es una mujer muy fuerte, dedicada por muchos años a defender los derechos de las mujeres indígenas. Las mujeres indígenas en todo el mundo juegan un rol fundamental y doña Lola ha estado a la cabeza de esto por muchísimos años, tratando de poner a las mujeres al frente. Doña Lola además es co-chair del Caucus de Cambio Climático aquí en la COP28 y es miembro de Actenamid, que es una organización miembro de la IUCN. Doña Lola, por favor.
Ahora sí. Bien, muy buenas tardes, querida Razani, Gretel, y a quienes hacen posible esta reunión. Este diálogo es muy importante para todas y todos. Primero quisiera enfatizar que la iniciativa Podong se enmarca en la colectividad de ideas, de pensamientos, de saberes y conocimientos, porque es global, es de los pueblos indígenas, de mujeres y hombres jóvenes que han puesto su granito de arena para poder crear la iniciativa. Creemos de que es muy importante en la vida de los pueblos indígenas de todo el mundo, y no solamente en la vida de los pueblos indígenas, como ya lo decían mis colegas acá, sino es del mundo. Porque esto vendrá a fortalecer las capacidades, los conocimientos y prácticas tradicionales de los pueblos indígenas, como el de la plataforma de comunidades locales y pueblos indígenas en el marco del Acuerdo de París, que tenemos un mandato ahí que necesitamos implementar, necesitamos fortalecer y tener también la iniciativa de poder garantizar y asegurar de que esto sea de manera directa en las comunidades locales. Por lo tanto, también creemos de que esto contribuirá a fortalecer no solamente el tema de adaptación y mitigación de los pueblos indígenas en el marco de cambio climático, sino que también la resiliencia de los pueblos indígenas y sus formas de vida, los planes y medios de vida de los pueblos indígenas, garantizando así la reducción de la deforestación de los bosques, porque creemos de que esto es una forma de poder contribuir con alternativas sostenibles de desarrollo, con mecanismos que puedan asegurar no solamente fortalecer la economía de los pueblos indígenas, sino la gobernanza, nuestras propias formas de crear nuestros propios mecanismos, de fortalecer esas prácticas que nosotros realizamos en nuestras comunidades. Y esta iniciativa sale desde lo local. Aquí ahorita estamos escuchando muchos mecanismos, muchos pensamientos, ideas sobre cambio climático, temas de adaptación, pero muy poco se involucra los conocimientos y prácticas de los pueblos indígenas. Entonces queremos fortalecer con esta iniciativa estas prácticas y por eso lo consideramos muy importante porque es aquí donde nosotros podemos fomentar prácticas de desarrollo sostenible como educación para la juventud, que muchas veces es lo que hace falta dentro de nuestras comunidades. El papel y el rol de las mujeres es de suma importancia para los medios de vida local, para la población. Por lo tanto, yo pues no voy a repetir lo que ya mis hermanos han dicho, pero yo quisiera invitar a todas aquellas personas que tienen la posibilidad de contribuir para que la iniciativa Podong pueda establecerse dentro de nuestras iniciativas como pueblos indígenas y llenar esta canasta de manera colectiva para poder asegurar nuestro planeta, poder asegurar la vida de cada uno de nuestros hijos y de nuestras hijas. Así que con estas palabras yo quisiera agradecerles la importancia de tener esta iniciativa como pueblos indígenas. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, doña Lola, y déjeme repetir sus palabras de que, por supuesto, todos los que quieran poner sus ideas, sus esperanzas en esa canasta son bienvenidas, porque esto no se trata solo de cuánto dinero va a esa canasta, se trata de qué podemos hacer juntos a través de llenar esa canasta con las ideas de los pueblos indígenas, sus necesidades y también el compromiso de muchos otros de nosotros. Entonces, yo también les quiero hacer esa invitación a quienes están aquí, quieren colaborar. También veo muchos amigos y amigas de los pueblos indígenas en esta sala. Bienvenidos. Yo sé que no todos pueden hablar aquí hoy, pero me han pedido que le dé la palabra a Mirna Cunningham. Mirna. Mirna, ya, sí.
Mucho gusto y muchas gracias, Naxa, al Sutralam Kulatara Maikisna. Les saludo desde mi pueblo, el pueblo Misquito de Nicaragua. Una canasta es tejida por todos los miembros de la comunidad. Algunos cortan, otros tejen, otros diseñan y otros la llenan. Nosotros desde el Fondo Pawanca, que es un fondo liderado por pueblos indígenas, también en las 7 regiones socioculturales del mundo, que tienen 9 años de existencia, quisiera también contribuir a esta canasta. Porque lo que nosotros hemos dicho siempre es que las canastas se construyen con los conocimientos de los pueblos indígenas, con los territorios de los pueblos indígenas, con los valores de los pueblos indígenas. Y obviamente se complementa con otros recursos que contribuyen a avanzar ese trabajo de los pueblos indígenas de proteger la biodiversidad y proteger los territorios. Entonces queremos comprometernos con ustedes para trabajar en conjunto.
Muchas gracias, doña Mirna, y bienvenida. Diana del Banco Mundial. Sí. Por favor.
No, muchas gracias. Ojalá que tuviera mucha plata para poner la canasta ahora mismo, pero no puedo ofrecer eso, pero sí total hermandad y lo que quisiera primero decir es que nosotros tenemos relaciones con muchísima gente aquí y hemos estado, este fondo se construye sobre mucha experiencia que está en esta sala, experiencia con muchos diferentes tipos de financiamiento, mecanismos como el mecanismo dedicado específico que SOTSIL ejecuta en Guatemala, como proyectos como Agnes Leina está participando en FLOCA, que tiene que ver con adaptación a cambio climático en Kenia, como son procesos muy locales apoyando a los jóvenes indígenas en Guatemala que doña Lola lleva, como ese proyecto, un préstamo de 80 millones que ONEL fue parte de negociar con el Banco Mundial en Panamá, y sobre todo sobre un proceso de diálogo de muchos años que hemos estado tejiendo y construyendo para construir confianza y intercambiar conocimiento. Entonces, en esa amistad estamos aquí desde el Banco Mundial. Ojalá que podamos también aportar ideas a la canasta que tienen que ver con vincular este fondo a ideas nuevas de financiamiento, bonos sociales, mercados de carbono, y cómo Podong, como Pawanca y otros, pueden establecer los mecanismos para que los pueblos indígenas aseguren sus derechos en estos procesos de financiamiento de cambio climático, como también en la biodiversidad, y no solo asegurar sus derechos, pero también compensarse y ser reconocidos por su rol tan importante. Así que muchas gracias, con todo el apoyo que podemos y colaboración estamos aquí a la mano. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Diana, del World Bank. Te buscaremos para trabajar de la mano. Ahora me gustaría la palabra a Imen Melián.
Hola, saludos a todos. Voy a tomar la palabra, Gretel, como fondo de adaptación, porque el fondo de adaptación está abriendo una nueva ventana de adaptación liderada localmente y lo que buscamos es cómo podemos facilitar el financiamiento directo a los actores locales. Desde luego que las organizaciones de pueblos indígenas son un actor importante. Estamos llevando consultas en esta COP y nos gustaría buscar sinergias, porque lo que tampoco queremos es reinventar la rueda. Estaba hablando mucho con Ramiro en esto, pero les invito a estas consultas. Mañana vamos a tener una en el pabellón del fondo y el 11 estaremos con ustedes de nuevo para presentar. Yo creo que hay mucho por compartir y mucho por hablar y cómo podemos contribuir plata y facilitar el acceso es un punto importante. Gracias.
Muchas gracias al Fondo de Adaptación. También tomamos la palabra del Fondo de Adaptación. Gracias, Imen, vicepresidenta de la UICN también. Bueno, yo quisiera ahora decir que es lo siguiente que va a pasar. Doña Lucy va a tomar la palabra y luego cuando doña Lucy termine, vamos a cerrar el evento con una foto de los pueblos indígenas aquí presentes y la presidenta de la UICN.
Okay.
Doña Lucy.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Now, I want to thank you very much, all of you, and especially our three new, very close partners that have already. Midna, my senior, I thank you so much for being here and for supporting. You have always been very keen to make sure that the indigenous people move forward, the advancement. We've come from a long way, but we are somewhere now. And it's really very important to have, to respect and to look at, recognize the rights of indigenous people, and that is what Pawanga does a lot, looking at their traditional knowledge. We also thank World Bank. They've been quite long-time partners with the indigenous people. Adaptation Fund is even also a good partner in terms of us understanding more. Now, Razan, you should not worry anymore. You remember the phrase you give us from the Quran? Always to be positive also and to be patient, and here we are. You can see the fruits are coming slowly. And now, because I want to thank all of you for the great time here and for being here, but there are people I want to thank specially for their patience and for understanding indigenous people. And I would like Agnes Leina, my sister from Kenya, to help me in this, and to be able to, first of all, call Razan, and give her a small present. The beads mean a lot to us, and the beads are not only for the Kenyan Maasai or for any other, but it's a collective bead that most of the indigenous people, if you look all through the indigenous people, they always have a bead. And this is why we like beads to be. Kreta, you should also come nearby because you're also the next person. Remember, IUCN is our home, and that's why we are. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So you can see that
so this goes to her headgear as a princess, yeah. Look at how she looks beautiful. Wake up and give her the... Oh my God, will they be out? Yeah, okay.
as their alternative to climate change. And then, lastly, the badge that shows it is now indigenous.
Look at how beautiful she looks like. And it's not over yet. It's not over yet because you have to carry that basket. She'll have to show you how to do it. Yes, like that. Okay. Yeah. So you have to look at me so that they capture the cameraman can capture the basket.
Podong,
Yeah, the podong, this way. Look at this side, yeah. So here she is. So this is a basket now. She has it, yeah.
I'm glad it's light now.
Yeah, it's very light.
It will fill. I'm hoping that with our incredible partners, we can start filling this basket.
Exactly, yeah.
Thank you.
Shukran, yeah. Thank you very much, yeah. Thank you. Greta, please come along. They are different.
The one like looks like this.
Look at inside the bag. Maybe it's inside the bag. Yeah. No, it's not there. Maybe it's down.
It's mixed. I don't know.
Yeah, don't give it to her. Let it stay here. This is for. Yeah, so let's have Mirna here, the senior. Please come over. Yeah.
But I haven't done anything yet, just ideas.
Yeah. So, here you are also.
Thank you.
See this basket? Yeah, really full.
Yeah, I know.
Fill it up with money.
Very strategic. Thank you. Okay, and I should have mentioned that our dialogue has been with the Podong and Ayala, so great partners.
Okay. Adaptation Fund, that's your new name.
Adaptation Fund.
Because I didn't get your full name.
Amen.
Amen. Please come. Amen. Yes. So,
Thank you.
I wanted to give this young lady here who carried all these baskets from Bangladesh. Can you imagine how many they were? As many as anything, but she was able to carry them. Commitment to the work that we have for Indigenous people. So I just wanted to, this is almost like if you take it there, they will think it's from your community. But just look at the colors, they're different, yeah? Thank you. So please.
think it won't fit. It's okay. I'll just put it on the one you have.
Okay, it's okay. Now, there is another special person who has been working so hard day and night, making sure that we are visible, and talking to IUCN family to make sure that Indigenous people are well recognized, and also the fact that they have to understand who we are, what we do, and the kind of work that we do. And this is Anita. Anita herself is an Indigenous woman. She has been having sleepless nights working on that. And great, as I said earlier on to you secretly, that the work has just begun. So you will be getting some late night calls from her saying that we want to have a letter, we want to have a document, but we really appreciate her work that she has brought us where we are today. And we all thank you very much, Anita. Thank you so much for that. Yeah. And traditionally, you don't leave out some of these colleagues who are here. It's always important that we give them also something so that as they wake up, they also continue to be strong in terms of pushing the work forward, talking to different partners. And I really appreciate my co-chair, Ramiro. We call each other co-chair. I almost speak Spanish now because, and he's almost speaking English because sometimes it means that we have to communicate together. And he has been doing a lot of advocacy and making sure that he really puts up. And you're lucky to have such a good vice president, and I'm sure you'll also have to learn Spanish at one point, yeah? So, Agnes, if you could put to any one of them the colors and all the leaders there, then it will be great. So, and to you all, it's not that it's over. We still have to say that we thank you so much for being here, for contributing to us, for supporting us, and for continuing to be with us throughout this journey. Remember, the environment, the biodiversity is ours, it's yours, it's mine, it's for our children. And we need to leave it better than the way we found it. It's difficult because there's a lot of challenges ahead of us, but we know we can make it because the communities down there are committed. And this partnership is always very, very important, not only with the IUCN, but also with other partners. It's very important and crucial to be partners throughout so that we can be able to move forward and make the world better than the way we found it. Thank you so much, all of you, and we really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
And now let me invite all the Indigenous peoples present here to come for a picture with the IUCN president. We will welcome that. Thank you so much for being here, and let's continue working for the Podong initiative.
donde también viven los pueblos indígenas, donde también nosotros nos alimentamos, que hoy en día se esté promocionando lotes en los territorios de los pueblos indígenas. No ven otra alternativa de seguir promocionando estos lotes a nivel de la Amazonía peruana. Hablo de la región, de las 9 regionales que representa IRECEP. Sinceramente estamos preocupados y las propuestas que están sacando las leyes son más rápidas en aprobar, pero ¿en qué se demoran? En atender a los pueblos indígenas. Los pueblos indígenas hasta el día de hoy estamos sufriendo una contaminación tremenda en nuestros territorios. Nuestras cochas no son remediados. Los niños, las personas que viven dentro de este territorio están contaminados con metales pesados. Pero sin embargo, el Estado poco o nada le interesa de seguir haciendo leyes que atenten, que vulneren nuestros derechos. Nosotros hasta el día de hoy no somos atendidos. Por eso desde acá hago un llamado. Pregunto también a la presidenta, ¿qué es lo que está pensando la vida de los pueblos, en la vida de los pueblos indígenas? ¿Qué respuesta va a dar en todo este contexto? En todos los COP están mencionando del cambio climático. Si allá ya están concesionando, si allá ya hay lotes ya, nuevos lotes promocionando. Por un lado está lotizando, está ofertando los lotes petroleros, por otro lado está dando el discurso para frenar el cambio climático. Entonces, ¿cómo vamos a frenar si tenemos las dos caras diferentes? Cuando el pueblo indígena sigue pidiendo auxilio, que se remedien los territorios, que se respete y que sean consultados. La consulta previa y libre e informada. ¿Para qué se han hecho estas leyes? ¿Para guardar en el gabinete? ¿Para guardar bajo la mesa? Es para aplicar. Y por ello hacemos un llamado a todos los congresistas peruanos también, de que sientan como nosotros estamos pasando. Yo les preguntaría a los dos sectores del Estado, que es legislativo y poder ejecutivo. ¿Ellos podrán bañarse en la quebrada lleno de hidrocarburos? ¿Estarán dispuestos a tomar agua contaminada? ¿Estarán dispuestos a comer pescados con petróleo? ¿Estarían felices durmiendo cuando sus hijos estén con los metales pesados? No es posible de que sin hacer esto, sin garantizar la vida de los pueblos indígenas, se siga promocionando nuevos lotes petroleros, pensando que la única alternativa es petróleo, gas y carbono. Y no ven otra cosa más. Pero ¿dónde están estas 3 cosas que están ellos pensando que ese es el desarrollo? Están en los territorios de los pueblos indígenas. Y los pueblos indígenas estamos acá, a frente de todo, trayendo las voces de las mujeres, hombres, que cada día más mueren por estas contaminaciones, por total abandono de los pueblos indígenas. Es fácil decir por qué los pueblos indígenas hasta acá vienen a reclamar sus derechos. Es que allá en nuestro país no nos escuchan, que el mundo entero sepa que los pueblos indígenas no obstruimos el desarrollo, sino queremos que nos dejen vivir en paz, que ya nos dejen comer una comida, un pescado sin contaminación, sin agua, consumir agua limpia. Así como toman en Dubái, toman en en otros países, así como toman en Lima agua purificada, pero los pueblos indígenas nos bañamos en el río, comemos de nuestras cochas, pescamos los peces de nuestro río, comemos los animales del bosque, nos sirven el bosque. A nosotros como mujeres, a todos los pueblos indígenas, nos ayuda también, ahí están nuestras plantas medicinales. Entonces, eso es lo que nosotros no queremos que se siga diciendo que es la última alternativa o única alternativa, que no se vea que esto es la alternativa de poder resolver los problemas, de poder desarrollar los pueblos indígenas. Los pueblos indígenas no tenemos ni servicio básico y que se siga pensando que los pueblos indígenas hay que seguir promocionando los lotes petroleros, pero ¿dónde están? Hay que pensar, yo los pregunto a todos los inversionistas de estas empresas extractivistas que analicen, que por favor ya no nos dejen morir más, ya no nos contaminen más, cada día más. Nosotros, así como ustedes tienen hijos, nosotros también tenemos hijos. Queremos que nuestros hijos gocen una vida sana, tomen agua limpia, así como ustedes toman, hermanos de la ciudad, de otros países. Así como comen los congresistas, millonada de plata que consumen en buenas empresas, restaurantes, toman su agua cielo. Para nosotros, nuestra agua cielo es nuestro río, nuestra cocha. Eso es lo que yo menciono en este espacio, gracias a nuestros aliados que nos han traído hasta acá para poder visibilizar la demanda de los pueblos indígenas, el sentir. Agradecemos a todos los aliados que se han solidarizado con los pueblos indígenas. Nosotros desde AIDECEP, Corpi, a los nuevos regionales que representa AIDECEP, decimos basta ya, ya no más concesiones, ya no más ofertas de pozos petroleros, gas desde nuestro territorio. En eso nosotros hacemos un llamado a todos los aliados también que se unan a esta defensa de la lucha de los pueblos indígenas y la resistencia. No nos vean como los que vienen a pedir mendigar, sino nosotros somos las personas que venimos a plantear nuestras demandas que sean escuchadas, que no nos vean como mendigos acá pidiendo presupuesto. No es así, hermanos, sino queremos salvar también la vida de nuestros hermanos y que cada día más estamos pasando amenazas atentatorias de las leyes que vienen creando desde nuestro país. Eso es desde nuestra parte como pueblos indígenas. Agradezco a Derecho Ambiente, Recursos Naturales, que siempre viene apoyando a los pueblos indígenas y así como otros aliados también apoyan la causa justa, la demanda de los pueblos indígenas. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Elaine. Es importante esos mensajes precisamente porque se está afectando la vida y subsistencia de los pueblos, ¿no? Ha mencionado el territorio indígena provee, ¿no? y a la línea de biodiversidad, además de las metas climáticas que se están estableciendo. Y con esta mirada justamente relacionada a la biodiversidad, vamos a dar el pase y el micrófono a Tabea Cacique, ¿no? Ella es secretaria del Consejo Directivo de la Asociación Interétnica del Desarrollo de la Selva Peruana, AIDECEP, es la organización indígena de la Amazonía peruana. Y ella nos va a comentar cuáles son estas pautas, recomendaciones para la participación de pueblos indígenas en esta línea vinculada a biodiversidad, porque también tenemos metas frente al cambio climático, que hay una discusión importante, pero también hay metas vinculadas al convenio de diversidad biológica y están vinculadas en el mismo territorio. Entonces, adelante, Tabea, coméntanos cuál es esta ruta todavía pendiente que están planteando los pueblos indígenas.
Muchas gracias, Iris. Saludar a todos los panelistas, a todos los presentes. Mi nombre es Tabea Cacique, soy mujer indígena de pueblo Axéninca de Ucayali, en representación de Asociación Interétnica de Desarrollo de la Selva Peruana, AIDECEP. En relación a este tema, hablar de diversidad biológica, mi persona he tenido oportunidad de participar en la COP28, donde se adoptaron acuerdos para la implementación en los países en relación a este tema. Nosotros como pueblos indígenas, hablar de clima, hablar de biodiversidad es uno solo, porque en nuestro territorio está la biodiversidad. Si hablamos de clima, también la conservación, protección que realizamos los pueblos indígenas en nuestros territorios. Venimos conservando, ¿no?, de generación en generación, transmitiendo los conocimientos propios, ¿no?, desde nuestra cosmovisión, ¿no?, como pueblos indígenas. Y muchas veces no tomadas en cuenta, empezando desde nuestro país. Actualmente, para implementar los acuerdos, tomar las metas, la categoría, ¿no?, de evaluación en cada país, todavía los funcionarios del Estado peruano no conocen o no sabe cómo medirlo, ¿no? A qué categoría corresponde a pueblos indígenas. Estamos en esta discusión, estamos en esta, como pueblos indígenas, aportando para poder hacerle entender a los funcionarios del Estado, ¿no?, cómo visibilizar el aporte de los pueblos indígenas frente a esta, si hablamos en relación a diversidad biológica, porque no lo están entendiendo. Es un tema que las adopciones que se dan en estos espacios globales tiene que ser implementada de manera diferenciada, porque no todos los países no estamos en las condiciones, ¿no?, como nuestro país en Perú. Nosotros venimos considerando que hablar de territorio, ¿no?, de manera holística, de manera general, debe ser tomada en cuenta el aporte, ¿no?, del movimiento indígena, los pueblos indígenas que habitamos en la Amazonía, en el territorio. Sin derecho de los pueblos indígenas no hay protección, no hay conservación, debe tomarse en cuenta eso. Y por lo tanto el planteamiento es esto, ¿no?, de que los pueblos indígenas tienen que estar dentro de la propuesta, ¿no?, en cumplimiento de las metas adoptadas a nivel global. Quería mencionar, nosotros en Perú hay un avance en relación a la creación de la plataforma climática nacional. El trabajo de IDCEP que estamos planteando al Ministerio del Ambiente y los gobiernos regionales, la descentralización, ¿no?, de esta plataforma que existe a nivel nacional en las regiones, porque los gobiernos regionales toman decisiones a espaldas de los pueblos indígenas, ¿no?, con las organizaciones, no está coordinando y no coordina también a nivel nacional, que es Ministerio del Ambiente, ¿no? Entonces trabaja de una manera aislada, también, bueno, indicando que tiene la autonomía como gobierno regional, entonces no se puede cumplir las metas adoptadas de cada país, ¿no?, a nivel, hablando de clima, biodiversidad, si se trabaja de una manera separada. Yo creo que los pueblos indígenas, el Estado, el organismo, ¿no?, las entidades, las instituciones, tiene que trabajar de manera articulada para el cumplimiento de la meta y el buen vivir, ¿no?, de nuestra población que habita en nuestros territorios, en las comunidades. Si bien es cierto, hay un avance desde IDC, hemos empezado a trabajar, apoyar al Estado prácticamente para la creación de la plataforma climática regional. Ya se ha planteado con el gobernador regional de Ucayali, aún está en proceso y esperemos lograrlo y avanzar en otras regiones, porque es momento que el gobierno regional llame a las organizaciones y coordine sobre el tema en relación a temas climáticos, la biodiversidad, la implementación es ahí con ellos, ¿no?, de manera coordinada. Entonces, el trabajo que se ha avanzado es eso, y ONAMIAP, ¿no?, de otra organización, ha avanzado con Ayacucho y Junín, y es un trabajo que nosotros hemos emprendido, pero gracias al apoyo de instituciones, en este caso DAR, y otras instituciones, ¿no?, privadas que nos está apoyando para su implementación. Pero de parte del Estado no hay presupuesto, entonces es un trabajo que también nosotros no podemos implementar alguna acción efectiva en nuestros territorios mientras que no haya fondos, no haya presupuesto. Hay voluntad política, puede haber, pero sin presupuesto obviamente no se puede implementar. Entonces creemos que a través de estos espacios nosotros tomar en cuenta, ¿no?, los derechos de los pueblos indígenas, porque los pueblos indígenas hemos venido contribuyendo, pero no visibilizados desde los espacios donde que muchas veces venimos a plantear propuestas propias. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Muchas gracias, Tabea. Y ese es un mensaje importantísimo. ¿Cómo es el esfuerzo de los pueblos indígenas en aportar, aterrizar, ¿no?, en acciones concretas también? Y este llamado también que ha mencionado Tabea sobre identificar estas metas del Convenio de Diversidad Biológica y cómo se van armonizando con las metas NDCs, tanto en mitigación como adaptación, porque no vivimos en dos mundos paralelos, es el mismo mundo, es el mismo territorio donde se van a implementar estas metas y cómo es que se está abordando la importancia de la biodiversidad sobre territorios indígenas y áreas protegidas en las discusiones de cambio climático donde nos encontramos. Además, hay un llamado también, como mencionan, en ir alineando estos frentes. Y pasamos al espacio regional. En este espacio regional, precisamente, hemos invitado a Alejandro Alemán. Él es coordinador de Climate Action Network de Latinoamérica, más conocido como CANLA, y él nos va a hablar sobre esta línea de contribución de la conservación de las áreas protegidas, territorios indígenas y la biodiversidad en la ruta de cumplimiento de las NDCs, pero no solamente bajo este enfoque, sino por qué es importante esa línea, pero también el aspecto de daños y pérdidas, es decir, que ya los pueblos indígenas y las poblaciones locales vienen sufriendo los efectos del cambio climático y no solamente es una apuesta para reducir emisiones, cumplir las metas, sino también para atender estas pérdidas y daños que desde los pueblos vienen y poblaciones locales vienen padeciendo. Bienvenido, Alejandro, y te damos también la palabra. ¿Se escucha?
Sí, tengo audio en el micrófono. ¿Ya? Tengo audio. Ok, sí. Ok. Gracias Iris. Yo soy Alejandro Alemán, soy el coordinador de Climate Action Network en América Latina. Bueno, también gracias a DAR y a IDCEP por la invitación y por hacer algunas reflexiones en relación a lo que han dicho las colegas. Y sobre la misma línea de lo que decían las colegas de IDCEP, nosotros en CANLA consideramos que de hecho estamos en un momento de contradicciones a propósito de los procesos de implementación de la NDCs y es un momento en el cual, si bien es cierto, estamos hablando sobre la necesidad de acelerar la acción climática para el 2030 y de plantearnos metas que encaminadas a reducir emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero al menos en 45% para mantenernos entre los objetivos del Acuerdo de París. Eso en el discurso. Sin embargo, justo ayer y en los días anteriores hemos escuchado anuncios de expansión de la frontera petrolera, particularmente en los territorios del Amazonas. Si bien es cierto, las NDC de nuestros países o de los países amazónicos hablan de reducciones de emisiones, sentimos que hay una especie de lavado verde alrededor del cual se está jugando en esta COP particularmente, en relación a que se habla sobre duplicar o triplicar las energías renovables e incrementar la eficiencia energética, pero no se habla de lo esencial que es la necesidad de dejar el petróleo bajo tierra. Y ya las colegas mencionaban de quiénes son las víctimas de este tipo de extractivismo y quiénes terminan pagando los platos rotos de este modelo de desarrollo. Entonces, escuchamos que justo el 14 de diciembre, un día después de que termine la COP28, Brasil va a subastar 700 y algo, una cantidad exagerada de bloques petroleros en el Amazonas, y que Brasil, justo después de la COP28, se suma a la OPEP Plus, es decir, a los países exportadores de petróleo, en un contexto en el que preveemos que, o teníamos la expectativa, de que la presidencia brasileña de la COP30 en 2025 marcara un rumbo positivo en términos de acabar con el extractivismo y la explotación petrolera. Yo siento que si bien es cierto, como decía Iris, las NDCs están ahí, pero las señales políticas que están dando los gobiernos de la región no necesariamente van en la dirección positiva, con algunas excepciones como la de Colombia. Y en ese sentido, yo creo que como organizaciones indígenas y desde la sociedad civil es importante unirse también a las felicitaciones al gobierno de Colombia y de parte de CAN América Latina igual, extender nuestra felicitación al gobierno de Colombia por haber suscrito el Tratado de No Proliferación de Combustibles Fósiles, justo ayer o antier, en uno de estos días de la COP. Y decía un colega de la sociedad civil brasileña que, en un mensaje al presidente Lula, que si Brasil quiere unirse a un club, no es al club de la OPEC al que tiene que unirse, es al Tratado de No Proliferación de Combustibles Fósiles. Es decir, tiene que ir en dirección contraria, Lula, porque si bien es cierto, hay cifras optimistas en relación a que las acciones del gobierno brasileño están deteniendo el avance de la frontera agrícola y el avance de la deforestación en el Amazonas. Decía este colega, la responsabilidad también es poder, y ese poder que tiene puede borrar de un plumazo los avances en términos de reducción de emisiones que se han logrado con la reducción de la deforestación en el Amazonas, con concesiones petroleras, con cantidades de exportación de petróleo que incluso son números que a veces para uno son difíciles de imaginarse y de procesar en términos de gigatoneladas de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero que van a resultar de estas nuevas concesiones petroleras. Entonces, es un momento de contradicciones en ese sentido, pero también detrás de eso se está hablando y estamos diciendo es necesario la transición energética y es necesario que nuestros países den los pasos necesarios no únicamente para incrementar las cantidades de energías renovables, sino que nos permita dejar el petróleo bajo tierra. Por supuesto, hay una amplia discusión alrededor de esto, en la medida que conversando precisamente a raíz de la decisión de Yasumi y Brasil alrededor de esto, un amigo que es político que está aquí en la COP me decía también, mira, ¿y yo qué hago con una población hambrienta, con una población con necesidades básicas insatisfechas, sentada encima de un yacimiento petrolero? Entonces, y decía, quizá cargar la responsabilidad a un país en desarrollo que ha tenido una relativa reducción de responsabilidad, o una relativa, no reducción, una responsabilidad no significativa en términos de reducción de emisiones, cargar esa responsabilidad únicamente a un país en desarrollo es totalmente discutible. Entonces, entramos a un debate que tiene que ver también con la responsabilidad del norte global para que los países del sur igual puedan dejar el petróleo bajo tierra. Es decir, hemos reprochado desde CAN América Latina, particularmente al presidente Lula, el hecho de que está concesionando grandes yacimientos de petróleo, que Brasil no es a la OPEP Plus, que debe de sumarse si quiere contribuir con la crisis climática o si quiere contribuir a reducir la crisis climática. Hay otros espacios como el Tratado de No Proliferación de Combustibles Fósiles, pero también es fundamental hacer el llamado a los mayores responsables históricos. Y aquí justamente en la COP estamos hablando del famoso MCQG, perdón por el anglicismo, pero así nos estamos acostumbrando a llamarle a la nueva meta de financiamiento climático global. Y en esa nueva meta de financiamiento climático global, yo creo que también los países industrializados deben de dar las señales claras y deben dar una señal clara política positiva, porque el reiterado incumplimiento de la meta de los 100.000 millones, de aquellos famosos 100.000 millones que vienen arrastrando desde el 2009 y que hasta la fecha algunos dicen que han cumplido, pero estudios independientes dicen que no necesariamente, eso crea suma desconfianza y eso no abona a este debate. Entonces, sí hay un problema de agresividad en el extractivismo petrolero que tiene un impacto sobre la biodiversidad, pero también la transición energética y la crisis climática nos lleva por una deriva o por un sendero distinto que tampoco es el más positivo para nuestras comunidades y es el incremento de la agresividad de la acción minera. Y algunos colegas decían, necesitamos dejar el petróleo bajo tierra y necesitamos ir por la transición. Pero la transición también conlleva la transformación de la forma en que nos movemos, por ejemplo. La industria automotriz está hablando de autos eléctricos, de trenes eléctricos y de nueva infraestructura para mover la economía. Y eso promueve un tipo distinto de extractivismo que es tan nocivo como el extractivismo petrolero. Entonces, y trayendo a colación lo que mencionaba Iris del Convenio de Diversidad Biológica, nosotros creemos que es también importante reflexionar en tanto que los colegas que conocen de ese tema, al final el balance energético petrolero lo estás reemplazando por el balance energético derivado de la extracción de materias primas que son necesarias, el litio, el cobalto, las tierras raras, entre otros, que son necesarios para la transición energética. Y que si vamos por esa dirección igual, vamos a poner en riesgo no a las comunidades, por supuesto, pero también vamos a poner en riesgo ecosistemas que son críticos también para la estabilidad climática global, porque los metales raros y lo que el sistema económico capitalista global requiere para la transición, esos materiales están en la selva, están en las comunidades y están en ecosistemas críticos. Entonces, yo creo, o nosotros creemos que hay un asunto que la COP no se ha planteado todavía y que más bien tiene que ver con la necesidad del cambio de modelo y de transitar y ¿por qué no? Aunque suene escandaloso, empezar a hablar de los límites del crecimiento y de cómo detenemos esta deriva que nos está llevando al abismo a todos como especie. Y yo creo, o creemos en general en CANLA, que la necesidad de hablar de los límites del crecimiento nos debe de llevar a hablar de la redistribución, de la transformación, de la redistribución de la riqueza, por supuesto, y de la transformación del sistema financiero global. Entonces, el problema es que la crisis climática es la mayor falla del mercado que existe. Y nosotros creemos que no se puede, si la crisis climática es la mayor falla del mercado, no se pueden buscar las soluciones a un problema en la misma lógica e instrumentalidad que gestionó el problema o que generó el problema. Entonces, tenemos que pensar como sociedad fuera del mercado y en esquemas de pensamiento distintos y novedosos. Y posiblemente nuestras colegas de las organizaciones indígenas tengan muchas respuestas a estas preguntas alrededor de cuál es el patrón de desarrollo que deberíamos de seguir y cuáles son los esquemas de pensamiento con los cuales deberíamos de permear estos espacios y la política global. Yo ahí me voy a quedar con mis reflexiones, pero en términos generales eso. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Alejandro. Importante esta visión desde Latinoamérica, porque esta discusión global parecía como que la posición de Latinoamérica parece mínima, pero justamente la biodiversidad, áreas protegidas, territorios indígenas son los que están en el centro de estas discusiones como la esperanza para tener futuro, al menos en este planeta. En la línea de biodiversidad, justo como lo ha mencionado claramente Tabea, en el caso de Perú hay una necesidad de implementar la estrategia nacional sobre el Convenio de Diversidad Biológica, es decir, aterrizando concretamente estos aspectos que sigue siendo todavía un pendiente. Y con relación a la extracción de recursos, bueno, no es una novedad que cada cierto tiempo el sector petrolero impulse la promoción de la extracción de hidrocarburos, y esto sí a costa de transgredir diversas normas, instrumentos nacionales e internacionales o compromisos, como es el caso del cambio climático, el Convenio de Diversidad Biológica, el Acuerdo de París, el Convenio 169, etcétera, ¿no? Entre todos, entre otros. Y sin importar que varias de estas áreas cuentan con reconocimientos mundiales como reservas de biosfera, sitios de patrimonio natural reconocidos por UNESCO, por ejemplo. Y un dato importante. Entre el 2000 al 2019 en la Amazonía peruana, ¿no?, enfrentaron más de 474 derrames petroleros, los cuales han afectado territorios indígenas, quienes lejos de recibir soluciones integrales, como ya lo ha mencionado Elaine, ¿no? a consecuencia de estos impactos, tanto ambientales y sociales, ¿no? solo han tenido atenciones insuficientes. Esos son datos claros con este aspecto, ¿no? Y en esta ruta existe una tendencia global a reducir, claro, progresivamente el uso de combustibles fósiles, pero esto va en contra de las propuestas de cambio de fuentes de energía para la línea de inversión, ¿no? Cuando hay esta necesidad que se está hablando en estos momentos. Y en el caso de Perú hay un dato importante también. Se comprometieron a reducir o a conservar, mejor dicho, el 30% de las zonas terrestres y marinas hacia el 2030. ¿Y dónde están estas zonas terrestres y marinas? En el caso de terrestres, en las zonas amazónicas, zonas de alta biodiversidad, ¿no? Entonces, en estas zonas con alta biodiversidad, ¿cómo van a respetar estos compromisos si continuamos con el desarrollo de los hidrocarburos y su extracción? Y aquí, para darle el pase a nuestro siguiente panelista, algunos congresistas, y lo tenemos que decir, en nuestro país, en Perú, ¿no? Están promoviendo explotar más lotes de hidrocarburos en zonas donde justamente se debe proteger especies endémicas, únicas, dentro de áreas protegidas y territorios indígenas, y territorios donde también viven pueblos en situación de aislamiento y contacto inicial. Estas especies, tanto en flora, fauna, cumplen un rol importante para los ecosistemas y los seres humanos, pero también como fuentes de alimentación para hogares, ¿no? En estas líneas. Entonces, a esta intención de más lotes se han sumado carreteras, trenes dentro de los bosques amazónicos del Perú, ignorando toda evidencia científica. Eso es también importante, ¿no? Que existe evidencia científica sobre riesgos ambientales de la deforestación, ignorando que esas zonas requieren protección contra las amenazas por actividades ilegales. Y justamente AIDESEP ha mencionado durante estos días, en esta primera semana de la COP, que hay líderes indígenas asesinados, defensores ambientales asesinados y quienes han denunciado actividades ilegales en territorio, como la tala, ¿no? En estas rutas o minería ilegal, ¿no? Y precisamente ese tipo de actividades exacerban esas acciones también. Entonces, las áreas protegidas y territorios indígenas son aquellas zonas donde se pueden encontrar naturaleza también y disfrutar respetuosamente de ellas. Es necesario en ese sentido que el gobierno peruano y los gobiernos en general acepten estas afectaciones que estarían sucediendo y que están causando por la línea de hidrocarburos. Por eso es el llamado a la transición energética, que requiere institucionalidad, planificación con la ciudadanía de manera que sea democrática, participativa e inclusiva, ¿no? Además, para que mejoremos los servicios básicos y un consumo eficiente. Con este contexto de las primeras intervenciones, yo quiero dar el pase a Alfredo Vargas Pío. Él es el presidente de la Federación, ¿no? Nativa del Río Madre de Dios en el Perú. ¿Y por qué queremos que participe en esta sesión? Porque justamente estas iniciativas legislativas que pretenden congresistas están planteando generar el desarrollo de extracción gasífera, como por ejemplo este corredor gasífero en Madre de Dios, ¿no? Donde precisamente participan pueblos indígenas y Alfredo es el presidente de estas organizaciones y comunidades nativas, y donde existen pueblos indígenas en situación de aislamiento y contacto inicial, reservas comunales, que es una categoría de áreas protegidas en estas zonas, además de las comunidades nativas. Y como parte de la propuesta, ¿no? Que plantean estas iniciativas legislativas, congresista Salguana, que es muy conocido en el Perú, dicen, bueno, esta extracción de gas estaría cumpliendo con las metas del cambio climático, como si fuera transición energética, ¿no? Cuando ya hemos escuchado acá claramente que esta no es una línea de transición energética para seguir extrayendo hidrocarburos y gas, y además habría más gas para Madre de Dios. En otro espacio hemos escuchado otro líder indígena en Cusco, donde claramente nos ha contado que en Cusco, donde es la primera zona de extracción precisamente de gas, donde hay pueblos indígenas en situación de aislamiento y contacto, donde hay áreas protegidas también y territorios indígenas, esto no ha sucedido así. Entonces, ¿será posible esto en los siguientes años, que la población tenga ese acceso a la energía si en otra región no ha sucedido? Con todo este preámbulo, Alfredo, quiero darte el pase. Por favor, acá estamos presentes en este espacio donde se debate el tema del cambio climático y los compromisos de cada país, pero también lo que está pasando en nuestro país. Queremos saber cuál es la posición cuál es el enfoque de los pueblos indígenas frente a estas acciones e iniciativas legislativas. Y si le comparten el micrófono, Alfredo, por favor, para que nos pueda comentar. Muchas gracias. Ya está.
Hola, hola. Bien, bueno, primero quiero agradecer por cederme este espacio y saludar también a los representantes de IDCET y a todos los panelistas que están en esta tarde, en este día. Bueno, quien les habla es Alfredo Vargas Pío, soy presidente de la FENAMAT de la región de Madre de Dios, una de las 9 regionales bases de IDCET. Y pues provengo de la comunidad nativa de San Jacinto, ¿no? Del pueblo Shipibo. Vengo acompañado del vicepresidente Eusebio Ríos Ibicha, que está acá presente, del pueblo Arambu, y el técnico estrella de FENAMAT, Daniel Rodríguez. Bien, de verdad, agradecerte por tu espacio y desde Perú, ¿no? De venir acá a Dubái y hablar de estos temas, de verdad, es un tema que preocupa bastante a nosotros como federación, ente representativo de 41 años de lucha reivindicativa de los derechos colectivos e individuales de los pueblos, 8 pueblos indígenas en la región de Madre de Dios. Y de verdad este tema es un tema que nos preocupa de sobremanera porque ya en Madre de Dios hay una tendencia muy fuerte, ¿no? Con respecto a este tema de gasífero, lo llaman desarrollo, ¿no? Desarrollo, de verdad, desarrollo yo creo que en qué medida, ¿no? Cuando hay un claro ejemplo que en otra región no ha pasado eso, ¿no? Y pues están en la extrema pobreza los hermanos y no hay el tal desarrollo. Cambiando un poco el tema, hace 3 semanas nosotros hemos visitado la parte del Manu, de allá de la región de Madre de Dios, y donde también se ha, ¿no? Con bombos y platillos se ha hablado del tema de carretera también en esa parte, ¿no? En la misma zona que ahora también se está ¿no? promoviendo bastante este tema del gas, en el tema de carretera. Sin embargo, versiones propias de los propios comuneros no tienen agua, no tienen luz. O sea, ¿de qué desarrollo estamos hablando cuando no hay una planificación y una vulnerabilidad de derechos, ¿no? De los pueblos indígenas? No hay un aseguramiento territorial. ¿Cómo puedan respetar? El tema de la consulta previa no está siendo considerada. El convenio 169 mucho peor, ¿no? Entonces, eso es la preocupación nosotros. Nosotros como FENAMAT siempre hemos puesto una posición de, primero respetemos los derechos de las comunidades nativas y de las poblaciones, ¿no? De los pueblos en aislamiento voluntario también, que es esa parte de que serían vulnerados estos derechos. Sin embargo, ya son 5 reuniones que se ha venido haciendo, o 6 reuniones, considerando a líderes indígenas de las comunidades, ¿no? FENAMAT en su momento puso en autos de que pudiéramos nosotros tener una reunión, ¿no? Conjunta primero con entes representativos, ¿no? En las que también participara, ¿no? IDC Nacional, y poner en autos como cuál es el tema de la preocupación, ¿no? Con respecto a esto. Sin embargo, han hecho caso omiso a esto, no se está teniendo el resultado. Pero, sin embargo, ellos siguen, ¿no? Haciendo constantes reuniones en esas partes, ¿no? Entonces, nosotros como FENAMAT estamos poniendo fuertemente, hemos hecho un pronunciamiento, todos los entes representativos de la región de Madre de Dios, y en medida también vamos a tener que tener una reunión conjunta con IDCET para ver este tema, porque es un tema que nos preocupa de sobremanera porque lo están poniendo como desarrollo, ¿no? Un desarrollo entre comillas, porque como le vuelvo a repetir, ya hay una experiencia negativa, ¿no? En otra región del Perú, ¿no? Que es la parte de Cusco, ¿no? Entonces, eso preocupa bastante y la verdad que nosotros como FENAMA, pues este proyecto de ley no consideramos que está bien que el gobierno siga, ¿no? Impulsando este tipo de supuestamente desarrollo, entre comillas, en áreas de pueblos aislados, en áreas de reservas, no en territorios de las comunidades nativas. De verdad es una preocupación enorme. Sin embargo, ya pues van 30 líderes también que no han sido asesinados por defender la vida, defender los bosques. Y creo yo que, o creemos nosotros, estamos seguros de que no estamos siendo considerados los pueblos indígenas, somos siempre vulnerados, ¿no? Porque en estos espacios territoriales, pues, el cambio climático también, siempre por históricamente, por ahí nos preguntaban hace días, nos decían qué experiencia tienen los pueblos indígenas con respecto al bosque, cómo podríamos tener experiencia si nosotros vivimos ahí en esos bosques, ¿no? Entonces, de verdad, hablar de vulnerabilidad de derechos tan lejos, tanto de nuestra patria, cuando no debería ser así, cuando deberíamos defender la vida, deberíamos defender los territorios comunales, todos, porque eso es la vida, ¿no? Entonces, pero ahí estamos. Yo creo que las organizaciones regionales y las organizaciones nacionales en conjunto, COICA a nivel internacional, tienen pues una posición bien sólida con respecto a esto, ¿no? Y nosotros siempre, los pueblos indígenas lamentablemente siempre han vivido alertas a toda intermisión, a toda vulnerabilidad de derecho, y seguimos en ese pie de lucha. No vamos a quebrar, ¿no? ante nada, porque seguimos defendiendo la vida. De verdad, te agradezco por este espacio y nos sentimos también contentos de ser parte de esta COP28, ¿no? Las organizaciones indígenas siempre poniendo la voz al frente de los derechos de las comunidades que están asentadas en los diferentes territorios de la Amazonía peruana. De verdad, te agradezco bastante y agradezco a IDC también que está acá presente y a todos los hermanos indígenas que están en esta COP28 y sigamos haciendo la fuerza que siempre nos ha caracterizado a los indígenas de la Amazonía peruana. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Alfredo. Efectivamente, y aplausos de ánimo también por esta presentación. Y precisamente nos acompañan en la audiencia los hermanos de Centroamérica también, ¿no? Este espacio de intercambio es importante y también de alerta de lo que está pasando, ¿no? Acá hay un importante avance seguramente presentado por Perú. Sin embargo, vemos estas incoherencias en la política pública pensadas a transición energética. Estamos en la vía contraria a ello. Justamente en la imagen, en una de las pantallas, vemos el Perú, pero también los lotes petroleros se ven pequeños, las áreas promocionales, como les llaman, en líneas anaranjadas o rosadas, y que es prácticamente toda la región amazónica peruana, ¿no? Y la región de Madridosa es la parte sur en esta sección, ¿no? Y muchas de ellas están o cercanas a áreas protegidas, a reservas comunales, que es una categoría de áreas protegidas, también en el caso de Madrid, superpuestas a reservas comunales y también superpuestas a reservas indígenas, ¿no? Donde efectivamente vemos estas incoherencias y contradicciones entre las metas climáticas del sector energía, también con las metas de convenio de diversidad, porque hablamos de territorios con alta biodiversidad y sobre todo algo que han mencionado nuestros dirigentes, lideresas, que esto provee la subsistencia, supervivencia de las personas, no solamente de las comunidades, sino para el mundo. Con esto cerramos esta sesión. Gracias por este tiempo, al IUCN también por este espacio y conversatorio sobre SSI de gobernanza, implementación y monitoreo de las NDCs de energía y biodiversidad en América Latina y el Caribe. Les voy a invitar a mis invitados, ponentes, a una foto conjunta para cerrar esta sesión. Muchas gracias por su participación.
Today we're going to be, well, this session we're going to be talking about grids, their importance, and why we feel that we need to have what we're calling a grid academy, and why we're proposing that. We've spoken this morning, and I'm sure you've been to other sessions that have happened today around the importance and the need for a rapid expansion of renewable energy. And we've also recognized the fact that we need to have this expansion in a way that not only mitigates impacts to biodiversity, but also contributes towards conservation and restoration goals towards a nature-positive approach. We know that we can address the climate, energy, and biodiversity crisis in parallel, but what we're going to discuss today is going to be what we've been calling the missing link, and that's around grids, because an accelerated rollout of renewable energy also requires the accelerated expansion of the electricity grid system. The planning, the deployment of electricity grids to enable grid integration and grid system optimization. This subject is not a subject that is often spoken about within the conservation community. It's just something that we like talking about the turbines, we like talking about the panels, we like talking about, are we putting the panels on water? Are we putting the panels in fields? But grids, not so sexy. So that's why we think if we're going to achieve the aims that we are setting out for ourselves, if we're going to achieve them globally, then we in the conservation community as well need to start thinking, and we need to start talking about grids. And I have to say that the conversation about grids is split a little bit. So if I'm talking to conservationists in Europe, there's not so much discussion around grids. When we move to the South, and when I talk to my colleagues and when I talk to state members in the South, then the question of energy access, the question of grid expansion becomes much more urgent. It's not so much a missing link as a crucial link. And this is why IUCN has, again, as with Ginger, decided that we need a partner that has experience around grid development, grid deployment, but also how to do it whilst taking nature conservation and nature goals into consideration. For us, there was only one organization we could choose, RGI. It helps that they have a crazy CEO, but really, it was the only choice for us. And we're very proud to be proposing the idea of this grid initiative. And I'll just finish by saying earlier on today we had a discussion with other conservation organizations. The aim is not, as with Ginger, that we keep this to ourselves and we form this very exclusive club around grid deployment and grid expansion, but the aim is that we build something that is inclusive, and we say to other conservationists, come, learn with us. Let's understand what we need to know. Let's see where we can contribute towards grid deployment in a sustainable manner globally. And that, to me, is what the Grid Academy is going to be around. So with no further ado, I'm going to invite Antonella to come and talk about the technical aspects of grids. I'll be taking notes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so I hope you admire the way I have indoctrinated Rachel on grids, yeah? There's been a long journey, but that worked pretty well. Congratulations. So this is actually the last event for today here. It means that we are completely relaxed. We had a lot of excitement this morning. I'm still kind of. So let's enjoy it. What is going to happen now is that I'm going to explain what we have in mind with this Grid Academy. And then we have a very nice panel. One of the panelists is running, probably was on the other side of this campus. It's very healthy to be here. At least you have a lot of work to do around. So, Grid Academy. Rachel, oh, should I introduce myself? I forget about it. Rachel said it already quite clearly. Electricity grids are the missing link. We have been discussing about the energy transition for decades. The environmental community has been pushing for renewables for decades, but very few have actually understood or endorsed the fact that electricity grids should be promoted at the same time together with renewables. Because if we don't do that, well, we have not done nothing. And so Renewables Grid Initiative, RGI in short, has been working on grids since 15 years. We have been very, very lonely in this journey. But now finally we have some friends. And RGI is a coalition of transmission system operators, environmental and climate NGOs. So we were set up with this idea that we need to build grids that are needed for the energy transition, but we need to build them well and together with people. And because grids are becoming so crucial in Europe and in any region of the world, we realized that this is a very niche knowledge. Most of the people simply don't understand grids. They don't want to bother with that. And the moment that they start experiencing the challenges of integrating renewables and building renewables, then they lack this knowledge. And so what we have done, we said, okay, we cannot answer each single call that we get every week, help us, what you do this, how do you do that. We cannot do it one-to-one. It's absolutely not possible. Let's come up with something that we can do it more systematically. And so we teamed up with IUCN because they have a global network, because they come from a conservation mindset. And of course, they need to be aware because otherwise some of the efforts are completely lost. And we also teamed up with the Open Energy Transition, which is a spin-off of an academic project which is using open source energy system modeling to actually model the energy systems and advance this knowledge. And so I already said this. The link has been the forgotten link. The grid has been the forgotten link of many of the political decisions, many of the action from industries and the NGO community. So we want to somehow tackle this lack of knowledge with the Grid Academy. Many of you know that what we are talking is a very complex system. This is just a picture. I could have taken any picture. I just think that the electricity grid is like the brain. It is like the neural system or the neural backbone of our life. If we don't do it well, our body doesn't function, and the same, the economy and the evolution of our energy sector will not function. The grid comprises different layers: the high voltage, the low voltage, the medium voltage, and the grid is one piece of the entire energy system. Grid planning is a skill per se. very few actors can deal with this. And we have long-term planning, short-term planning. We need to plan for years, but we also need to plan for the next second grid operation. So building grids has been very difficult. Planning grid has been difficult. Difficulties are originating from technical knowledge. It is also a mentality thing, because a lot of people still believe that you cannot do more than one digit wind and solar, otherwise the grid collapse. The reality is that Ireland, for example, they can do already 75% of mainly wind without any blackout. So there is a lot of innovation, but knowledge is very limited. Of course, there are environmental and permitting challenges. Everyone is talking about, oh, we need faster permitting. But actually, how do we do it? How do we create a permitting process that really works? How do we take care of the environment, nature, biodiversity, while we'll build these massive amounts of infrastructure? We are talking about millions of kilometers, by the way. We'll go around the globe several times. And of course, it is also important because whenever we build something, we build it next to someone. So public opposition can be very fierce, and the possibility of delivering infrastructure is becoming increasingly difficult. And don't think that this is a European madness. It happens everywhere in the world with different shapes. I think this is the only country where people are happy to have any type of infrastructure, but let's put this aside. And of course, there are markets. Markets are one of the ways to operate a system, and markets is the only thing that we will not tackle with the Grid Academy. And I will come back to that. So our proposition for setting up a Renewables Grid Academy is really to have a modular approach, which is based, or which is focusing on three main dimensions: the technical one, the environmental and permitting, and the social one. The markets, there are others that are doing a fantastic job internationally, like the Florence School of Regulations. We will work together with them, and yeah, so we don't plan to do that. The idea is that we want to provide knowledge at different level for, sorry, I have to go back. I'm lost. Okay. So this is only an example of the topics that we want to cover. There may be much more. And one of the important elements is that we believe that this has to be based on open source energy system modeling. Why open source? Because open source is a way to overcome the current challenges, is a way to allow different stakeholders to actually use data and provide different output. If you just imagine you have a scenario, you have assumption, you feed into a model, and then the model spits out some results. And this is like, you know, you bake a cake and you don't know what is inside. But ideally, you want to have the possibility to run many different scenarios, because running different scenarios implies that you de-risk your planning process. So one of the, with our partner that could not be here, the Open Energy Transition, we intend to use PIPSA, which is one of the most respected open source models that is currently used, and it is already used in a global context. And this can be expanded to actually meet very local needs. In terms of environmental planning the grid in an environmental way, of course, we need to train the environmental engineers on how to do this. But today we have already collected a lot of examples and a lot of practices within RGI that we are very happy to share. Corridor management, birds, detector, whatever they're called. So anyway, there are plenty of examples, and there are solutions that are emerging everywhere. So there is no need to reinvent the wheel, but we need to share this knowledge. Who are we tackling this? What do we have in mind? We have in mind an ABC approach for everybody, whoever is interested can have the basics, but then also go deep into the topics, because obviously different actors have different needs. And so we want to go all the way down to the operators of the grid. We have been talking with our TSOs members that have said they have training centers. Maybe we can use them to train some of the people. And I'm sure that other energy companies would also be interested in collaborating this. And there is a reason for doing this, because we are all looking for professionals to work in the industries. And so training people becomes of paramount importance. And finally, this is, I think, my last slide. So the objective is really to empower actors to shape decisions and contribute at this energy transition. If you understand the energy system, if you understand how to use the grid, you know which are the options that can be put in place. We don't want to build anything new, really. There is a lot out there. This is about collaborating. We have already talked with the Copenhagen School, with MIT. We don't want to reinvent wheels. We will bring together expertise in a coherent way so that this knowledge can be shared. Of course, the modular approach is very convenient, because if you have a new topic emerging, you just add a module, that's it. Of course, we will use a MOOC, a massive open source system. We have been working with people that have been doing this. We have a lot of practices that we can showcase and share at the benefit for everybody. And the main mentality is train the trainer, because we want people to be empowered and be able to participate in the local decisions without having consultants coming from the US or England. And so I would like to invite our panelists to join on stage. I'm sorry, Giles, we made you run, but now you are... No, you are not late. You are just in time, which is perfect. And we are very happy to have you with us. So, Rana, please, from REN21. For those of you who do not know who REN21, I'm sure Rana will tell you. Please take a seat. Alicia, from Hitachi Energy. And I'm sure you can leave your bag there. No one will take it. It is free sitting. Giles, please, take the best seat. Yes. Chiara and Mai. And Mark. Oh my God, where is Mark? Mark. So I'm going to stand here and it is like this morning. I have to bring the microphone. Oh, no. You can use that microphone. You can put your mic, every table has a mic you can use. Yes, exactly. And I keep this microphone, otherwise I have to walk too much. Is that okay? Exactly. So if you can put on the microphone, you are enrolled in the academy. Giles is the first one, so he will have the first word. Oh, Lana was the first. Giles first, sorry. Giles. CEO Wind Europe. Why do you think we need grids, and why do you think a grid academy is a stupid idea? Should we go for that? What is your standing from an industry point of view, from a wind industry point of view?
So I represent the whole value chain of wind energy in Europe, the wind farm developers, owners, operators, and the wind supply chain. There's no point building wind farms anywhere if we don't have the grid. That's how central the grid is to what we do. Totally essential. And we need much more of it. We don't have enough of it today. Wind is 17% of all of the electricity we consume in Europe today. The European Union wants us to double that to 35% by 2030 and then get it up to over half of Europe's electricity production by 2050. That means loads new wind farms, onshore and offshore. That means loads new grid connections. Loads of investments. We work very closely with the transmission and the distribution system operators. We are begging them constantly to build more grid connections, please. There are loads of wind farms out there that have been built in Europe that are still waiting for their grid connection because the system operators are slow building out the grid. And there are many more wind farms that are in the process of being built or developed that do not know when the grid connection will be ready. It's called the connection queues. In Italy, the connection queue is now 300 gigawatts of renewables. In Romania, it is 50 gigawatts of renewables. The TSOs and the DSOs are doing their best. There are all sorts of reasons why they're not building grids fast enough, which we won't elaborate now. But one of the constraints that the system operators have is they just don't have the staff. Even if they've got the money to recruit the staff, because there aren't enough people out there who know how to build grids. So do we need a grids academy? You bet we do. Antonella, is this deliverable? Or should we give up and try another way of integrating wind and solar? Well, there is no other way of integrating wind and solar. We have to make this work. And the good news is this battle is winnable. Let me share something with you. We don't make enough batteries in Europe. That's a well-known fact. And we don't have enough people in Europe, or we didn't have enough people in Europe who know how to make batteries, whether it's in manufacturing or installation or operation. The European Commission realized this a few years ago. 3 years ago, they set up something called the Battery Academy. Next week, there's an event and a ceremony in Brussels to award the 50,000th certificate to the trainee that has gone through this Battery Academy in Europe. In just 3 years, 50,000 people. Wow, you can do these things. Let's hope the same thing happens with the Grid Academy.
Thank you very much, Giles. So, because you have been blamed, I let you recover. But Chiara,
yes,
you represent a network of NGOs, and I've been challenging you about lack of knowledge on grids. What can you say about this? I mean, are you ready to engage in understanding grids? How do you see this?
So first of all, thank you for having us here. As you said, can Europe bring together environmental, climate, social justice organizations across the whole European continent?
So I mean, I cannot say better than how he said, like really like, you are a very convincing and promoting speaker, so I can subscribe to many of the details you put forward. I think for me, when you were presenting a little bit the idea of the Grid Academy and all of that, I think it's the first thing, the first thought I had is like, yes, I mean, also ourselves as civil society organizations that are calling for 100% renewables since decades, we do need to understand this. I mean, the grids are, I have a colleague in the office is telling me all the time, grids is much more than just a technical or abstract thing. So, and you know, I'm not coming at all from this background, so I was there in front of him, I sat down and I said, okay, let's speak about it. Can you, that's the ABC, as you said, I like the entry point. We do need also this entry point, totally. And why that? I would say for two reasons that are related to our work. One, because people, citizens, consumers, the ones that want to also have a life based on 100% renewables, they need to understand. And we need to be able to explain in an understandable way what we are talking about. We need to make clear that, as you said, we have this piece in the chain that is missing, but that is central now in where we are moving forward. And third, because our work as NGOs is to put pressure to have policies in place that will allow this transition to happen, including the development of the grids. It doesn't work? That's it. Anyway, I think for now
Okay, thank you very much. So, NGOs need to understand better grids. The industry needs to be connected. I want to move to Rana because she has been working with a lot of policymakers in REN 21. And you never talked really about grids until you got to meet me, you know. And
everybody started speaking about grids after.
So, how do you take this invitation?
I'm going to challenge you here because REN 21 is reporting actually on the status of renewable energy since 2005, and I think since more than 6 years, we are actually reporting on grids.
Good.
And I think we met something like in 2018, so this was a bit before our collaboration. Now, quickly, REN 21, indeed, we're in touch with policymakers. REN 21 is the largest global community of players from governments, industry, NGOs, and science and academia. And our approach is very much looking at the systems part. So the energy transition is not about a fuel switch. It is about moving actually to a renewable-based economy and society. That's one aspect. The other systems approach is also that it's not only about supply, but it is about demand too. And obviously, and I think this is probably one of the modules I would very much add to the part, is bringing the supply side into this, because the grid is obviously the connector. And from our work here, and I think this is what is interesting, we see this in the, so we are tracking basically the policy trends. We have very clearly seen there has been a focus on the power sector very much from the supply side. Sectors like renewable heat and transport are lagging behind. Now there is a trend on electrification. So we see that there is basically on this part, on the supply side, a catch-up from some of the other sectors. But there is also really a need to basically push renewable energy in on the user side. So electrification of building and the building sector, for instance, or heat in building, and the transport sector is a massive opportunity, I think, to really have a more systems approach here, and that's something which where we see that probably similar to all our sectors, we're lagging the insights, the expertise, but also an understanding to bridge silos, to bridge sectors, so that we can really have a transition basically of the whole energy system. So here I would clearly say that bringing grid expertise into the policy world is important. What I would probably invite you to do is to also directly think about how to make it relevant to decision makers in the transport ministry, for instance, in the building ministries, to have something that is a bit differentiated here. Because what we realize is that the target audiences really matter. And the way they think, so create basically, so we have sectoral approaches that are very different, and these generate blind spots. And if you don't understand how players work, but also what their agenda is, then it is actually difficult to make basically the topics relevant to them. So very important indeed. Probably a certain differentiation here interesting. Since we are a global network, we also see that the discussions and the references, because the infrastructure is different, differs from a region to the other. So Rent21 has been partnering with RGI very much on the part, and also Can Europe and EEB on the Paris
compatible scenario.
Thank you. Paris compatible scenario. I always forget the name of the project. And here we have really brought basically also done workshops in different regions, and we see that the regulator framework, the technical situation in the regions differs, and there is probably, it's interesting to think about some regional modules. And then I would like to add 2 cross-cutting modules. One which is about the communication. And here you had the train-the-trainer part, and I still think we love speaking in our lingos, and we forget that actually it's not the way of making basically the topic that are highly relevant to decision makers relevant. So I think that's really, and it's not, there is not a bad intention, it's just our comfort zone, but as a result, it's really important that we train ourselves to speak about our topics in a different way. And then building on this, I would basically say, let's have Antonella and Giles and some good end-use sector people have kind of a theater play so that you can market the Renewable Energy Academy and speak basically in your way, because I think this would already make the topic highly relevant. So I think it's something that also allows to bring basically the topics in a different way out into the space.
So that's the reason why I want to work with you, no? That's, Giles, we have a dinner together with Rana to organize. Very good. So I leave the 2 of you to the end. Don't worry, I've not forgotten you. I want to move to Alicia because Rana mentioned suppliers. And voila, Hitachi Energy has been supplying some important component.
Yeah.
Hitachi Energy is a global operation,
yes.
So another global perspective. What do you think?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Hitachi Energy, we are a global operator, we are a technology leader, we are bringing everything, let's say all the solution from the generation till the consumption, from the products per se, sustainable products, also power electronics, but also all that has to do with digitalization service, all the service along the value chain from planning till, let's say, the end of life. But I would like to start actually with a couple of personal stories, if that's okay, because when I heard about participating on this panel, I was very excited because I think there is a huge need of this type of academy. And I can bring you a very visual example, which is I have a 3-year-old daughter, and she recently received a book which was about the energy system. And I was super excited to read it with her and about the energy transition and so on. And as I started, I opened the book before she was going to sleep, and I was like, oh, great, I can tell what mommy does or the company that mommy works for. There was the generation and the consumption, and there were these black lines in between. There was nothing else. That was kind of how it was explained. And I remember I was so upset. I was like, how is this possible? How is this is how you explain to children?
Mama is a black line. So.
Yeah, are we a black line? And this is a recent one, but also an older one is, I'm an environmental engineer. I started environmental science because I wanted to contribute to sustainability. And I studied a lot about carbon, about climate change, biodiversity. Until I didn't join, or I was lucky enough to join Hitachi Energy 6.5 years ago, I actually had no idea how important it is, how important the grids are to actually tackle the issue, the massive issue that we have ahead, and how crucial the grids are for the solutions we need to tackle climate change. And I was, you could say, a well-educated person with a PhD and so on, and I didn't know. So I really believe this is a fantastic project. I fully support it. And then back to something that I think is very crucial, and you touch it as well. By 2050, we really need to have or increase by 4 the amount of power generated. We need to transmit up to 3 times the electricity that we are currently transmitting. So basically, electricity will be the backbone of the entire energy system. We see already wind, we see solar really moving really fast, even faster than expected, which is great. And we see also a great movement from industries that traditionally were not, let's say, coupling with renewables, such as mobility or building or the industry per se. So actually the change is there. But this change, of course, comes with massive challenges. It comes with the challenge of, from the infrastructure perspective, how do we integrate? We need to really enhance the current infrastructure to allow all these massive new power. We need to also make sure that those grids are resilient enough. Yeah, I'm finishing. We need to also make sure they are flexible enough. We know that the renewable power, we need, let's say, life flexibility. They need to be efficient. And all this implies massive also changes and impacts, as you were showing before, for the landscapes, right? So how to handle this? Well, we have we say diversity plus collaboration leads to great innovation. And we really believe this collaboration is the only way to tackle the challenge that we have had. There is no company, there is no country, there is no region, there is no industry that has the solution, but we see everybody jumping in. And I think as we have these kind of discussions and collaborate together, is really the only way forward at the scale and speed that we need.
Thank you. Now we have 2 grid operators here from Ireland and Norway. Norway has an easy life because you have a lot of hydro. I always have to say this, but you are doing very well. And of course, you are an island, you have a bit more difficulties. So, how ready are you to share the very peculiar knowledge that you have? Do you think it's possible? And if so, how can we best do it? I think ladies first. Do you mind?
I'm totally outnumbered, so hands up, yeah? Absolutely, I surrender.
No, we're certainly ready to share, and let me just say I'm so happy that you're taking this initiative, because we need renewable grids to tackle climate change, and we talked about the missing link earlier, but of course it's also grids, it's a bottleneck increasingly, and the need for grid development over the next couple of years is unprecedented. And in order to have more grids, we need more skills. We need to build skills, and that's why I'm really happy about this Grid Academy. And I think, broadly speaking, 2 sort of types of skills. There's technical skills, of course, but also the skills of knowledge about the benefits of grids. And grids enable future-fit businesses, jobs, thriving communities. And actually, I would say that the places that will not have access to grids are the places that will lose out in the green transition. So this is so important. And we need to build skills, technical skills, upscale, reskill, but also create that trust in the communities. And if I can just sort of build a bridge to the event we had earlier today with Ginger, I actually think that educating and building skills on nature is an enabler to create more local acceptance for grids. I'm from Norway. It's not easy in Norway, believe me. And people in Norway, they care so much about their nature locally. You know, we're an outdoorsy people. We like hiking, sailing on the fjords, whatever. And I think that if we can also demonstrate that we as an industry protect nature, we will build more acceptance for grids.
Thank you very much. In a moment. So I think that increasing the knowledge about grids is important to also make the right decisions. Today you have a push for this or that, but without knowledge, we end up taking the wrong decisions. Take rural Africa. And there are some companies that are pushing just for high voltage without any benefit for the rural communities. If you don't know how the energy system works, you may be driven to believe that this is the only answer, but it's not. And so knowledge will improve the decision-making process and participation. I'll give you the microphone in a moment. First, Mark.
Okay, Mark. I'm Mark. We run the grid in Ireland. Ireland is an island, so it comes with its own unique challenges. And I often use the metaphor that Ireland is like it's like a microcosm of the whole European continent, because we see every problem in our 5 million population Ireland that Europe will eventually see. We're a bit ahead of the curve in terms of the amount of renewables we're deploying. I'm also formerly a developer of wind farms, part of Giles's club, and built the largest onshore wind farm in Ireland. So I do understand the perspectives from both sides of the equation. I'll make 3 points. I support the Academy. That makes absolute sense. And I'm not going to labour on that, okay? You'll kill me anyway if I didn't, but that's a different matter, Antonella. I loved, Alicia, is it? Your story, because you just nailed something which was going to be my first point, which was, arguably, I don't believe people need to understand the technicalities of the grid, not those we're selling to. And that story about the 3-year-old is a fabulous story. The fact that young children are just getting a simple construct in their mind, that their whole lives, their future, whether it's work, play, entertainment, whatever else, is predicated on electricity and green electricity. And they just need to understand that a system needs to join up those dots. They don't need to understand the technicalities. I have no idea how my phone works and links around, but I do know it works. And I think the first challenge we have is for the 90% of the population, give them a simple long-term construct of what the thing is going to look like and explain why their whole future depends on us building that. So that's my first point. We are doing an appallingly bad job in communicating that message. The grid people are doing one thing, the wind people are doing another thing, you know, the demand people. There is different narratives that are hitting the public like a tsunami. They just don't understand. So we need to invest in the messaging. Why are we doing this? Give them a simple construct to relate to. My second point is we spent a huge amount of time trying to produce a singular holistic vision for the country of Ireland. We've been partly successful. Believe it or not, we convinced the politicians, but we haven't actually convinced the broader people of the country, and we have an awful lot more work to do on that. My third point is we have completely changed our engagement model on the ground. And our engineers are now signing up to the decisions that 5 years ago they would have run away from, or they would have said it was impossible, you can't do this, it's not the most technical suitable option. We have put in planning applications for €2 billion worth of infrastructure, all predicated on underground AC lines, not because they're the best technical solution, but we're the most socially acceptable solution. And we have to, for projects on the ground, win hearts and minds, listen to what people say, and as engineers grin and bear, and sometimes do what we don't think is the best technically, but if we get social acceptance, we'll get it built. So they're the dimensions I'm
Thank you very
interested
much, Mark. It's great. I know Rachel wants the microphone, but I'm not giving it to you yet. Time runs in a crazy way here in this zoo. Yes, everyone is smiling, but you come here at 8 o'clock in the morning and then it's 8 o'clock in the evening. I said, oh, what have I done? I would like to get one more round quickly, and then I give you the microphone and just say something, whatever, that is meaningful in relation to this. And please be aware that we have chosen you to be on stage today, not by chance or because we know you, but we see that working together with you and your organization, actually we can build this great academy, but we need all of you. We cannot do it on ourselves. And so, Chiara, you go first.
Yes. No, I think it's working now, no? It's working because I had to remove my hearing. Beautiful hearing, by the way. No. Yes, so I think I will take my minute to say, maybe I like the story of the phone. I also don't know how my phone works, but I need the phone to work. So I think my accent is on, I agree we don't need to know all the technicalities, all the actors involved, but we need to raise much more awareness that this is the piece that we need now, the grid we need now if we want to move towards 100% renewables. And I wanted to say, maybe make a short link to what's happening in this place. I mean, we are here like fighting and negotiating to make actually the President of the European Commission launched the pledge to triple renewables and to double energy efficiency. I mean, we do need to invest in grids. And I think maybe a big elephant in the room that we didn't mention here, I think this Grid Academy might serve us all. Also, yes, what you said, Antonella, to be able to convince that the decisions are taken in a certain direction, but also to be able to convince that investments are going in a certain direction.
Thank you very much. I take mine.
Nature. There's a climate crisis, but also a nature crisis, and we need to deal with both. And that's also why I think Grid Academy is so important. And I actually want to highlight, I think it's so good to have the local acceptance that we also need to be open and honest about the dilemmas we're facing. We haven't touched up on that so far, but I think that should be a key part of the Grid Academy as well, because there are going to be challenges and dilemmas, and I think the only way to get acceptance is also to be trustworthy about those challenges we're facing.
Great. I count on Statnet's support. Alicia.
So I totally agree also what you were saying about the nature, but I want to reinforce the message that now the grid is becoming a system of systems with multiple players, right? So I want to re-insist on the topic of collaboration because it's so many actors playing at the same time, which make things extremely complicated, but also it brings us diversity and different ways of thinking, like the civil society, the consumers are also becoming generators, right? So bringing in all these different sectors, bringing all these, the best of everyone is what we need to actually, once again, reach the scale and the speed that we need. And let's not also forget the almost 800 million people that have no access to electricity. And it's a bit of a different situation, but we need to make sure that we advance a sustainable energy future for all, not only for just a region.
Great, so you leave me your mobile phone and then we collaborate on that. Mark.
I have no concerns about technology. There's plenty of it and there's more coming. Mindset about collaboration and speed. We're not collaborating enough and we're moving too slowly. And TSOs are very guilty of that, I have to say.
And I already have your mobile phone. Rana.
I also have my mobile phone, so I'm scared now. No, I'm very much looking forward to it. So I think looking at, maybe I didn't mention this before, from Rent in One side, we're doing a Rent in One Academy since a long time, which is not an academy in terms of really pushing knowledge out, but it's really about bringing the multi-stakeholder renewables community together to bridge the understanding and really co-develop, I guess. And I think this is something where I see a real complementarity also, which we should explore together, because I feel that all of us have mentioned it. I think the lack of collaboration, that we have lots of voices out, the entry points are very different. And I think in addition to getting knowledge out, it's also important that we bring knowledge together from those different entry points and explore and become more precise in system solutions, I guess. So building in parallel probably to this some thought leadership at the nexus topics with good global, regional, local networks of networks would be something really interesting that is a complement, and yeah, looking forward to explore this.
Thank you. So I have left Giles to the end only because his need is the largest of all. I started with a very large need and I end with a very large need, and then I pass the microphone to Rachel. So, Giles.
Thank you very much, Antonella. There are loads of people out there who we can, if we are smart, persuade to come and work in grids and in wind. In Romania, we've started training coal miners to come and work in wind farms. It takes us 3 months only to reskill them. We've set up an academy. It's called Renew Acad. 2 sites, one near Bucharest, one in Constanța. President Klaus Johannes came to visit one of the sites 6 months ago. We were training just 300 people a year. Now the phone doesn't stop ringing from Romanians who want to come and be trained to work in wind farms. The coal mining companies are ringing us up saying, we haven't got a future for our workforce. Can we please take them off their hands and bring them into Renew Acad? It's got public funding. It's great. Final observation. Many of you have said people don't understand electricity. Your books don't tell the story properly, Alicia. It's true. Traditionally, people have just pressed the switch and that's it. They don't even distinguish between electricity and energy. Maybe that is going to change with the mass electrification of the energy system. When people start driving electric cars and plugging them in every night and thinking when they get out of the garage in the morning, how many kilometers have I got? How much is it costing me? When they start putting heat pumps in their house, people are going to become more conscious about electricity. That creates an opening for those of you working directly in grids to say, come on, you can see electricity matters. Come and make it happen.
Thank you very much. An applause to the panel and the microphone to Rachel.
Thank you, Antonella. I'm going to stand up here so you can see me. So I thought this session was really important because I really do think that the conservation and other stakeholders, we need to understand more about grids. But I wanted to end with a message to you guys, which is that there is now a push around companies being nature positive. There is a push, as Maya said, around net gain for biodiversity. There's a push around having contributions towards nature positive. And just as you become less of a missing link and more of an integration, you're going to need to have to think about these things. And for us, that is why the IUCN Academy and IUCN are collaborating as well, because we're all going to have to work together around nature and electrification. If we want the tripling, if we want to have energy access globally, then we need you guys. But if we want to tackle the ecosystem, the climate, the adaptation problems, then we need to work together. And so I just wanted to end on that's our link into the Academy. Thank you.
And now we take a photo, because without a photo, this has never happened. But it has been streamed, and it will be on YouTube tomorrow, and it will stay forever. But let's have a photo as well.
give us some welcoming remarks. The floor is yours, Gretel. Thank you.
Good evening, buenas noches, vicepresidenta y ministra de Transición Ecológica de España, Teresa, ministro de Ambiente de mi país, Costa Rica, Franz Tattenbach, ambasador de Palau, Ilana Said, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you here at the IUCN Pavilion for tonight's event, Why a Sustainable Just Transition Requires a Halt on a Deep Sea Mining. Our reception tonight is possible only through the power of many people, and we are co-hosting this event together with Deep Sea Conservation Coalition and Donna Bertarelli Philanthropy. So thank you to them. We hear many voices saying that we need to mine the ocean as part of the transition away from fossil fuels. Yet science tells us that we do not need to turn to an activity where the gains are so theoretical but the risks are so high. In depth sea mining is permitted, if depth sea mining is permitted to occur, biodiversity loss in these unique ecosystems will be inevitable. And the consequences for the ocean ecosystem's function and for humanity could be vast. And while the world needs an urgent transition to more sustainable sources of energy, this needs to be a just transition. For the ocean, what does this mean? Let me tell you, a just transition in the ocean means not putting in danger the common heritage of humankind for the profit of a few and risk it all. And it means not endangering the ability of the ocean to serve as the critical climate regulator to the planet. A just transition to renewable energy is an opportunity for us to change our approach toward extractive resource use, to shift our relationship with the ocean, and to strengthen our solidarity with indigenous peoples. At present, we do not need to mine the deep ocean to accomplish the critical and urgent transition away from fossil fuels that we need, so let's not go there. Thankfully, voices around the world are raising against the deep sea mining, and in September 2021, at the IUCN World Conservation Congress, IUCN members, government, civil society, and indigenous peoples organizations overwhelmingly voted in support of a moratorium on deep sea bed mining to protect life in the ocean. Today, 24 members of the International Seabed Authority are in favor of a moratorium, at least until certain conditions have been met. The youth movement to stop deep sea mining is also growing, and this could be their chance of preventing another potential environmental disaster before it happens. And at the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights recently, voice was raised against deep sea mining. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, partners, ministers, the ocean is the giver of life. The least we can do is to keep it alive. Let us protect, respect, and do no harm. And in doing no harm, may our actions benefit all. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you very much for that, Gretel, and for your continuous support. I'd now like to invite the co-organizer, the Deep Sea Conservation Coalition, the Executive Secretary, Sean Owen. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Minna. Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends, and partners, welcome tonight. And thank you, Gretel, for your opening words. At the Moana Blue Pacific Pavilion the other day, the UN Ocean Envoy, Peter Thompson, said, "Stop the greenwash." As the battle to achieve our commitments to planetary health and to human well-being and sustainable development ramps up against the forces that want to open the deep sea to the largest mining operation in history, this line increasingly encapsulates my feelings about the pro-mining arguments. Stop the greenwash. Today's theme at this conference is Energy, Industry, Just Transition, and Indigenous Peoples. In this context, we are thrilled to join the IUCN and the Donna Bertarelli Philanthropy in welcoming a representation from a number of forces at the forefront of the battle. We're welcoming governments who are calling for a pause on the anachronistic, speculative, destructive industry of deep seabed mining. We're welcoming Indigenous communities whose connection to the ocean is existential and uncompromising. And we're welcoming a minerals expertise on the far smarter, more sustainable answers to our challenges with the just green transition, our challenges of the 21st century. So without further ado, I would like to thank IUCN and the Donna Bertarelli Philanthropy for partnering with us, for co-hosting with us tonight, and look forward to a stimulating discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we are very proud to partner with you as well. So without any further ado, I'd like to invite our keynote speaker here tonight to say a few introductory remarks, and maybe does not need an introduction, but really has been championing this issue on behalf of Spain. So it is with my great honor to invite Deputy Prime Minister Teresa Rivera. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, champions, because you're blue champions, if I may add a color. And I think that this is part of the satisfaction we can feel, that we can manage to partner between different responsibilities, different geographies, so to find ways to promote a much more sustainable management of our planet. And it's true that this year we have achieved lots of fabulous things, and we have been witnessing new challenges. But it is also true that there is sufficient information to ask for the precautionary principle to be applied, so that we pay much attention not to harm something which is a treasury, something that it is very much needed, not only today, but for the time to come. I guess that we need to keep the pressure alongside the coming years. In September, during the United Nations General Assembly meetings, over 80 parties signed the protection of the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction on something that we thought it was going to be so difficult, almost impossible. Almost 20 years to have this treaty to protect the oceans, the protection of the biodiversity in the ocean. And we need to keep this momentum so that we can go along the lines, the discussions, the debates, the negotiations, to count on the elements that do provide a safe space for the seabed. There are many elements that have been organized along the years, but still, the cooperation between this agreement, the Treaty on the Biodiversity, Maritime Biodiversity, sets a higher bar for environmental impact assessments, and this should also be the case for the seabed management. Otherwise, we could be risking things that we may not recover anymore. And this is the main lesson on many of the disasters we have already witnessed along the decades, along the centuries in our planet. To reach its full potential, the BBNG agreement would be crucial to ensure cooperation and coherence with the seabed mining regime under the auspices of the International Seabed Authority. Gretel was pointing on something which is in our minds. We are people that do care about the planet, that do care about the prosperity of the people, that do care about the collateral effects, the side effects of the transition that we are in the middle, we are promoting, on how we relate to nature, how we produce the goods, how we keep sufficient attention not to undermine the possibilities to go beyond the planetary boundaries. But we also know that this is that space that still seems to be far away from our concerns. But this is the decade of the ocean. This is the moment where people are asking not to increase the risk, the cost, the harm, not to pretend to do things under these greenwashing aspects of the day-to-day life. The fact is that there is a potential need for making use of new resources, including minerals, for sure. But we cannot do it at any cost. We cannot do it at the cost of creating additional damage that could not be coped with in the years to come. The need to protect our oceans must be regulated in a cross-cutting manner within the ISC, of course, but also in other fora. Other international processes that do have a say in this process, such as the Convention on Biodiversity, such as the Regional Seas Conventions, where all efforts must be made to protect marine ecosystems on the basis of sound science data, on the basis of the precautionary principle, on the basis of our aim to preserve natural biodiversity beyond jurisdictional boundaries, on the basis to preserve the future for our children. And I think that we need to insist on the greater representation of scientific personnel in the Legal and Technical Commission of the ISA. This is important. This is the case already, but we may need to improve and enhance their capacities to take the floor on this very relevant issue. We, my country, Spain, are fully committed with this idea. We try to support this notion of counting on a precautionary pause regarding the regulation of the exploitation of the deep-sea mining, as the IUCN was suggesting, as it was proposed to the different parties. A great majority of member countries of the Council are now joining this approach. During the current state of negotiations, we have forwarded the Secretariat up to 46 amendments to improve our concerns. Amendments and proposals that come from different communities, different groups, researchers, people that do care about biodiversity, about the ocean, and that do understand to what extent it is important to end with a sound, great, and sustainable agreement. We need to keep our effort, our joint efforts, both from countries and from the civil society and the scientific community. We need to preserve our efforts because of all of the reasons that Gretel was pointing out, but because of all of the reasons that we are bringing with you today. So thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity to be with you, and let's keep on going. We will succeed. Thanks.
It's an excellent remark, and I'm also very, very impressed with the deep knowledge and pointing to what actually needs to happen, and even talking about even a reform and accountability and transparency. Excellent. So we're now going to turn to our next speaker this evening, and it's nonetheless by His Excellency, Mr. Franz Tattenbach, the Minister of Environment and Energy. Please, welcome. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we heard the inspiring words of Deputy Prime Minister Teresa Rivera from Spain, it's very inspiring. Costa Rica also supports the moratorium. We believe in the concept of the precautionary principle. In dubio pro natura, as one of my predecessors would like to set the case in Costa Rica, and that's Latin for when in doubt, be pro nature. All right? And here, quoting my president, President Chavez, when announcing the joint event that France and Costa Rica are having for the ocean on the together for the third UNOC meeting, the concept of until we have enough data, we have enough science, we better don't act. And this is the principle of the moratorium. This is in dubio pro natura at its best. And also regarding action, he added, but you know, I was reminded that by some very able people in IUCN here. But that quote applies to all the ministers too. When he said, oh, minister, vision without action is just a hallucination. That comes also from my president. But I don't know if I wanted to say it in that general, because that is also, as a minister, we are reminded of that by my president. So that is what has distinguished Costa Rica in many areas. And in here in the protection of the ocean, we just wanted to take one more second to remind you that Costa Rica is having this high-level event previous to the UNOC 3 in San Jose in June 7 to June 8, 2 days, which will be a beautiful platform for this action on the high-level ocean. We had 3 huge things this year. In less than a year, we had the COP15, which included the conservation of 30% of the whole ocean, not just the jurisdictional ocean, the whole ocean. This is very relevant. It was very important. Costa Rica worked very hard to get that agreement. Second, yeah, this is important. All of you probably worked super hard for that too, but I think that was great for the oceans because we got into unknown territory protecting the ocean of all, and that was great. Second, and I think this is what is behind it, not deep sea mining as well, is that's why it's not a just transition like Gretel said, because we might damage what belongs to all, which is the biodiversity of the ocean beyond jurisdictional waters, and especially in the ocean that is so connected. Second, we got also very relevant the BBNG treaty to protect and make meaning for that agreement in COP15, the biodiversity COP. And then finally, the third huge achievement is that, and I think is relevant, that the Global Environmental Facility, the GEF, approved as a new line of possibility to finance conservation in the 30% that is beyond the jurisdictional waters. And these are 3 great events for the deep sea ocean. And I wanted to remind everyone about that. And in that context, invite you all to come to Costa Rica, look at our code there for the conference. Yes, please be aware, get inscribed, get your side event, participate, still on time. You are open until January 15. So after a very successful COP, let's go to Costa Rica in June 7 and 8. Thank you very much, Gretel, and thank you very much for hosting this wonderful event.
Thank you very, very much for, again, those inspiring words. And I'm truly impressed as well that both ministers actually really highlighted the BBNJ, the High Seas Treaty, as a major achievement. So that's something most significant since the Paris Agreement. But we're not going to have a Paris Agreement without the ocean. We know that. So we thank you, all the leaders, and for joining us here. So we have one more speaker here tonight. I'm happy to introduce Ilana Syed, who is the head of mission to the United Nations of Palau. So please welcome another big ocean state. Welcome, Ilana.
Thank you so much, Mina. It's a great pleasure to be here this evening with you. Thank you to DG Gretel and Minister Franz and Deputy Prime Minister Riviera for her remarks. I also wanted to thank DSCC, IUCN, and the Donna Portorelli Foundation for convening us this evening. This is actually a topic that's very near and dear to my heart. Palau, just wanted to take you on a little journey of our where we started and how we got here. A couple of years ago, right off of COVID, a couple of mining companies actually came to Palau to speak to our government about potentially doing deep sea mining. They said that this would solve the climate crisis. We need these minerals for battery storage. They said it would offer billions of dollars to our economy. We had closed for 2 years, and they said it would just be a little bit of vacuuming and that it would cause no harm. But we went and did our homework, and we did our diligence, and we spoke to some scientists. They told us that we don't really know very much about the deep sea yet, and they offered some examples to give us pause. In France, that they did deep sea exploration 40 years ago, and there's still tracks that have not recovered from 40 years ago. And so that's a testament that when you strip mine the bottom of the ocean, it doesn't recover. And so that was kind of problem number one. We then went and actually looked at some of the technology that they used, and it creates these plumes in the bottom of the sea. And while it doesn't take a rocket science to figure it out, we know that you pollute the water column, it impacts fish. Fish are migratory species. They spawn. They need visibility. They need clean ocean to be healthy and to reproduce. And the Pacific exports 60% of the global tuna trade. It is a big export a driver for the economies of the Pacific Islands. And so we were also very concerned that if we allowed this to start happening, it would impact our economy in another way. So then we went and spoke to climate scientists who also said that we don't know how the bottom of the ocean sequesters and stores carbon, and we really need to understand that better. If you go and dig up carbon in mangroves, for example, it doesn't just stop sequestering and storing carbon, it actually starts to emit carbon. So if you look at that in the mangrove ecosystem, you could also make the case that that might happen in the deep sea. We don't know that yet. And so with those scientific kind of theories in mind, our president made the very difficult decision to be one of the first 3 countries to announce a moratorium at the UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon. Since then, we've had so many countries join our cause. So pleased, Spain, Costa Rica, France came in. We're at 24 countries strong right now. And I also just want to say at the ISA, a lot of countries will have these same positions. They will say we want to undertake a precautionary principle. We need to be careful about what we do. They have been cautious about announcing a moratorium, but I do believe that within the ISA, there's actually quite a lot of momentum around the concept as a whole, even if they don't call it a moratorium. So where are we now? As maybe most of us know, that the council passed a decision to try to reevaluate this in 2025. So we have some time, but we have to mobilize because the time is coming. So I think one of the things is we need to lobby the council members. The council is the executive body of the ISA, and we need to go and make sure that they do their diligence. The council operates on consensus, so we need to convince more of them that we need to be careful about what we do. The second is we need to get more people, more countries engaged in the assembly. And so hopefully working with all of you, we can get some of the countries that don't normally participate in the ISA to show up and to really advocate for the moratorium. It's very hard for countries like Palau. We don't have a lot of resources, and it costs a lot of time and money to go and fight for something that may or may not benefit you in the long run. So we need to convince countries, smaller countries especially, that there is a benefit to protecting this because the deep seabed is really for all of us. So I think from here, we need to mobilize and we need to operationalize. So, we want to thank all of you for pushing us. I know Phil is here. I saw him back there somewhere, and I told him I might not answer my WhatsApp very regularly, but keep bothering me because it's not that we don't care. It's because we're tied up with a million different things, but let's try to get more governments engaged, and let's try to make sure that 2025 kind of turns out the way we want it to. Thank you.
Yes, I told you, she'll blow us away. So you could really hear that somebody has actually spent time at the ISA. And just to add, the first time I was at the ISA was 2019. And there wasn't a single delegate really, except for the observers that really issued the caution and talked about it. They didn't talk about, it was not an agenda item to talk about ocean protection. So this was really the first time this year. So let's keep that momentum. And as you said, we're growing, and this is our responsibility. So very, very grateful for those remarks. So thank you very much for everything that you do. So we've now heard a different perspective, from the government. We heard from the Director General of IUCN, which also represents, our state agency members, but also civil society, Costa Rica, Spain, and the big island state, the big ocean state of Palau. So I think it's really important to bring in the different perspective. And today is also Indigenous People Day here at COP. So I would like to, I just have a quick fireside chat. Do we have one more mic so we don't have to stand at the podium? Would you, one more handheld mic? No, just the one. All right. Yeah, okay, why don't you come up here? So I'm happy to introduce Tale Silibrava from Fiji. She's also a youth representative, Indigenous people representative, and a mother. And I would like to invite you really to tell us a little bit about, from your perspective and your community, what is this? What is the discourse and conversation around deep seabed mining, and what is the sentiment? And please share. We want to hear all voices, please. Do you feel more comfortable with the microphone or stand up?
Valencia, that's hello in Fiji. Right, just a little introduction about myself. I'm currently a project coordinator for a women's club based in Cavell Island, that's near the Great Sea Reef. So around the question about deep sea mining, my understanding of deep sea mining, for us as an Indigenous person, right before, when we started, right after birth, we were taught about our natural resources. This ocean is our natural capital. When COVID happened, that was the only thing that sustained us. We don't have, big banks like you, have money in it, but our resources, our ocean was the only thing that sustained us during the journey. For us, our flora, our fauna, our vanua, the golingoli, it has sustained us for the around 1,000 of years. And in them, it lies our identity, our cultural values, our traditional icons. Over the years, our elders have, have been, going through the oceans, and it is the only source of food right now. So with deep sea mining, it is something that I want to pass on to my next generation, my 5-year-old daughter. So with whatever's been said about deep sea mining, and I want to thank everyone over here for your efforts, that we are not alone. And thank you very much. I know it's not just an easy journey, like just hearing about it. When Phil contacted me, he said about this deep sea mining, I was like, what more do they want from us? They've taken our land. My childhood playground is now underwater. Now they are trying to get my food source for my generation to come. So I want to thank every one of you, the leaders here, for being at the forefront in making us, in being, in our connection to the sea. So this is something that it's important. And as an Indigenous person, this is something, being traditional custodians of the ocean, the Pacific, it's us, it's who we are. And I want to thank everyone around in this space for being there for us. Vinaka.
Thank you so much for sharing with us here today. And it really shows how important it is to you and to your people. And, it's not a unified voice. There are other people in your region, it might not be in Fiji, but it might be another state, or Kiribati, or Tonga, that still has to believe that this is something that will save them. And really to think about the implications that deep sea mining will have on maybe fisheries in the mesopelagic, etc. But not really also considering all this cultural value. I'm thinking, I would like to ask you, what would you say to your other fellow Pacific, and also what you would like to then send home message to the leaders who are here today?
We may not understand the science behind deep sea mining, but as a traditional custodian, this is something that must be respected. It is something that, we must leave alone. It has been there for millions of years. And, it's like trying to solve a problem with a problem. It's like, for me, personally, it's more like opening a Pandora box. So it is something that the main message is just ban mining. Ban deep sea mining. Vinaka.
Vinaka, thank you. Thank you very much again. Yes, I think we're all taken by those insights, and we'll take that with us for sure. Dan, are you ready to join me on stage? Yeah, you didn't. She set you up for that one. So let me just maybe introduce you. Maybe some are not familiar with Dan Kamen, professor at University of Berkeley, but also has many other affiliations, and you sit on many boards. You've also been appointed some distinguished fellowship from the Honorary Secretary of Hillary Clinton. So Dan, what do you have to say?
So first of all, I just have to thank you. Is it on? Okay. I don't want to follow her, right? This is a powerful voice for getting shit done, right? This is where it should be. And Kandi, thank you for being here in the back. Okay, so Kandi, Yunkela, I'd just like you to stand up for a, oh, sorry, no apologies, okay, not. But I just think this is an amazing statement, because this is where the story starts. I'm a physicist, I'm a scientist, I work on these issues. I try to be dispassionate, reductionist. This is what I really want to hear. So this is what we need to do to fight back against what is a series of lies. I study the material science, the deployment of clean energy in my role as a professor at Berkeley and my former role as science envoy for President Obama before the orange pumpkin arrived and I had to resign my position. And we have been lied to again and again, and lied to in a way that they don't care if we call their lies out. Because one lie begets another lie, and the science is simple. What you hear in front of the ISA from companies that I won't mention, Impossible Metals, The Metals Company, these companies that say, if you don't let us strip mine the ocean, we'll need to open 400 new mines. Lie, lie, lie. And as a scientist, I'm part of the team that shared the 2007 Nobel Peace Prize for the work in the IPCC. What we know is that we need to grow the amount of minerals, of rare earths. They're not rare, they're not earth, but that's what we call them. We need to grow the amount of those materials for the clean energy revolution. That does not mean we need to strip mine anything, seabed or elsewhere. What we know is that the amount of materials available by recycling better, which we don't do, by taking materials and reprocessing them, so-called circular economy, are more than enough. And let me start with an example and then move to the nodules. The example is, if we had this same session 10 years ago, you would not only hear politicians and business leaders, you would hear people from my tribe, material scientists, chemists, physicists working on clean energy. They would say, if we don't do everything we can to support Bolivia and China in their exploration for lithium, we have no chance. Here we are 10 years later. You don't hear that anywhere. Lithium went from the rare critical material we must find ways to extract to lithium today is common. The Salton Sea in my state alone in California could provide all the lithium the US needs for as many electric vehicles as we will build in the next 20 years. And we found this, it's there. Now we've discovered huge amounts of lithium containing brine in deep caverns in Utah. They found the same thing in Madagascar. Lithium is last year's problem. Now we hear, lithium, you're right, we were wrong on lithium, but now we're actually correct on cobalt. Also wrong. Now we see the fastest growing new material science opportunity for electric vehicles, already adopted by Toyota, VW, and Tesla, whatever you think about Mr. Musk. They have switched from lithium ion, which involves cobalt, to lithium phosphate, which is cobalt-free. I work I live part of the time in Congo, in Eastern Congo and Goma, and 70% of the world's cobalt comes from the Congo. Human rights abuses, child labor abuses, abuse. We don't need that cobalt to make lithium phosphate batteries. Zero cobalt involved. And then they'll say, next year it'll be manganese, it'll be tantalum, it'll be something else. Lie, lie, lie. And they're only doing so because they know in the halls of power, if you say something sexy, a hard-to-find material, you will find billionaire backers. It is big toys for old boys. It is not technology for people. It is not justice for the planet. The least understood ecosystem on the planet is the deep seabed. To think we need to go strip mine this before we've done anything to recycle all the material in our phones is simply lazy rape of the planet, rape of indigenous peoples, rape of our future. It makes no sense. So what we have now is an opportunity to say, we've learned some hard, ugly lessons from the last century of fossil fuels. Whether you want to say the fossil fuel evolution helped us in terms of development, maybe, maybe not, Penguin or no, we'll see. But we don't need to do that today. What we need to do today is to be stewards, like you heard from this amazing voice. And it is embarrassing that my community, the scientists who walk the halls of power, who support these companies, who have money invested in these companies, and we should call them out. Impossible Metals, the Metals Company, these companies are using their backdoor routes to rape the planet. No footnotes, no caveats, no nothing else. It makes no sense. So what we have a chance to do today is to say, led by Spain, led by Costa Rica, Mexico was the most recent addition. We have my former boss when I was science envoy, Special Presidential Climate Envoy Kerry, and Xi Jinping from China. They made a major announcement with Sunnylands. They also said no more coal. That was last decade's issue. Now it's no more gas, and it is only sustainable, just materials should go into our cell phones, our batteries, our materials. And for us to let them steal the future of your 5-year-old daughter, it makes no sense. If we knew we needed these materials, I guarantee overnight, we would be recycling, we would be upscaling, we would be doing all these beautiful things. This is the lazy old, pardon me saying it, the lazy old white man's approach to materials, not the sustainable, just, circular economy that everyone in this room knows. And the fact that there's not a single representative here from these companies is a disgrace on them, not on you. The disgrace is they're lazy, they know how to work the back channels, they're not interested in the best science. The best science says lithium phosphate is better than lithium ion. That's not the end. We can keep innovating going forward. These plumes of dirty materials, when you suck the seabed dry and send the plumes back down, and let me just do a little bit of the nerdy numbers, even though it's late at night. The amount of carbon, if we add up all the carbon in the atmosphere, 760 gigatons, plus or minus, 10 to the 9th tons. The amount of carbon in the ocean system, 40,000 gigatons. You blank with the ocean, and it might burp carbon out, it might suck carbon down. Either one of those is a death knell for our civilization. It's like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic to say these companies should have a right to do this, even if they can find some poor, exploited colonial economy, I won't mention any names, the Cook Islands, that is willing to invite them in. We need to say there is a better route, and that route is around learning from the last century and doing it right. And it is horrific that we are not seeing the innovation agenda, let's find better, more sustainable materials at the forefront of this process so that your daughter doesn't have to fight the fight that we should have solved today. So I want to thank you for what you said.
Thank you very much. So now we heard we don't need it. I just want to thank everyone for being here, coming here tonight. And of course, we would have liked to open up the floor for questions, but we're really here to mingle because there's a lot of people here in the room and different voices that we want to hear. So we want to kind of exchange